Chapter 1516. Let's go. They'll be catching up soon, Wang Chong whispered as he looked away from the sixth-generation successor and charged forward. The man with the three-eyed deer mask had complete control of the situation. Although Wang Chong had used the third bamboo hat man to hold down the sixth-generation successor, he would charge in as soon as he had a chance. Both sides seemed to view Wang Chong as enemies, and once he was caught, Wang Chong would be doomed in his current condition. His only chance was to charge forward and use this chance to put some distance between him and the man with the three-eyed deer mask and the sixth-generation successor, buying himself a chance to catch his breath. The best result was to find the origin immortal art as quickly as possible and leave this place. The winds howled around him, and he could only see thick smoke surging in from all directions. As he charged forward, Wang Chong began to sense that something was wrong. The cavern in front of him seemed to be completely different from the other caverns. The ground beneath his feet was not rough rocks, but solid tiles. The walls on both sides of the passageway were not ordinary either. They were made of solid metal. Not only that, amidst the thick smoke, Wang Chong could even smell the faint scent of sandalwood. And Jili Laozu, who had charged into the cave with Wang Chong, had disappeared. Wang Chong had sent out his psychic energy, but he had not been able to find him. Can't worry about it. I have to find a way out as quickly as possible, Wang Chong said to himself as he focused his attention on what was in front of him. At this moment, countless thoughts flitted through his mind. The sturdy metal walls, the roiling smoke, and the sandalwood fragrance made Wang Chong vaguely think of something. A few moments later, Wang Chong confirmed his conjecture. Buzz. Wang Chong followed the passage for several thousand meters, and at the end of the passage, in front of a long set of bronze steps, Wang Chong suddenly stopped. Underground palace. Wang Chong looked at the huge space that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a thought flashed through his mind. This was a massive ancient palace, and within the palace stood a massive mountain cauldron of the Han Dynasty. Wisps of smoke were rising from these cauldrons, and the sandalwood fragrance that Wang Chong had smelled had come from these cauldrons. In the middle of the hall and on another flight of stairs, there was a huge coiling dragon pillar. These coiling dragon pillars were not carved from cedar wood, but cast from fine copper. What is this place? Wang Chong muttered to himself. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Wang Chong, who was used to the complicated network of caves deep underground, suddenly saw a huge underground palace that seemed to have been sealed by history. It gave Wang Chong an indescribable feeling of weirdness. Moreover, the palace in front of him was empty. Not a single person could be seen. But the more this was the case, the more Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. Wang Chong remembered Jili Laozu saying that the origin immortal lord had 6 successors. The safer this place was, the more Wang Chong did not dare to let down his guard. Buzz. As he was taking stock of the empty palace, Wang Chong grimaced. A moment later, he felt an intense pain in his dantian. It's acting up again, and it's happening faster and faster. If this continues, if I don't find the origin immortal art and neutralize the stellar energy in my body, I'll quickly suffer a cultivation defect. Wang Chong stood there, his hand clutching his dantian as his body trembled. A look of extreme pain appeared on Wang Chong's handsome face. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like a hand had reached into his body and was pulling at his meridians. The pain was unimaginable. Wang Chong closed his eyes and slowly circulated the stellar energy in his body, slowly smoothing out the strands of stellar energy that had diverged from his body. After some time, the stellar energy in his body finally began to calm down, and the heart-wrenching pain began to fade. I have to get out of here as quickly as possible. No matter what, I have to find the origin immortal art. Wang Chong raised his head and said to himself, tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, accompanied by the sound of messy footsteps. Hurry! Don't let that brat get away. No matter what, we have to find him. What a crafty son of destruction! The sound of something tearing through the air was mixed with indignant voices. It was the men in black. Wang Chang's expression flickered as he recognized what was going on. The sixth-generation successor had been so powerful that not even the Four Ends martial lord had been able to take a single palm. But he hadn't been able to stop these men in black. Wang Chang's strength was extremely weak, and if he encountered them now, he would be doomed. With no time to think, Wang Chong took in a deep breath, his expression determined, and began to advance toward the underground palace. Plush! Wang Chong leaped forward, crossing 30 zhang in a single step, and entered the plaza. Smoke filled the air, and the fragrance of sandalwood grew even stronger. Kacha! As Wang Chang's foot touched the cold stone floor of the underground palace, he heard a faint, cracking sound. Wang Chang's heart froze, and he suddenly stopped. But even so, the sound of porcelain cracking did not stop. On the contrary, it only increased in frequency. Buzz! Wang Chong grimaced and raised his head to look in the direction of the sound. Across from Wang Chong, on the other side of the palace, was a bronze pillar more than 1 zhang tall, so thick that it would take 2 men to wrap their arms around it, upon which stood a statue. The surface of the statue was grayish-brown, and Wang Chong had thought it was just an ordinary statue, so he hadn't paid it much attention. But now, it seemed that it was far more than just a statue. Crack! Crack! More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the statue, and in less than a breath's time, the porcelain on the surface of the statue exploded, revealing a pale figure. This person was also wearing an ancient robe, and he exuded a strong Han style from the northern and southern dynasties. He also exuded an aura of death. The 5th-generation successor. A thought flashed through Wang Chang's mind as he instinctively recalled the 6th-generation successor he had encountered before. Both of their auras were exactly the same, but the one in front of him seemed to be even more ancient than the other. Buzz! The 5th-generation successor on the pillar suddenly opened his eyes, which were also empty and lifeless. The moment he opened his eyes, Wang Chong suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This sense of danger was like a mountain crashing down on him, suffocating him. Almost at the same time, an astonishing change occurred on the refined copper pillar. A massive aura that made people tremble, one that was even more powerful and terrifying than the 6th-generation successors, exploded out from the figure's body like a storm, covering the entire hall. The hall seemed to flicker with light, and even the world seemed to change color. Run! Wang Chong instantly smelled the thick scent of death. The 6 successors of the origin immortal art were each stronger than the last. Given the power displayed by the 5th-generation successor, a single palm from him would be enough to kill him for all eternity. At the same time, the clamor behind him was getting closer and closer. It seemed like other men in black had intruded as well. A few moments later, these people were getting closer and closer. The 5th-generation successor was rapidly awakening, and the men in black were getting closer and closer. The atmosphere was so tense that even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Wang Chong could even hear the thumping of his own heart in his chest. In just a few moments, the bamboo hat men and their subordinates would arrive, and the 5th-generation successor would lock onto him. At that point, death would be the only thing awaiting him. Wang Chong's heart was thumping, and he could clearly hear the ticking of time. Every moment seemed to proclaim that Wang Chong was one step closer to death. Wang Chong did his utmost to maintain his composure, his mind rapidly working, but the cold sweat beating on his forehead explained everything. Time seemed to stop, and the atmosphere grew tenser and tenser. Young Master Wang, over here! In the blink of an eye, just as the situation reached its most critical point, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Over here! Hurry and come over here! This anxious voice had come from somewhere not far behind Wang Chong. Buzz! To Wang Chong's right, The nearby Boshan cauldron suddenly trembled and moved to the right, revealing a circular hole. The cave was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything, but Wang Chong could see a familiar arm waving at him from within the cave. Jili Laozu! Wang Chong found it difficult to conceal his shock as he stared at this arm. He and Jili Laozu had charged into the cauldron at the same time. He had entered the cauldron even faster than Jili Laozu, but for some reason Jili Laozu, who had vanished behind him, had gotten ahead of him and appeared in such a strange place. Hurry! He can't have gotten far! A roar came from behind him, the voices of the men in black. With no time to think, Wang Chong leaped into the hole beneath the Boshan cauldron. The moment he entered, he waved his right hand, causing the massive and heavy Boshan cauldron to move over and cover the hole. Don't move! Jili Laozu's grave voice rang out in the darkness. Wang Chong said nothing, and he and Jili Laozu stopped at the same time, sealing off all the pores on their bodies and concealing their energy to the extreme. The two of them were still within the range of the fifth-generation successor's protection. They were in the tunnels beneath the Boshan cauldron, so they could not escape the danger of the fifth-generation successor. But a moment later, Wang Chong understood Jili Laozu's intentions. Following a flurry of footsteps, a light flashed at the entrance of the underground palace, and a group of figures quickly rushed in. The leader was the bamboo hat man who had exchanged blows with Wang Chong. Behind him were Half, Lu Wus, and Black Flame Azuras in black, all of them clustered around him. The group walked out of the cauldron and landed on the steps. When they looked up, they immediately saw the awakened fifth-generation successor. That pair of lifeless eyes quickly fell on the densely packed, black-clothed men. Chapter 1517. Not good. When the bamboo hat man saw the fifth-generation successor, his heart sank to the bottom of a lake. Bang! The pale-faced successor crossed several dozen feet in a single leap and appeared in front of the third bamboo hat man. With a single palm, he unleashed a vast wave of golden light. Behind him, the ancient building that towered into the clouds was also floating behind him in a dazzling golden light. However, it was different from the fifth-generation successor. This building had 16 floors and was quite a shocking sight to behold. Now is the time. Run! Jili Laozu's voice rang out in the darkness. While the men in black were battling the fifth-generation successor, Jili Laozu had silently jumped down like a fish. Wang Chong froze at first, and then he used his psychic energy to scan the area below and quickly discovered a dark and gloomy path. He could faintly smell the scent of water in this path. Wang Chong instantly understood. He followed Jili Laozu down. It really is an underground river. As he looked down at the river that flowed silently to some unknown place, Wang Chong's eyes brightened and a smile appeared on his lips. Earlier, Wang Chong had heard Jili Laozu mention that there was a hidden underground river in this area, and Jili Laozu was an expert in controlling water. Wang Chong hadn't expected him to actually dive into the underground river after entering the cave and sneak all the way here. Whoosh! As he was thinking, the underground river got closer and closer. Wang Chong's body went taut as he fell into the river. In the blink of an eye, he felt a bone-chilling sensation. This underground river was even colder than he had imagined. But for some reason, the moment Wang Chong entered the water, there was not a single ripple in the river. All the water gently wrapped around Wang Chong like weeds. It was like this underground river had always been one with Wang Chong. Jili Laozu's ability to control water truly is formidable, Wang Chong said to himself. With such a strong ability to control water, even if he fell from a great height, he would not cause any splash. Only Jili Laozu could do this. A person who could control the weather and cause torrential rain would naturally be able to control an underground river. Let's go. The battle on the surface will end at any moment. If we don't leave now, they'll notice us. Moreover, we're in the range of the fifth-generation successor. We can't stay here for long. Follow me. A spiritual force entered Wang Chang's mind, and Jili Laozu's voice quickly echoed in Wang Chang's mind. While swimming in the icy river, he beckoned to Wang Chong behind him. Wang Chong nodded and quickly chased after him. The underground river here is too deep and the oxygen is thin. We won't be able to stay here for long. I'll take you out of here first, then we'll go to the surface to get some fresh air. In the darkness, Jili Laozu's spiritual force penetrated through the void and entered Wang Chang's mind. In this airless place, it was most convenient to communicate through spiritual force, but due to the ubiquitous spiritual force seals underground, they couldn't be too far away. This is for you. Wang Chong swam to Jili Laozu's side and handed him a green leaf. What's this? Jili Laozu looked back and asked in surprise. Hee, you'll know once you try it. Wang Chong smiled and didn't explain in detail. Jili Laozu and the others used all kinds of methods, passing through the underground river or other methods to pass through the checkpoints guarded by the vicious beasts. Although they avoided a lot of danger, they also missed a lot of things. At the very least, Jili Laozu and the others didn't know about this kind of leaf that could produce pure oxygen. Putting the pure oxygen leaf into his mouth, Wang Chong felt the air slowly being produced in his mouth. In the bone-chilling underground river, Jili Laozu's body trembled, his eyes looking at Wang Chong with shock for the first time. There's actually such a thing. Jili Laozu's eyes were filled with shock. Where did you get it? With this leaf, we can really swim freely in the underground river and don't have to come up to the surface to breathe. Jili Laozu knew how important this kind of leaf that could produce oxygen was. In this place where the air was thin, this was a heaven-defying divine item. It was much more practical than any other weapons or treasures. More importantly, for a magnate like Jili Laozu who had great control over the water element, this leaf could perfectly make up for his last weakness. No matter how big the risk was, it would not be able to threaten him. This leaf was enough for him to last for a long time. This is also an unexpected gain from encountering those vicious beasts. Wang Chong smiled and didn't explain too much. Taking out 2 more leaves from his pocket, Wang Chong handed them to Jili Laozu. With these leaves, the 2 of them could last for a long time in the underground river. Let's go. I'll bring you to the front to have a look. Jili Laozu waved at Wang Chong and quickly swam forward. This underground river was more than 4 meters wide and could accommodate 7 to 8 people swimming side by side. The water was cold but very clear. Because there wasn't enough oxygen, and the oxygen content in the water was also very low, there were no seaweed or other microorganisms in the surroundings. But when Wang Chong spread his mental power out through the underground river and into the surrounding ground, he immediately felt something strange. As expected of the demonic emperor's disciple, your mental power is very strong. At this moment, Jili Laozu's voice sounded in his ear, as if he had noticed Wang Chong's action. Senior, what is going on? Above this underground river seems to be. Wang Chong looked at Jili Laozu in front of him with a questioning look. A mineral vein, is it? Before Wang Chong could finish, Jili Laozu interrupted him. This is also why I've been swimming in this underground river for so long, but I've never been able to get around it and enter the final floor to seize the Origin Immortal Art. It's said that the Origin Immortal Lord was extremely knowledgeable, skilled in divination, and able to foresee the future. When he chose to bury his treasure here, he had already prepared all possible ways to get around the traps. As expected of a legendary person from the ancient times, Jili Laozu had a look of praise on his face. Not only was there no regret, there was even a hint of respect and admiration for the ancient Origin Immortal Lord. But Wang Chong's mind was completely focused on the mineral vein that Jili Laozu had mentioned. Unlike Jili Laozu, Wang Chong had far more psychic energy. As Jili Laozu was speaking, his psychic energy had already begun to radiate through the air toward that mineral vein. Although it was called a mineral vein, it was completely different from the vast majority of mineral veins. The vast majority of mineral veins were primitive ores that needed to be purified before the metal within could be obtained. But the mineral vein above Wang Chong's head contained extremely pure metal, and Wang Chong could sense that this metal was so dense that it was even harder than refined steel. To be more precise, the Origin Immortal Lord had probably built his cave in this exceptionally tough metal vein. Buzz! As this thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's mind trembled as he seemed to understand something. But Wang Chong's psychic energy couldn't tell where this metal vein came from or where it led. All he could sense was that this metal vein was so vast that it seemed to envelop the entire cave of the Origin Immortal Cave. I've already searched the underground river and discovered that other than the secret passage in the hall, the entire underground river seems to go around the metal vein and extend in another direction. The distance between the two is getting farther and farther, making it impossible to enter the interior of the Origin Immortal Cave. I've even carefully inspected the passage I used for you. There's an 80 to 90% chance that the Origin Immortal Lord, or perhaps one of his early disciples, intentionally left this passage for the purpose of drawing water when they built the palace. After all, there's an 80 to 90% chance that the successors of the Origin Immortal art used this place to cultivate. The Northwest lacks water, and cultivation requires a clear mind, so they couldn't often go out to get water, so the underground river was their only source. In addition, if my guess is correct, there should have been a natural crevice between that place and the underground river. That's why they chose it as a water source and continued to expand it, even placing a mountain cauldron on it to conceal it. But getting water is a problem that has to be solved. The Origin Immortal Lord couldn't have left behind a second water source, so it's very difficult to find a second passage. The only way to obtain the Origin Immortal art is to enter the underground palace and defeat all the Origin Immortal Lord's 6th generation disciples. Jili Laozu explained as he swam forward with Wang Chong. His voice was tinged with unconcealable disappointment. Wang Chong had personally witnessed just how powerful the 6th generation successors of the Origin Immortal art were. Even the weakest of the 6th generation successors could easily kill the 4N's martial lord, so one could easily imagine how powerful the other successors were. Jili Laozu was only on par with the 4N's martial lord, and even with the power of the underground river, he couldn't get much stronger. If he tried to force his way through, he would probably die. Given the strength of several generations of the Origin Immortal Lord successors, he wouldn't be able to easily escape. Senior, can you take me on a tour of this underground river? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Wang Chong was weaker than Jili Laozu, but if Jili Laozu couldn't get through, Wang Chong was even less likely. Chapter 1518. Very well, follow me. Jili Laozu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Like a large fish, he swung his body and led Wang Chong forward. Whoosh! Just as the two of them were about to move forward, a unique fluctuation suddenly came from behind them. Wang! Like a surge of electricity, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu shuddered. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same seriousness in each other's eyes. The underground river was different from the surface. The water was cold and bone-chilling, but most importantly, the water here was very calm. No matter how much it surged, it would not make any sound. Only when an external object entered would it make such a sound. Someone's coming in, Wang Chong said in a low voice. His dashing eyebrows knitted together. This underground river was not that easy to discover. If they wanted to enter, the only way was to move the Boson sensor and find the underground passage. I wonder who it is. Jili Laozu frowned, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. These people are coming for us. Wang Chong shook his head. From Jili Laozu's point of view, he might not be able to determine whether the other party was friend or foe, but Wang Chong knew that it had to be those black-clothed men. Only they had sufficient reason to chase after him relentlessly, and no matter where he fled to, they would search for him. Moreover, The passage to the underground river was in the underground palace, guarded by the fifth-generation successor. It was very likely that during the battle, they had destroyed the Boson sensor and exposed the passage, allowing them to discover something. There was only one passage, and those people had been following closely behind him, but they had not discovered him. It was very easy for them to think of the passage exposed under the Boson sensor. Whoosh! While he was talking with Jili Laozu, an even louder sound came from behind. The other party was moving toward Wang Chong and Jili Laozu at an alarming speed. "Let's go!" Jili Laozu's pupils shrank. He suddenly pulled Wang Chong and moved forward at an astonishing speed. At the same time, hundreds of meters behind Wang Chong and the others, figures with majestic auras were swimming rapidly in the water like flood dragons, constantly approaching Wang Chong and the others. If one were to take a closer look, one would notice that these people were dressed entirely in black, leaving only their eyes exposed. They looked extremely mysterious. Wang Chong's guess was right. The ones who came out from the back were indeed those men in black. "Quick! Search this place thoroughly. There's only one underground river, and they can't fly to the sky. Search along this underground river. No matter what, we must catch that brat. The Origin Immortal Village chief has already fallen into the hands of that lord. Only that foul brat is left. If you can't complete the mission, you all know the consequences." The third bamboo hat man coldly said, his voice transmitted through psychic energy into the minds of the men in black behind him. "Yes, my lord." All of them bowed in unison. The third bamboo hat man's eyes chilled as he locked onto something. Roar! A moment later, there was a heaven-shaking roar as water gathered around the third bamboo hat man, instantly transforming him into a flood dragon more than 10 meters long. Only now did the third bamboo hat man reveal himself. He actually had a powerful water element ability hidden within his body. Bang! The water splashed, and with a heaven-shaking dragon roar, the third bamboo hat man stirred up wild streams of water that propelled the men in black around him and him forward. On the surface, his strength had been restricted, but in the water not only had his strength not weakened, it had actually increased. "Brat, you can't escape." In the darkness, the third bamboo hat man's eyes shone with a sharp light, stirring up heaven-shaking waves of energy. "So fast!" Wang Chong and Jili Laozu immediately sensed the third bamboo hat man's movement. The two of them were both stunned. "Let's go." A bright light flashed through Jili Laozu's eyes, and the two of them began to accelerate forward. However, unlike the monstrous commotion behind them, when the two of them advanced, they were completely silent. All the water that came into contact with the two of them would part in advance, opening up a path for them. At the same time, it also reduced the resistance they encountered in the water. Not only that, as Jili Laozu pulled him forward, Wang Chong could clearly sense a powerful attractive force in the water that was actively drawing them forward. This energy was completely natural, but the strength it erupted with was far greater than the flood dragon formed by the third bamboo hat man. As Wang Chong scanned the area with his psychic energy, he realized that in the dark river, the two of them were advancing a massive three-pronged halberd, 10 centimeters long. The halberd exuded a profound and ancient energy. This is... The corners of Wang Chong's eyes twitched, and his pupils abruptly widened as he vaguely thought of something. Gong Gong divine art. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong immediately recalled a powerful water technique that very few people in the Central Plains knew of. This technique was believed to have been passed down from the ancient water god Gong Gong, possessing an inconceivably powerful control over the water element. There were very few records of this technique in the books of the Central Plains, and Wang Chong had only managed to stumble upon it during the apocalypse. As for this Gong Gong divine magic, the most obvious feature and also the easiest way to identify it was that once a cultivator entered the water and activated this magic, an enormous Gong Gong divine halberd would appear around the cultivator. Wang Chong had always believed that this technique had been lost. He had never imagined that he would find it on Jili Laozu. No wonder Jili Laozu can control the weather and summon a torrential rain. He can also greatly increase his power in the presence of water. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. If Jili Laozu didn't say anything, Wang Chong naturally wouldn't point it out. Everyone had their own secrets, and Jili Laozu was no exception. Jili Laozu didn't notice the change in Wang Chong's expression. His eyes were focused forward. Just who are these people? Everyone who enters this place is after the origin of mortal art. But these fellows are relentlessly pursuing us. Even when we jumped into the river, we couldn't avoid them. Moreover, these people are far too mysterious. We titans of our sex have lived for many years, but we've never heard of them before. And they seem to have a deep relationship with the origin of mortal villagers. They're truly too mysterious. Jili Laozu muttered. He had never connected this matter to Wang Chong. His mind was still replaying the conversation between the bamboo hat leader and the origin immortal ancestor. For titans of the martial arts world like Jili Laozu and the Black Yin ancestor, this was clearly a massive shock. Wang Chong said nothing, but his expression became much more solemn. The battle that had taken place in the cave had helped him cover up a great deal. They've picked up speed. It seems like they won't rest until they catch us. Wang Chong suddenly changed the subject. Jili Laozu sensed the activity behind him and frowned at Wang Chong's words. Let's go. We'll swim to the front. The air underground is so thin that they won't be able to stay for long. They'll leave soon, Jili Laozu sternly said. It's useless. If my guess is correct, they should also have this green leaf. Wang Chong shook his head, but his first words made Jili Laozu's heart sink. Wang Chong had obtained the leaf from the origin of mortal villagers, and the men in black had captured many of them, so they had naturally obtained the leaf from them as well. Moreover, given the understanding the men in black had of the origin of mortal villagers, Wang Chong would not have been surprised if they had prepared something similar. Ah, what do we do? Jili Laozu grimaced. The underground river was also dangerous. If they swam too far and ran out of leaves, they would be unable to find another exit or break through to the surface to get some fresh air. If that happened, they would be the ones to die. Most troublesome of all was that Wang Chong and Jili Laozu could not expose themselves. The men in black had only used various clues to know that they were in the underground river, but they had no way of confirming their location. However, if they were discovered, then even more black-robed men would pour into the underground river. In fact, even the man with the three-eyed deer mask might make a move. This was something Wang Chong and Jili Laozu had to worry about. At the very least, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu did not want to fight with them until they actually encountered them. Rumble. As the two of them were conversing and advancing at full speed, a massive tremor came from above them. Above the underground river, the massive metal mine seemed to be pushed by some invisible energy and began to hum and tremble. Not only that, but the two of them also clearly heard a deafening mechanical sound that caused them to be extremely terrified. It's the origin of mortal villagers. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind. Of all the people underground, only the origin of mortal villagers could control these mechanisms. But this disturbance was so great that the entire Orvane began to tremble. What a powerful mechanism! The origin of mortal villagers must have sensed danger and used it to deal with the men in black. Wang Chong said to himself. The two of them had been in the underground river for some time now. Although they had managed to avoid most of the dangers, they had also been unable to sense what was happening on the surface. But based on this frightening tremor, the battle in the final barrier was certain to be even more intense than they had imagined. Not good. As he was thinking, a cry of alarm came from his side. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he came back to his senses. He saw that the walls of the underground river were trembling, and large chunks of mud and debris were falling down. 50 to 60 meters ahead, the rock layer above the river had caved in, and a massive boulder carrying a large amount of mud and sand tumbled down. instantly blocking the underground river and their path forward. Chapter 1519. Thwish, thwish, thwish. The two of them charged forward with astonishing speed, but they were still too late. A turbid sludge began to spread through the underground river. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu also stopped in the river. How could this be? Jili Laozu's face instantly twisted into a nasty grimace. The battle in the underground palace had actually affected the underground and even blocked their way. This was something he had not expected at the beginning. Bastard! We can only fight our way out, Jili Laozu said. Jili Laozu turned his head, his eyes bursting with fighting intent. Even if they won this battle, there would still be many repercussions. But the current situation was beyond their control. Whoosh! But just when Jili Laozu had made up his mind to fight to the death with the men in black, another clatter came from behind them, and this time it was as loud as the third bamboo hat man's. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu grimaced when they sensed these two rapidly advancing energies. The psychic seal that the Origin Immortal Lord had laid down was still present in this underground river. Although Jili Laozu didn't have as vast a psychic energy as Wang Chong, his Gonggong Divine art was fused with the underground river. From a certain perspective, he was even more sensitive to the changes in the river than Wang Chong. It's the other two bamboo hat men. Standing next to Jili Laozu, Wang Chong's heart sank. The underground river was so dark that it was impossible to see anything with the naked eye. But Wang Chong could clearly sense an enormous danger approaching. Even if Wang Chong and Jili Laozu were no match for one of the bamboo hat men, they would still be able to put up a fight. But with 3 bamboo hat men working together and many hafu or even black flame azuras, the two of them would find it very difficult to stop them. Wang Chong and the Lone Silence ancestor had grave expressions as they listened to the gurgling of the river, an unprecedented nervousness in their eyes. Young Master Wang, today's matter will probably be difficult to resolve. I'm better at swimming than you are. I'll do my best to delay them while you think of a way to escape. Jili Laozu sternly said, his mind stealing. Wait a moment. Wang Chong suddenly extended a finger to stop Jili Laozu, his expression calm as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. On the side, Jili Laozu stared in shock at Wang Chong. At this distance, it was too late to do anything. Moreover, the 3 bamboo hat men were very powerful. In this narrow passage, it was almost impossible for the two of them to hide from them. Fighting was their only choice. Jili Laozu truly couldn't think of any way that Wang Chong could help the two of them escape this calamity. The massive boulder behind them and the blockage of the river were not things that could be dealt with in a short amount of time. If they really did that, the men in black would have already arrived. Wang Chong said nothing, but the look in his eyes grew more and more grave. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Time was ticking, and the two of them didn't have much time left. At the same time, in the river behind them, the 3rd bamboo hat man, in his flood dragon form, was rapidly advancing through the water. But when he sensed the 2 enormous energies behind him, he stopped and frowned. There was a splash, and a few moments later, the other 2 bamboo hat men and their attendants were advancing with astonishing speed. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to stay up there? The 3rd bamboo hat man stopped in the water and looked at the 2 behind him. Stealing the Origin Immortal art is his mission, not ours. Capturing that brat is what we should be doing. If we fail, you and I both know what the consequences will be. The leader of the bamboo hat men stopped nearby with another bamboo hat man and sternly said. With just a few words, the 3rd bamboo hat man immediately understood. The 2 of them had been acting on their own and had not obtained the Lord's permission. But in the current situation, the 3 of them were probably forced to do this. This is all we can do. None of us can afford the price of failure. The 3rd bamboo hat man said, Where is that brat? The leading bamboo hat man asked. We haven't found him yet, but there's no need to worry. We'll find him soon. This river is only so big. They can't have gotten far. With these words, The three of them gathered all the other men in black and began to advance, their eyes sharp and piercing. As they advanced, the three of them scanned their surroundings, not letting go of any openings. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, they were getting closer and closer to Wang Chong and Jili Laozu. At this moment, even the underground river seemed to freeze. Danger was imminent, and a fierce battle could break out between the two sides at any time. And Wang Chong and Jili Laozu's abilities could put them in grave danger at any moment. Buzz! At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly pulled Jili Laozu back into the cave wall. Elder, please do as I say. Don't make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. Above this underground river was an ore vein that was even tougher than copper essence. But this wasn't the case in other directions. Given Wang Chong and Jili Laozu's abilities, they could easily hide themselves within the ore vein. Wang Gongzi, what are you doing? Seeing Wang Chong's actions, Jili Laozu's eyes widened in shock. At such a close distance, how could he possibly fool the powerful men in black in such a manner? If not for the fact that Wang Chong's expression was calm and devoid of panic, the Lone Silence ancestor would have suspected that Wang Chong had sensed danger and had fallen into a state of madness. Elder, listen to me. Do as I say first. If my method doesn't work, it won't be too late for us to make a move then. As if knowing what Jili Laozu was thinking, Wang Chong sternly said, Fine. Jili Laozu was quiet for a few moments. As he listened to the bamboo hat men get closer and closer, he clenched his teeth and finally nodded. But this is far from enough. Jili Laozu scanned his surroundings and quickly locked onto the rocks that had fallen from the top of the underground river. He spread open his fingers, and a stream of water lifted up these millstone-sized rocks and swiftly piled them up in front of the two, forming a barrier that concealed their figures. Wang Chong mentally nodded at this sight. Jili Laozu truly was an experienced man. He had originally planned to ask Jili Laozu to do this, but Jili Laozu didn't even need him to tell him to do it. Now, let's see if this move works. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, Jili Laozu watched in shock as majestic psychic energy exploded out of his body. Unlike before, this psychic energy was condensed into a metal barrel that wrapped around the two of them and fused with the walls of the cave. After doing all this, the aura of the mental energy instantly became dark and gloomy. Jili Laozu was perplexed. At the start, he didn't understand what Wang Chong was doing, but as he sensed that Wang Chong's psychic energy was transforming until it was as tough as steel, Jili Laozu finally paled in shock. How could this be? The metal barrel of psychic energy that Wang Chong had condensed exuded the same energy as the psychic seal that the Origin Immortal Lord had left behind in the underground cave. Not only that, Wang Chong's psychic energy was also shrinking inward, covering the rocks of various sizes embedded in the cave wall and then their bodies. Jili Laozu didn't realize what was happening at first, but a second later, while Wang Chong was still Wang Chong, Jili Laozu sensed that Wang Chong was slowly turning into a rock. Jili Laozu had lived in the martial arts world for a very long time, and he had seen many capable people, titans of the martial arts world, and all kinds of strange martial arts. But no one had ever been like Wang Chong, able to use psychic energy to imitate rocks and other objects of the natural world so that they exuded the same energy. Jili Laozu didn't even need to turn his head to know that he was probably experiencing the same effect in the eyes of others. Impossible. I didn't think that his psychic energy would be this powerful. Jili Laozu was deeply stunned. He had never imagined that someone could use psychic energy to such a level. He finally understood what Wang Chong was thinking. Without the slightest hesitation, Jili Laozu sealed off all the pores on his body. At the same time, he withdrew his energy to the absolute limit. He really did seem like a rock that was embedded in the cave wall. The surroundings quickly quietened down. The only sound was the surging of the underground river. In the distance, three powerful energies approached Wang Chong and Jili Laozu with astonishing speed. The energy of the three bamboo hat men was like a storm, and they had finally arrived. At this moment, the water in the underground river grew taut and the atmosphere froze to the extreme. The path up ahead has been blocked. They can't have gotten far. Search carefully. They must be here. The 3 bamboo hat men floated in the river, their eyes bright and cold. The leading bamboo hat man floated above the river. His bamboo hat only half a foot from the top of the river. The other 2 bamboo hat men stood with their feet apart in the bone-chilling water. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. The 3 men scanned their surroundings like lightning bolts. Within the mud, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu remained motionless, their eyes closed like statues. Chapter 1520. Although Wang Chong's method was extremely brilliant and absurd, whether it would work and whether it would be able to fool the 3 bamboo hat men would depend on the final result. Come! 6 meters, 5 meters for meters. The 3 stopped and scanned their surroundings. At the same time, immense psychic energy surged out of their bodies. Wang Chong maintained his composure, but Jili Laozu was extremely nervous. A mysterious energy gathered in his palm. Although Wang Chong's psychic energy was brilliant, it was still different from the psychic seal formed by a true formation. Once Wang Chong's trick was seen through, Jili Laozu would immediately strike. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they could only fight to the death. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and Wang Chong also held his breath, his expression extremely serious. Wang Chong had comprehended psychic energy from the Origin Immortal Lord's psychic seal. But this was his first time using it, so he could only imagine how similar it was. It was still unknown whether he could fool an expert like the bamboo hat men. As the psychic energy of the 3 bamboo hat men got closer and closer to Wang Chong's psychic steel tube, Wang Chong's mind slowly tensed up. 3, 2, 1, Wang Chong mentally counted down. Just when the psychic energy of the 3 bamboo hat men had yet to touch the wall, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light and his boundless psychic energy shot forward. Boom! At this moment, Wang Chong's psychic energy split into countless strands that attacked the 3 bamboo hat men. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's psychic energy collided with the 3 bamboo hat men. The collision at that moment was like a mountain shattering, catching the 3 bamboo hat men off guard. Ah, what's going on? This sudden turn of events caused the 3 of them to be shocked. However, before the 3 of them could react, Wang Chong's mental power had already launched a new round of even fiercer attacks. Moreover, it was different from an ordinary martial artist's attack. Wang Chong's mental energy did not simply attack the 3 of them in a straight line. Instead, it followed a mysterious trajectory, like densely packed fibers, attacking the 3 ferociously. This was like a battle between a single person and a group of people. The 3 bamboo hat men had only just unleashed a single punch, when Wang Chong had already unleashed countless punches. Moreover, the location and strength of each punch were completely different. In the blink of an eye, the mental power that the 3 of them had spread out was rapidly disrupted, distorted, shattered, and then dissipated. Throughout the entire process, their mental powers did not even touch the walls of the cave. It had already disappeared into the void. How is this possible? It's the Origin Immortal Lord's psychic seal. Before Wang Chong and Jili Laozu could react, the 3 bamboo hat men cried out in shock. The 3 were instantly thrown into disarray. Although Wang Chong and Jili Laozu could not hear their voices, one of them was in direct contact with the 3 bamboo hat men, while the other was using the flow of water to sense what was happening. The reaction of the 3 bamboo hat men and the changes behind them explained everything. Oh! At this moment, Wang Chong had shocked Jili Laozu even more than the 3 bamboo hat men. He's actually using psychic energy to imitate the effects of the formation. Jili Laozu's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a very long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never dared to believe that someone could single-handedly use psychic energy to imitate the attacks of a large formation, and it seemed to be flawless. None of the 3 bamboo hat men were weaklings. but it was clear that Wang Chang's imitation had reached a level that not even they could see through. What's going on here? The underground river shouldn't be able to reach the core of the Origin Immortal Lord's cave, and martial artists normally don't enter this place. How could there be a psychic seal? After his initial shock, the third bamboo hat man recovered from his shock, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. He had been the first to enter the underground river and had followed Wang Chong all the way here. There had been no obvious psychic seal earlier, so it was far too strange for it to appear now. Moreover, why would the Origin Immortal Lord set up a seal in an unimportant place like this? The Origin Immortal Lord was a clairvoyant and skilled in divination. Moreover, those things are of great importance, so he couldn't have left behind any flaws. The psychic seal here is probably a measure he left behind to prevent anyone from entering the core through the underground river. Given the Origin Immortal Lord style, this is probably just a small warning. There are probably many more traps ahead that are no trifling matter. At this moment, a ripple of psychic energy came from the rear. The bamboo hat leader's eyes flashed with a pensive light. He had been extremely cautious about everything in the Origin Immortal Cave, all because the person in the records was far too dangerous. Even after his death, the various traps he had left behind had inflicted grievous casualties on his organization. The psychic seal doesn't matter. No matter what, I have to find that brat. Since I can't use psychic detection here, I'll use stellar energy to find him. The third bamboo hat man spitefully said. He was like a hunting dog that had locked onto Wang Chong, unwilling to give up even in death. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, the third bamboo hat man's body trembled, and an enormous energy erupted from his body and swept forward like a tide. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu instantly paled at the sight. Wang Chong could use psychic energy to imitate the Origin Immortal Lord's psychic seal and fool the bamboo hat men's psychic energy senses. But he could not use the same method to fool the stellar energy of a top-class expert. Once the men in black began a carpet search, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu would be exposed. Wait a moment. Just when the third bamboo hat man's wave of stellar energy was about to reach Wang Chong's position, Wang Chong's group suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the cold river and grabbed the shoulder of the third bamboo hat man. The third bamboo hat man's body trembled, and his surging stellar energy stopped a foot away from Wang Chong's group. Leader, what are you doing? The third bamboo hat man turned his head to the bamboo hat leader behind him. He didn't understand why his leader had suddenly stopped him. There's no need to go to so much trouble. The bamboo hat leader's expression was callous as he extended a finger and indifferently said, "This passage is only several dozen meters long. We'll know if he's there or not. There's no need to go through so much trouble." The bamboo hat leader's words caused the third bamboo hat man to turn his head, and after a single glance he was struck dumb. This passage is only several dozen meters long. We can easily find out if he's there or not. There's no need to go through so much trouble. His face alternated between green and red. He had chased after Wang Chong all the way here, so he had failed to notice that the passage before him was only 100 meters long. Moreover, the one up there is the person in charge of this operation. The Origin Immortal Villagers are crafty, and they will probably need our help very soon. When the time comes, they will report this matter to their superiors, which will probably invite a lot of unnecessary trouble. Let's end this quickly. Before he could finish speaking, the bamboo hat leader's expression froze. A moment later, a shadow flickered, and the cloak on his back fluttered. Hong Long. In the next moment, the earth quaked and the sky swayed. An enormous destructive power swept out like a storm, blasting toward the underground river in front of them. Boom! 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 In an instant, a series of explosions resounded through the underground. Under the bombardment of the dense stellar energy, large amounts of rock and sand fell from the cavern walls, and even the rocks were blasted into the air. The water of the underground river instantly became even more turbid. The three bamboo hat men had cold expressions as they floated in the river, their eyes fixed on the other side of the river. At that moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Even the black-robed men who were moving behind him had their mouths tightly shut as they focused their gazes forward. At this moment, not even the slightest bit of abnormality in the entire stretch of the underground river could escape their eyes. "Old Three, are you really sure that Brad is here?" After some time, the leader of the bamboo hat men broke the silence. His sharp gaze was not on the river, but on the third bamboo hat man in front of him. "What do you mean by this?" The third bamboo hat man paled at these words. The bamboo hat leader's words clearly indicated that he was suspecting him of deliberately leading them to the wrong place. "You saw the result. Are you sure that you saw that brat enter the river?" The bamboo hat man said, "Impossible. I saw him enter the passage with my own eyes. The palace is guarded by a fifth-generation disciple of the Origin Immortal Lord. He couldn't have gotten through. He couldn't have escaped anywhere else." The third bamboo hat man said. His voice rose a few octaves, and he seemed extremely excited. "Who can guarantee that there aren't any other passages in this palace? Since there's a passage to the river, there might be some other hidden mechanism. What if they discovered the secret passage left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord?" The bamboo hat man said. Buzz. All the arguing came to a sudden halt. The third bamboo hat man stared at the bamboo hat leader in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Correct. Since there was a passage to the river, there was no guarantee that there weren't other secret passages. At this moment, even he couldn't find the words to refute. "Let's go. Don't waste any more time here." With a wave of his cloak, the third bamboo hat man shot through the water and vanished into the river. "Follow my lord." The men in black quickly reacted and began to chase after the bamboo hat leader. Bastard, how could this be? The third bamboo hat man clenched his teeth and finally vanished into the river with the other men in black. Boom! Chapter 15:21. Everything fell silent once more. Only the silt in the underground river and the turbid water could be seen as evidence of what had just happened. A long, long time later, whoosh! A large wave of bubbles rose from the bottom of the river, and a moment later, two figures emerged from the silt. "They're gone." Jili Laozu's body trembled as he shook off the silt on his body. "We should really be safe now. Any sort of psychic energy could easily be discovered. Only Jili Laozu's Gong divine art could allow him to grasp what was going on in the cave without being discovered. They've probably given up." Wang Chong nodded as he shook off the silt on his body. His face was slightly pale and his breathing was a little ragged. It was clear that he and Jili Laozu had both paid a price in order to survive this wave of attacks. Young Master Wang, your method is still the most effective. We almost got discovered." Jili Laozu said, a hint of relief on his face. Only those who had experienced it personally would understand just how dangerous the two of them had been in that moment. Wang Chong's psychic seal was completely useless before this indiscriminate attack of stellar energy. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu were almost instantly exposed, and a massive battle ensued. The men in black and the three bamboo hat men had come with a ferocious momentum. Given the strength of Wang Chong and Jili Laozu, it would have been very difficult for them to block the attacks of so many people. Fortunately, at the last moment, Wang Chong had used his psychic energy to inform Jili Laozu to pour his stellar energy into the rocks they had embedded in the silt in front of them as camouflage. Then he used the rock as a shield and pressed it against his body, forcefully taking the blow and deceiving the bamboo hat leader. Although the bamboo hat leader was powerful, all his attacks had landed on the rocks in front of the two, so he naturally hadn't been able to discover anything. But even so, he couldn't escape the terrifying stellar energy impact. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the bamboo hat man's attacks were spread over the entire 100-meter-long river. Even the strongest of attacks would have their destructive power reduced by several levels. We were only lucky enough to escape this calamity. Speaking of which, who could have imagined that these black-clothed men would have internal strife? Wang Chong waved his hand as he thought back to the clash between the two bamboo hat men in the underground river. If not for their infighting, the third bamboo hat man would have sent his stellar energy over, and he would have been discovered no matter how capable he was. But the crisis is not over yet. We still have to find a way to leave. More importantly, I have to find the origin of mortal art. Wang Chong didn't say the last sentence. On the surface, he seemed to have the entire situation under control, resolving this enormous crisis. He could even sense that even a titan of the martial arts world like the Lone Silence ancestor was filled with admiration for him. But only Wang Chong knew that beneath all this, his internal injuries were worsening. Although he had tricked the three bamboo hat men into leaving, his internal injuries had worsened as a result. Waves of pain were coming from his dantian and other parts of his body. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't hold on for long. He needed to find the origin of mortal art as quickly as possible. Leave this matter to me. To his surprise, Jili Laozu smiled, extended his left palm, and pushed forward. The river surged. Boom! An enormous energy immediately began to unclog the underground river that had collapsed when the third bamboo hat man had escaped. This massive pillar of water pushed aside the mud and rocks for 100 meters. Not only that, Jili Laozu's left hand glowed with white light, and an invisible energy began to flow through the underground river. The river shuddered, the mud and rocks sinking into it. In the blink of an eye, the turbid water became clear. Everything had been restored to the state it had been in before the battle. Even Wang Chong was stunned by this sight, a look of shock on his face. Jili Laozu's Gonggong divine art had allowed him to control water to an extremely high level, a level that many martial artists found unimaginable. Not even Wang Chong was capable of such a feat. Young Master Wang, what should we do now? After unclogging the underground river, Jili Laozu turned to Wang Chong. Jili Laozu now had a great deal of trust in this young man. Whether it was how Wang Chong had broken the origin of mortal formation, how he had gathered the treasure map to find the true location of the origin of mortal treasury, how he had dealt with the danger of the sixth-generation successor in the cave, how he had evaded the three bamboo hat men in the underground river. The abilities that Wang Chong had displayed had left a deep impression on him and made him wholeheartedly submit to him. Even Jili Laozu had unwittingly overlooked his age, treating him as a martial artist of the same generation that he could discuss matters with. Wang Chong said nothing, but a pensive look appeared in his eyes. The underground river only had two directions, forward or backward. Now that the passage had been cleared, going back the way they had come was the least dangerous option. Let's continue. A few moments later, Wang Chong spoke, his voice devoid of hesitation. Many martial artists have gathered on the surface. The men in black, the origin of mortal villagers, the Five Ancestor Alliance, the Jingqi League, and other martial artists who rushed here upon hearing the news, as well as the successors of the origin of mortal art. Putting aside everything else, just the walking corpses on the surface are not something that we can deal with. If we return to the surface, not only will we not be able to enter the core, we'll also be caught up in the chaotic fighting. In comparison, the underground river is the safest. We just need to find a way to find the area where the underground river intersects with the metal or veins above and find the weakest spot. Then we can return to the surface. This way, we can at least avoid the living dead on the surface and avoid some dangerous battles. If we can avoid one of these walking corpses, we'll be able to. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu felt their hearts sink as they thought about the generations of walking corpses in the underground palace. Rumble. Just as the two of them were in silence, the earth suddenly shook and the sky shook. Another violent tremor came from above. Above the underground river, the metal vein, several dozen kilometers long, once more began to shudder. The familiar, deafening sound of gears rang in their ears once again. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu said nothing, only silently listening. These Origin Immortal villagers are truly frightening. To protect the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury, they must have laid down countless traps. Listening to this commotion, it was likely that they had activated some powerful mechanism. I suddenly understood why those mysterious men in black had to be so careful even though they were powerful. They had to create a lot of fake treasure maps to lure us here to explore the way for them. The tricks left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord cannot be underestimated. Jili Laozu raised his head, a look of lingering fear on his face. Although he didn't know what was happening on the surface, the powerful tremors above were enough to tell that the battle had been extremely intense. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes showed that he was thinking the same thing. Rumble. Just at this moment, there was a sudden violent tremor, accompanied by the sound of splashing water coming from not far away. The two of them looked in the direction of the voice, and in an instant their eyes lit up. 10 meters away from the two of them, the huge rock that blocked the underground river was affected by the vibration above and loosened, revealing a half-moon-shaped gap. The two were overjoyed to see this gap. Wonderful! Jili Laozu's face was filled with excitement. We can smoothly get out now. The river was blocked, and the rocks were the hardest and largest of all. According to Jili Laozu's calculations, it would have taken at least a few minutes to clear a path. But now that the rock had loosened, a gap had been revealed. Although the gap wasn't very large, it was enough for the two of them to pass through. Rumble. Under Jili Laozu's control, the water of the underground river surged forward and washed through the crescent-shaped gap. Over and over, the path between the rock and the river grew larger and larger. In just a few moments, it had become wide enough for one person to pass through. Let's go. Jili Laozu waved a hand at Wang Chong, and the two of them swiftly passed through the passage. Leave the rest to me. In the pitch-black underground, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu walked side by side, like two fish swimming through the river. As Wang Chong spoke, he spread out his enormous psychic energy, piercing through the river and the rock layer above to investigate the metal vein. The more Wang Chong probed, the more he realized just how dense, tough, and immovable the metal vein was. Each and every metal particle was extremely dense. Compared to ordinary steel, it was like the difference between metal and foam. In these circumstances, it wasn't impossible to bypass the successors of the Origin Immortal Art, who were known to be the destroyers of the underground palace, and directly enter the core area to steal the Origin Immortal Art. But the amount of work required would take several decades, or even a century, to complete. Moreover, one had to consider the digging tools, the lack of oxygen, and all sorts of other factors. But even so, the dense metal vein could not stop the probing of psychic energy. I'm afraid that I was wrong before. The Origin Immortal Lord probably laid down such a massive psychic seal for the sake of the Origin Immortal Cave, which was dug out of the ore vein. A normal person's psychic energy can't probe very far before it becomes tangible. For this reason, it's impossible to determine what's going on in the metal vein, much less choose the right place to dig. If you choose the wrong place, even spending several hundred years digging through the metal vein will be useless. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder those men in black are so cautious despite their vast resources that they don't dare to recklessly attack. Chapter 1522. After absorbing the nightmare beast's energy, Wang Chong's psychic energy had grown to 7 or 8 times its original level. This level of psychic energy was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the vast majority of martial artists, including the titans of the martial arts world. This was also the basis for the information he had gathered underground. The range of Wang Chong's psychic energy was 1,000 meters. Although this wasn't too far, it was more than enough for Wang Chong to gather the information he needed from the underground river. Wang Chong swam through the river like a fish, all sorts of information pouring into his mind. How is it? Jili Laozu asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. Wang Chong's immense psychic energy was no longer a secret to him. The underground metal vein is winding. Although the location of the underground river hasn't changed much, the direction of the vein is very different. Any place with a thickness of more than 100 meters isn't worth considering. Wang Chong pondered, his expression extremely calm. Jili Laozu nodded. He had great faith in Wang Chong's ability and judgment. In addition, if we want to use the underground river to dig through the metal vein and bypass some of the checkpoints to get to the back of the palace, that's practically impossible under normal circumstances. However, nothing is absolute. The veins can be deep or shallow, thick or thin. And we also have to consider the distribution of the palace within the vein. As long as the vein isn't completely stable, we'll be able to find a chance. Moreover, although the underground river is very far from the palace, above the river is the rock layer, and above the rock layer is the metal vein. In some places, the rock layer is very thin, but the metal vein is very thick. In other places, the rock layer is very thick, but the metal vein is very thin. We'll need to investigate this according to the situation, and if the latter appears, that'll be our chance. Wang Chong raised his head. His eyes were bright. Even in the dark, ice-cold underground river, they were still glistening, flickering with the radiance of wisdom. Jili Laozu looked at Wang Chong and couldn't help but nod. He didn't completely follow Wang Chong's train of thought, but the spirit, willpower, and aura that Wang Chong exuded made him involuntarily influenced. From Wang Chong's body, he could see a very precious vitality. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament or danger he was in, this young man beside him would not easily give up. He was like a burning candle. He would never give up until the last ray of light was extinguished. In his belief, there was always hope. This caused Jili Laozu to sigh with emotion. After grinding in the world of sex for so long, it was very difficult to find this kind of passion and edge. Wallah! The two of them continued to swim forward, exploring the darkness. During this process, the ore vein above them shuddered 3 more times, each time accompanied by the loud rumbling of gears. No one knew what was happening above, but the pair knew that the battle was only getting more and more intense, that more and more people would be buried above. Each of them was using their own methods to advance toward the core of the origin immortal treasury. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu were doing the same. Time continued to pass, and the green leaves on their bodies continued to be consumed. The pair swam through the river for a very long time, and the further they went, the more dangerous it became. The pair even considered that if they failed, they would have to make sure that they had enough oxygen to swim back to the surface. Found it. After some time, just when the underground river was about to completely separate from the metal or vein, Wang Chong's body trembled, and he raised his head, his eyes bright, as he looked into the depths of the river. "What's wrong?" Jili Laozu hastily asked in alarm. In this aspect, his Gong divine art was completely useless, so he could only rely on Wang Chong. "I can't be sure for now, but the rock layer here is the thickest I've ever encountered. In other words, the ore vein in this region is theoretically the thinnest, and it's also the one with the highest chance of allowing us to enter the core of the origin immortal treasury. But this is all just theory. We still need to confirm the location of the palace in the ore vein. If the palace isn't here, it means that our method won't work, and we'll have to go back the way we came," Wang Chong said. He stared upward, his eyes unblinking. The rock layer he had encountered so far had all been around 600 meters thick, but this place was the most unique. The rock layer was 700 to 800 meters thick, and the ore vein had suddenly slowed down here, becoming much thinner. Jili Laozu's expression tightened at Wang Chong's words. "Whether it is or not, we can only do our best. I hope that the situation we're worried about won't occur," Jili Laozu nervously said as he looked upward. Wang Chong said nothing, only nodded. Bang! In the next moment, a majestic mental power that seemed to have solidified shot out of his brain. After passing through the rocks hundreds of meters above him, it did not continue to explore as it usually did. Instead, it suddenly shrank and gathered at one point, forming a white-silver needle. With a boom, it heavily hit the bottom of the hard and dense metal vein above him. The two collided, and in an instant, an invisible sound wave immediately spread into the interior of the mine. Buzz! In an instant, Wang Chong focused all his attention on listening. The lone silence ancestor also had a nervous expression on his face. Although his psychic energy was not as strong as Wang Chong's, his senses were still very strong. Although Wang Chong had not given him a detailed explanation of his methods of investigation and verification, the lone silence ancestor was able to glean a few things from his actions. Obviously, Wang Chong was using sound to test the real situation inside the ore vein and determine the location of the underground palace. Time passed slowly. The surroundings were dead silent, and only the sound of the flowing underground river could be heard. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu stood in the cold river without moving. Only their hearts were pounding in their chests. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sound spread in the ore vein, and Wang Chong listened carefully. It still doesn't work. Wang Chong mumbled to himself, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. On the other side, Jili Laozu was also observing Wang Chong's expression. Seeing Wang Chong's reaction, Jili Laozu also felt a little lonely. He already knew the result without Wang Chong saying it in detail. Just when the two of them were feeling down to the bottom, buzz! Suddenly, a faint echo was refracted and fell into Wang Chong's perception. This echo was very weak, almost like the buzz of a mosquito. If it was not for Wang Chong listening carefully and concentrating, he would not have noticed it at all. No, this sound. In an instant, Wang Chong's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were extremely bright. Sound would only be refracted when it encountered a different medium. In other words, in the direction where the echo was transmitted, the density of the metal changed. The interior of the metal or vein was extremely dense, and he and Jili Laozu were at the bottom of the metal or vein, the last place of the ore vein. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would not occur. There was only one explanation for the echo. The place where the echo came from was where the underground palace was. Boom! Thinking of this, Wang Chong's spirit was greatly lifted. Without thinking, he suddenly struck out with his palm. In an instant, a majestic gang chi suddenly exploded at the top of an underground river 30 meters away from Wang Chong. In an instant, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, dust billowed and mud and sand fell. A pit about 1/2 meter in diameter immediately appeared above the underground river. Senior, I'm afraid we'll need your help next. Go up from here, all the way through the rock stratum above. The passage we're looking for is likely to be there. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head and looked at Jili Laozu. What, young Master Wang, you mean? Jili Laozu trembled in excitement. Wang Chong said nothing, only smiled and nodded. How could this be? Jili Laozu was struck dumb. Although he and Wang Chong both hoped to find a secret passage from the underground river to the origin immortal treasury, the probability of such a thing was extremely low. Thus, when Wang Chong told him that there really was such a passage, Jili Laozu found it rather hard to believe. I don't know the specifics, but a special echo has appeared in the metal or vein. Based on the time and location of the echo, the ore vein is 10-some meters thick. If we're lucky, we might be able to use this to enter the core. Wang Chong said. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu said no more. Working together, they began to dig up the pit at the top of the underground river. The rock stratum here was 600 to 700 meters deep and extremely tough. But neither Wang Chong nor Jili Laozu were ordinary experts. Jili Laozu in particular. In other aspects, he might have been lacking compared to Wang Chong. But when it came to matters related to water, including digging a passage through the rock stratum at the top of the underground river, not even Wang Chong could compare. Rumble. Jili Laozu stood in the pit like a god, the water of the underground river transforming into a furious torrent that washed against the pit. He dug a passage through the rock stratum at an astonishing speed. Time passed by quickly. About 10 minutes later, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu finally dug a passage that was 600 to 700 meters deep through the rock stratum, reaching the top of the metal or vein. We're finally here. Looking at the bronze or vein before them, Jili Laozu and Wang Chong's faces were slightly pale. In order to dig this passage, both of them had expended a lot of their stellar energy, and they had used up another leaf. This is the last leaf. We have about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. After 10 minutes, whether or not we can dig through the passage, we'll have to leave. Otherwise, there won't be enough air for us to return. Wang Chong handed over the last 2 leaves in his hand and stuffed the last one into his mouth. All of the leaves had been consumed by now. Jili Laozu nodded, his expression turning grave. After stuffing the leaf into his mouth, Jili Laozu quickly raised his head to look at the metal or vein. Bang! With a flick of his finger, Jili Laozu sent a bolt of stellar energy exploding into the or vein. This time, it only took a moment for a loud and clear echo to reach his ears. Yes, it's here. If Jili Laozu had been skeptical of Wang Chong's words at the start, Jili Laozu was now completely convinced. There truly was a hidden passage here. I really can't believe that such a thick and sturdy or vein would leave behind a secret passage here. It's said that the Origin Immortal Lord could predict the future. Did he make a mistake in his divination? Chapter 1523. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mike here indeed. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes were also filled with suspicion. Indeed, there was no need for any sort of foresight. Any normal person who knew that there was a hidden river here wouldn't leave behind any openings for others to enter. The Origin Immortal Lord's strength and mastery of divination were far too suspicious. Leave the rest to me. Wang Chong didn't think too much about this. With a flick of his wrist, he took out his invincible woozy steel dagger and thrust it into the vein of bronze ore. Clang! Sparks flew as Wang Chong's woozy steel dagger stabbed into the ore vein. He could clearly sense an enormous resistance from the tip of the dagger, and even sparks flew. What a tough metal! Even though Jili Laozu had warned Wang Chong and prepared him, the hardness of the metal still left Wang Chong stunned. The woozy steel dagger was so sharp that even tempered steel that Wang Chong had never felt so hard to chew through. The hardness of the metal before him surpassed his imagination. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why the Origin Immortal Lord had built his cave in a place like this. Fortunately, though the metal was tough, it was still no match for Wang Chong's woozy steel dagger. As Wang Chong furiously stirred the woozy steel dagger, large swaths of or began to fall from above. Wang Chong's progress was very slow, but he was able to advance steadily. Moreover, the ore vein wasn't very thick. But forcibly digging a path through the metal was still very damaging to Wang Chong's woozy steel dagger. Every time Wang Chong pushed the woozy steel dagger, it would be accompanied by a cacophony of scraping sounds. When these unknown hard metals fell to the ground, they also rubbed against the dagger, leaving many marks. Wang Chong's steel dagger had been struck by the spider threads in the cave of the dark shadow spiders, and many fine cracks had appeared on it. Now that he was forcefully digging, there were more and more marks on the blade. This made people worry that the woozy steel dagger in Wang Chong's hand would completely break at any moment. Jili Laozu was secretly worried as he watched from the side. However, there was nothing he could do at this time. The dagger in Wang Chong's hand was the only tool that could open a tunnel in the metal or vein. Time flew by, and the green leaves in their mouths were constantly being consumed. Bang! Just then, a loud sound came from the metal or vein. Wang Chong's woozy steel dagger seemed to have encountered an extremely hard obstacle. Unlike before, this time, even Wang Chong's woozy steel dagger was bounced back. There was even a crisp sound as another crack appeared on the blade. In a flash, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu's expressions changed. How could this be? Wang Chong frowned deeply. Logically speaking, since they had been able to cut out this metal from the start, they shouldn't have encountered any other obstacles. Wang Chong's brow furrowed. I'm afraid we've encountered a mother metal ore. Just then a voice rang in their ears. Jili Laozu suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. If the underground metal or vein has been settled for a long time, such as thousands of years or even longer, some other metal ores will form inside. For example, there's a certain probability of iron mother metal in an iron ore vein, and there's a certain probability of thousands of years old copper mother metal in a copper ore vein. This situation isn't common, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen. If we encounter such a mother metal ore, it's impossible to dig through. Jili Laozu said in a low voice, his heart heavy. He thought he had found a hidden tunnel, but he never expected to find a hidden mother metal ore. Let me give it a try. We might not necessarily encounter a mother metal ore. Wang Chong pondered for a moment and suddenly said, they had already come this far. How could he be willing to give up just like that? Clang! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong immediately shook his dantian and infused more majestic gang energy into the woozy steel dagger. The surface of the woozy steel dagger was covered with cracks and could no longer withstand too much gang energy. This was also the reason why Wang Chong didn't do this at the beginning. But at this moment he couldn't care so much. With a harsh sound of metal clashing, Wang Chong's dagger once again encountered a hard layer of obstruction. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong swung the dagger a second time and a third time. With the support of a huge amount of gang energy, the woozy steel dagger was indeed much stronger. But in the face of that strong layer of obstruction, it still couldn't move an inch. But the surface of the woozy steel dagger, which was originally hard, had more cracks as Wang Chong swung it again and again. No one knew how long the dagger could last. If this continued, it would probably be completely broken before long. Whoosh! Just as Wang Chong was focusing all his attention on the metal vein before him, a voice suddenly rang out. He heard a splashing sound coming from the underground river below him. This sound was still some distance away from Wang Chong's group, but in this dark and silent underground world, it was extremely abrupt. Not good. Jili Laozu carefully sensed for a few moments, and then he grimaced. Someone's coming. Is it those men in black? Wang Chong suddenly stopped and turned his head. Wang Chong hadn't expected these people to be so crafty. They had clearly left, but they had returned at this moment to launch a counterattack. No, it's even more troublesome. It's the successor of the origin immortal art. Jili Laozu raised his head to look at Wang Chong, and Wang Chong could clearly see that his face had turned extremely nasty. Wang Chong also grimaced at these words. How could this be? The atmosphere in the underground world instantly became tense. I don't know what's going on either. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. The lone silence ancestor also had shock in his eyes. But based on the direction he's coming from, it seems like he came down from where we came in. There's a high chance that those men in black accidentally lured the successor of the origin immortal art into the underground river. We made too much of a ruckus earlier, so he might have been drawn here. Wang Chong had never imagined that the ruckus of digging a tunnel would attract the origin immortal art successor. It was so quiet in the tunnel that one could hear a pin drop. Neither Wang Chong nor Jili Laozu said a word. The two of them had sealed off all their pores and restrained their auras as much as possible as they remained motionless in the tunnel. Whoosh! The ripples of the river were getting closer and closer to the pair. The successor of the origin immortal art was not swimming very quickly, but this only made them more nervous. No one knew what he would do next. Had he only heard the ruckus, or had he already noticed them? Thump, thump. In the darkness, everything but the thumping of their hearts seemed to stop. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. It's the fifth-generation successor. Finally, the origin immortal successor followed the undercurrent to where Wang Chong and Jili Laozu were. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he immediately recognized him. The sixth-generation successor was much stronger than the fifth-generation successor. Wang Chong had met him in the underground palace, so he was very familiar with his energy. And there was even worse to come. Not good. He seems to have noticed something. Jili Laozu's voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind. In the river, the fifth-generation successor had been swimming forward at a constant speed, but now he suddenly stopped and began to adjust his body. Moreover, he even raised his head and glanced in the direction of Wang Chong and Jili Laozu. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Wang Chong's expression was also tense, but at this moment, Wang Chong saw Jili Laozu's palm suddenly tremble. Rumble. In the next moment, a violent explosion suddenly rang out from the depths of the underground river in another direction. Gong Gong divine art. Wang Chong immediately realized what was going on. Jili Laozu's control over the flow of water was truly exquisite. Not even Wang Chong had noticed how he had managed to remotely control the water to explode. There were no psychic energy ripples, no obvious vibrations of stellar energy. The lone silence ancestor had done nothing to hide his identity. Whoosh! Within the icy river, the fifth-generation successor seemed to sense something and quickly changed directions. With a whoosh, he shot off into the distance. Young Master Wang, let's go. My water god art can still delay him for a while, but not for too long. Let's take advantage of this time to leave. Jili Laozu's expression was solemn as he spoke without any hesitation. Before he even finished speaking, his figure flickered and shot down the passage. Wait a moment. I want to give it another try. A voice came from behind. Jili Laozu, who had already flown more than 10 zhang away, heard this voice and came to a sudden stop. Young Master Wang, the fifth-generation successor, will return at any moment. The leaves are also running out. You said yourself that we can't stay here for more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Now is not the time to be swayed by emotions. Jili Laozu couldn't help but stomp his foot. Let me try again. Wang Chong looked ahead and said in a deep voice, If it really doesn't work, I'll leave with you. The underground river was quiet. At that moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was deathly still. After a long time, a sigh came from the river. Jili Laozu finally spoke. Chapter 1524. Jili Laozu had truly done all he could to do this. As one of the titans of the martial arts world, an existence on the same level as the Black Yin ancestor, he had never changed his mind for the sake of others. Wang Chong was probably the only one who had ever done this. Time ticked by, and Jili Laozu continued to draw the walking corpse even further away. A few moments later, Wang Chong pulled out the cracked, woozy steel dagger and stabbed it into the ore vein. Once, twice, thrice more and more cracks appeared on the woozy steel dagger, but Wang Chong seemed to not notice and continued to hammer away at the ore vein. The air was tense. Their opponent was not only the fifth-generation successor, but also the heir. Young Master Wang, we must go. Jili Laozu urged as he glanced outside. He didn't know what secret art the Origin Immortal Lord had used, but these walking corpses were not just corpses. They also possessed a certain level of consciousness. The fifth-generation successor, after moving several thousand meters away, was now changing directions and swimming toward the pair. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached them again. Wait a little longer, Wang Chong sternly said. His eyes were still focused on the metal vein in front of him. Time ticked by, and the sound of the woozy steel dagger thundered through the earth, each sound seemingly striking at Jili Laozu's heart. In the distance, the fifth-generation Walking Dead's aura was boundless, and the pressure he exuded was like a lighthouse in the darkness. This lighthouse was now less than 300 or 400 meters away from the passage they were digging. A few moments later, the fifth-generation successor would hear the sound of clawing and lunge at the pair. No, we have to go. Jili Laozu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Bang! Bang! The woozy steel dagger in Wang Chong's hand continued to strike the wall. Once, twice. Just when Jili Laozu was about to leave, suddenly a crisp sound rang in his ears. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. The only thing left in Jili Laozu's mind was that cracking sound. How is this possible? Jili Laozu shuddered and turned his head to look at Wang Chong. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Although he held a glimmer of hope in his heart, the probability was too small, less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the mother lode formed in this kind of metal vein was harder than steel. It was impossible to drill through it, but Wang Chong did it. Furthermore, it was during such a critical moment. Found the passage! A voice came from beside his ear. Wang Chong's expression was calm and incomparably calm. It was as if he did not notice Jili Laozu's reaction at all. This kind of vein is too hard. It's too difficult to form a mother lode on a large scale. It's just a mother lode that has just formed. As long as we hold on for a while, we'll be able to drill through it. After saying this, Wang Chong quickly removed the last obstacle in front of him. In a flash, he immediately entered the passage that had appeared in front of him. Splash! The sound of water splashing could be heard. The living dead had almost reached the passage that the two of them were in. Jili Laozu's heart trembled. He did not have time to think and immediately followed Wang Chong into the passage above. This passage was about 1 meter in diameter. It looked very strange in the vein. Wang Chong and Jili Laozu quickly moved forward. After about 20 or 30 meters, a huge bronze component in the shape of a handle immediately appeared in front of them. The bronze component was covered with patterns and ancient seals and words. It looked very old. So there's a mechanism here. Jili Laozu's mind trembled as he stared at the massive bronze component. Suddenly he understood. He had felt an indescribable sense of strangeness while they were digging through the passage. The Origin Immortal Lord's plans had been flawless, and he could not have made such an obvious mistake. Moreover, this vein was very hard and thick. There was no reason for it to suddenly become so thin. But when he saw the bronze component, Jili Laozu suddenly understood. This was not an oversight on the part of the Origin Immortal Lord or a deliberate opening, but a last resort. He had set up a large number of important mechanisms in the core of this metal vein. The two of them had heard at least 3 loud mechanical noises when they were underground, and even the huge metal vein was shaking. Such a huge commotion was definitely not something an ordinary trap could achieve. Not only that, the Origin Immortal Lord had also set up a large number of formations underground. Peak St. Martial experts could fly for a short time, but no one could do so here. Even birds would be pulled into the ground. And then there were the vast psychic seals. The Origin Immortal Lord had to ensure that all the martial artists in a radius of several dozen li would be affected by these seals, while also ensuring that they wouldn't be destroyed by other experts. In doing so, he had inevitably left behind some flaws in the vein. The two of them had clearly encountered a passage left behind by one of these mechanisms. Let's go. The underground palace is very complicated, and who knows where this passage leads to. Now is not the time to relax. Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, and just like Jili Laozu, he scanned his surroundings. He had clearly understood, but that was all he said. Wang Chong immediately lowered his body and began to advance. Wang Chong was very careful as he advanced through the passage, on guard against any danger that might appear around him. At the same time, he was constantly spreading out his psychic energy to investigate the surrounding terrain and where this mechanism led to. The Origin Immortal Lord had 6 successors in total. In other words, there were 6 powerful checkpoints, and not even Wang Chong was sure where this mechanism led to. If they could bypass all the checkpoints, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu would naturally be happy, but if they ended up going back to where they had started, the gains would not make up for the losses. Until everything was revealed, no one would know the answer. We're here. After some time, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu finally reached the end of the mechanism. Boom, boom, boom. But before Wang Chong and Jili Laozu could figure out what lay beyond the passage, an explosion of energy mixed with furious howls came from up ahead. Myriad energies return. Dragon roaming the firmament. Two furious roars came from up ahead. While Jili Laozu didn't notice, Wang Chong instantly paled. Master, village chief, Wang Chong called out and immediately leaped forward. Others might not know the names of these two techniques, but how could Wang Chong not? One was his master's myriad spirit sea art, and the other was Chief Wushang's white dragon divine art. When Wang Chong had entered the cave, he had lost contact with them, but Wang Chong had never imagined that he would hear their voices here. Thwish, thwish, thwish. Wang Chong shot forward like a bolt of lightning. At the end of the passage was a thick metal wall. No, this metal wall is at least 10 meters thick. It's impossible to force my way through. I have to find the mechanism as quickly as possible. At this moment, a voice spoke in his ear. It took only a few moments for Jili Laozu to understand. The sounds of fighting outside the cave were extremely intense. Furious shouts, the clashing of stellar energy, and the hissing of air could be heard endlessly. The situation was clearly dire, but for some reason, the Chief Wushang and the Evil Emperor seemed unable to hear Wang Chong and Jili Laozu. One of them was known as the number one of the Evil Path, a legendary figure of the martial arts world who had even reached the half-step subtle level. The other, though not as powerful, was not far off. An outsider would find it very difficult to imagine that anyone could force the Evil Emperor and the Chief of Wushang into the state. There has to be a way. There has to be. Wang Chong was extremely worried, and his psychic energy surged out like a tide as he scanned his surroundings. These passages were prepared for the origin immortal villagers. Since there's a way in, there's naturally a way out. They wouldn't have set up such a complicated opening mechanism for themselves, so the switch must be here nearby. The situation outside was clearly not optimistic, and Wang Chong was constantly imagining the origin immortal villagers appearing here and opening the mechanism. Bzzz. Suddenly, as Wang Chong's finger brushed against the wall, he felt an abnormally cold sensation. Compared to the other walls, though there was no difference on the surface, the temperature was clearly much lower. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong poured a surge of stellar energy into his palm and then pushed it forward. Boom! A moment later, Wang Chong and Jili Laozu watched as a crack appeared in the thick metal wall, through which a gentle ray of light shone in. The walls on either side of the crack were pulled apart, allowing Wang Chong to immediately see 3 figures engaged in fierce battle. One of them had a black robe and a head of hair, while the other had a white dragon flying around his body. These were none other than his master, the Evil Emperor, and the Chief of Wushang. In front of the two of them, vast and mighty golden light shone. 22 magnificent buildings were magnificent and majestic, shaking heaven and earth. In front of these 22 floors was a man dressed in the clothing of the Eastern Han Dynasty, exuding an imposing aura as he single-handedly suppressed his master, the Evil Emperor, and the Chief of Wushang. The two of them appeared to be in disarray, and they were at a complete disadvantage. At any moment, they could be heavily injured by the Origin Immortal Art successor. Master. With no time to think, Wang Chong immediately leaped into the palace. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong unleashed his psychic energy at the Origin Immortal Art successor. At the same time, Wang Chong summoned up his stellar energy, ignoring the danger of cultivation defect as he lunged forward. Great Destruction Art. Boom. Chapter 1525. Boom. An unprecedented experience surged through his mind. Wang Chong's psychic energy was so terrifying that it could instantly pierce through the toughest metal. But against this walking corpse from the Eastern Han Dynasty, Wang Chong's psychic energy felt like it had collided against a sturdy mountain. That boundless psychic energy was like a stream of water, pulverizing before it could even enter his body. Psychic seal. Wang Chong's heart chilled, a thought flitting through his mind. He was far too familiar with this feeling. It was just that the majority of psychic seals that Wang Chong had encountered had been set up as massive arrays. Wang Chong had never imagined that someone would carve such a psychic seal onto a person's body. And from this incomparably hard feeling, this psychic seal was probably even stronger than the one he had encountered in the underground cavern. This was an even more powerful and mysterious psychic seal that he had never seen before. But as these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's stellar energy slammed into the blinding golden light in front of him. Wang Chong's Great Destruction art was one of the strongest techniques of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art. In the entire world, there was almost nothing that it could not break through. Even a titan like Song Yuani would need to focus all of his attention on it. But when Wang Chong's Great Destruction art slammed into it, something that had never happened before happened. Buzz! As the two strongest stellar energies collided, the gentle golden light instantly transformed into a spinning golden compass the size of a millstone, and then a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 golden compasses of various sizes had appeared in front of Wang Chong. These compasses rotated like gears and connected with each other, finally forming a huge golden fortress. When Wang Chong's great art of destruction collided, the boundless destructive stellar chi was like a stream of water meeting a steel sieve. It was instantly split into tens of thousands of strands. Then, under the effect of the golden compasses, they split again and rapidly moved towards the second and third layers of the golden fortress. In just a few breaths of time, Wang Chong's stellar chi was immediately dissolved. How is this possible? When Wang Chong sensed the change in his stellar energy, his body shook violently and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. His opponent's energy was different from the great yin-yang heaven creation art. It was not divided into yin and yang energies, but it was actually able to disperse the purest destructive energy into nothing. Not even the great yin-yang heaven creation art could compare to this sort of conversion power. Wang Chong suddenly understood why his master had said that the supreme and infinite origin immortal art could make up for the innate flaws of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Chong-er, how could it be you? At this moment, the demonic emperor old man found it hard to conceal his shock. He had never imagined that the person who would charge into the palace and appear at his side would be Wang Chong. But there was no time to think. The evil emperor immediately roared, his voice brimming with anxiety and unease. Dodge! Boom! While Wang Chong was still reeling in shock, a majestic energy erupted from the golden fortress around the walking corpse. This energy was somewhat similar to Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art, but it was also completely different. It seemed to be mixed with an even more powerful energy. How could this be? In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to understand something and let out a cry of alarm. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, that majestic energy struck Wang Chong's body with astonishing speed, sending him flying like a rag doll. Bang! Wang Chong's body slammed into the wall, the enormous force jolting his organs. Wang Chong had already fallen into a state of cultivation defect, and the sudden impact caused his face to pale. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his aura to grow weaker and weaker. What a terrifying energy! For the first time, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented shock and shock. When cultivated to a high level, the supreme and infinite origin immortal art could actually neutralize an opponent's energy and return it to them. This power was simply unimaginable, far surpassing that of the 6th and 5th generation walking corpses that Wang Chong had encountered so far. Chong-er, are you all right? A panicked voice came from up ahead. The demonic emperor old man and the Wushang village chief were thrown into disarray by this sight. This 3rd generation of living dead was much more terrifying than the previous generations. His ability to give someone a taste of their own medicine was extremely terrifying, at least not seen in the previous generations of living dead. The chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had been fighting with him for some time now and were extremely familiar with this ability, but Wang Chong was clearly unprepared. "Master, don't worry about me. I'm fine." On the other side, Wang Chong's body slid to the side of the wall. With no time to think, he quickly sat down cross-legged, stuffed his last healing pill into his mouth, and began to adjust his energy. Each of the Origin Immortal Lord's disciples was a dazzling and terrifying individual. In a battle of this level, the slightest lapse in concentration could lead to unacceptable consequences. Wang Chong did not want his master and the chief of Wushang to be distracted by him. In the underground palace, the airflow surged and the astral winds howled. The battle was extremely intense. The strong airflow sent the heavy incense burner flying out of the underground palace, smashing into the wall and shattering it into pieces. The fragments scattered all over the ground. In the center of the palace, Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, was radiating a dazzling light, exuding countless streams of energy. He was using the myriad spirit sea art to its peak, and countless streams of energy, sharper than swords, bombarded the walking corpses like a torrent of mercury. Next to him, the chief of Wushang's hair and beard trembled as he unleashed 5 streams of energy in tandem with his white staff to bombard the walking corpses. In the Battle of Talas, the two of them had benefited greatly from Kateba and comprehended a portion of the subtle realm's power. It was only a matter of time before they reached the subtle realm. But against the walking corpses surrounded by a golden compass fortress, the two of them were forced into a passive position. If this continued, all of them, including Wang Chong, would die. "I'll help you." At this moment, Jili Laozu shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the walking corpses and entering the fray. But even the addition of Jili Laozu was only able to slightly alleviate the situation of the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang. But it was still of little help in defeating the walking corpses. The walking corpses' enormous ability to neutralize and counterattack was simply too powerful to be believed. If not for the fact that they were working together, and each of them was in existence at the peak of the martial path, an existence who could look down upon all the heroes of the world and possess vast experience in battle, any one of them would have been heavily injured. The atmosphere in the underground palace was extremely tense, and groans could be heard constantly. Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on the edge of the wall, rapidly adjusting his breathing. With the help of healing pills, the energy that had been scattered by the walking corpses began to gather through his meridians. But a moment later, as Wang Chong was completely focused on suppressing his injuries, a sharp pain came from the Du Meridian and DK Meridian on his back. The stellar energy that Wang Chong had worked so hard to gather was instantly scattered, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The crimson blood on the ground was a ghastly sight, and Wang Chong's aura was in disarray. How could this be? Wang Chong clutched his chest, his body trembling as he grimaced. He had never imagined that the periodic flare-ups of the great yin-yang heaven creation art would suddenly erupt at this moment. In an instant, not just the DK Meridian, but the nearby Tianyu Meridian, Hengong Meridian, and all the meridians in his body, including his dantian, began to convulse in chaos. The intense pain caused Wang Chong's face to turn ghastly white, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. But misfortunes never come without misfortunes. While Wang Chong's meridians were suffering from cultivation deviation, in the distance, the chief of Wushang, the evil emperor, and Jili Laozu were suffering from an unprecedented attack. Careful! He's going to use his ultimate move. A loud shout resounded through the underground palace. Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, had an anxious expression on his face, his long hair wildly dancing in the wind. At the same time, Jili Laozu, the chief of Wushang, and the evil emperor began to retreat, but it was too late. In his battle with the trio, the walking corpse seemed to have accumulated enough energy through the Origin Immortal Art. His aura swelled, and the dazzling Origin Immortal Stellar energy began to shine with an even brighter light. The majestic, 33 heavens that followed him like a shadow had even reached the point where it was about to materialize and materialize. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of golden compass-shaped fortresses around the walking corpse exploded for the first time. Accompanied by boundless origin immortal stellar energy, it swept toward the trio like a torrent or a stampede of horses. This attack was as fast as a bolt of lightning, catching up to the retreating trio. In a more open area, the trio might have had a chance to escape, but in this underground palace the space was cramped, and even that sliver of hope was obliterated. Boom! The weakest of the trio, Jili Laozu, was the first to be caught, followed by the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor. The tyranny of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art had already surpassed imagination. There was probably no technique in the world that was more masculine than this. Fwish! Chapter 1526. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the palace. After sending the three flying, the walking corpse shrieked, its hollow and terrifying eyes immediately turning to the strongest of the three, the demonic emperor old man, who posed the greatest threat. Master! Wang Chang's heart trembled as he sensed something, and his face paled. Even though the walking corpse had done nothing, Wang Chong sensed that his master was facing an unprecedented danger. Buzz! The next moment, the middle-aged man in the robe of the Eastern Han dynasty burst into golden light. Under everyone's gaze, he stretched out his right hand and reached behind his head. The 33 heavens in the shape of a building suddenly shrank and condensed into a golden halberd with 22 segments in the blink of an eye. This scene was too sudden, and everyone was extremely shocked when they saw it. No one had expected the 33 heavens behind the origin immortal sect successors to possess such a powerful ability. In the distance, the successor gripped the 33 heavens halberd in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he became one with the halberd, his aura swelling as he shot forward like a golden storm toward the distant evil emperor. At this moment, the atmosphere in the void immediately tensed up to the extreme. Not good. Chief of Wushang and the evil emperor grimaced at this sight. The evil emperor was the strongest of the three and the core of this battle. The demonic emperor old man had managed to block more than half of the formidable origin immortal stellar energy of the middle-aged successor. If it weren't for that, they would have been killed by the living corpses in a single clash, just like the Four Ends martial lord. Now that the walking corpse had killed the evil emperor, everyone else was doomed. Hurry and stop him! A furious roar resounded through the heavens. Boom, boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Jili Laozu and the chief of Wushang suppressed their injuries and shot forward at the same time. The chief of Wushang threw out his white cane, and with a roar, it transformed into a white dragon more than 10 meters long that lunged at the walking corpse. Behind Jili Laozu, a mist began to gather, transforming into countless blades of water and ice that shot toward the walking corpse. These blades of water and ice were one of Jili Laozu's supreme techniques. They could enter a martial artist's body through their pores and flow through their blood and meridians. Once they entered the body, their life or death would be beyond their control. This was one of Jili Laozu's terrifying aspects. Jili Laozu had little to do with this battle, but now that he had entered the underground palace, he was no longer in control. With the demonic emperor's death, Jili Laozu's only fate would be death. In the distance, the pale-faced evil emperor flew through the air. His clothes were stained with blood, but his expression remained calm and composed, as if nothing could ever move him. "Chong-er, run!" A voice rang out in Wang Chang's mind, and then there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The demonic emperor Zhang Wenfu, the chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu, 3 of the strongest titans of the world, collided with the middle-aged walking corpse. Ah! A few waves of shrill cries resounded in succession, and within the vast golden light, 3 figures were simultaneously blasted flying by the all-heaven energy that was like an enormous wave. Master! Wang Chang's body shuddered as he cried out in alarm. Even at the last moment, his master had always been worried about him. As he stared at the figure flying through the air and that elderly and familiar voice in his mind, Wang Chong felt his blood rush to his head. In the distance, countless golden feng shui compasses of various sizes were densely packed together in the spreading golden light, forming a huge fortress from front to back. Within the fortress, the middle-aged walking corpse had a cold expression, his back straight and his hand gripping the 22-segment golden halberd. He was like a towering mountain, completely unharmed. The Origin Immortal formation had completely nullified the attacks of the trio. The sight of the powerful walking corpse standing in the center of the palace, like a god of death, had them all gripped in despair. No one had expected that the combined strength of the three of them would still be unable to defeat him. The power of the Origin Immortal art had far surpassed their imagination. Boom! The earth quaked as the 8-meter-tall walking corpse gripped the golden halberd and took 2 steps forward, once more locking onto the evil emperor. Blood sprayed through the palace, and there was no one left to stop him. Master! Wang Chang's heart began to tremble at this sight. He gathered his stellar energy to stand up and join the battle. But he had barely begun to move when an intense pain came from all over his body, making him feel like he was being torn apart. At this moment, his internal injuries were far more serious than he had imagined. The continuous fierce battles, the incessant use of stellar energy, and the palm strike from the zombie in the underground palace had made him lose the ability to fight. Village Chief Jili Laozu, take Chong-er and leave this place. I'll delay this walking corpse. The demonic emperor old man's voice rang out in everyone's ears. His clothes were in tatters and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were fixed forward with absolute determination. The evil emperor was not panicked in the slightest. On the contrary, he exuded an aura of absolute composure, as if he had long ago come to a decision and had already made the necessary preparations. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, ignoring his injuries, the demonic emperor old man lunged at the walking corpse with an unstoppable momentum. Master! Wang Chong couldn't help but shout. Brother Wenfu! Evil emperor! In the palace! Chief of Wushang and Jili Laozu understood the evil emperor's resolve, and their hearts trembled in fear. Bang! Across from them, the stalwart walking corpse remained expressionless. As the evil emperor lunged at him, he stomped down with his foot and shot forward, like a cannonball. In that instant, a huge amount of stellar energy erupted like a tsunami. The vast golden light caused the world to lose its color, and even time seemed to stop at this moment. The supreme and infinite Origin Immortal art had been lost to the martial arts world for several hundred years. But even so, no one could shake its position as the #1 martial art of the Central Plains. Even supreme techniques like the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art or the Myriad Spirit Sea art paled in comparison to the Origin Immortal art. And though the successors of the Origin Immortal art had been cut off from the rest of the world for centuries, even millennia, they had still used their terrifying strength to demonstrate the Origin Immortal art status. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters as he watched his master's back and the approaching walking corpse. Wang Chang's heart darkened to the extreme. No, absolutely not. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his lips trembling, and his face drained of blood. In their interactions, his master had taken an extremely important place in his heart, and Wang Chong had come to view his master as a father. The stellar energy in his meridians was still rampaging, and he felt like he was being bitten by 10,000 ants. But what was about to happen was far more painful and difficult to accept. There has to be another chance. There has to be another chance. Wang Chang's eyes were bloodshot. His back was against the wall, and his body was trembling nonstop as he struggled to stand up. The stellar energy in his body was clashing with one another like 10,000 galloping horses, and he was on the verge of collapse and paralysis. But Wang Chong paid no attention. BZZZ. As Wang Chang's gaze passed over the magnificent golden compass fortress around the successor's body, Wang Chang's mind suddenly trembled. The golden light around the middle-aged walking corpse was too intense. The unparalleled strength he had displayed had overshadowed everything else, making others subconsciously remember his peerless strength and ignore the fact that these walking corpses had only been powerful martial artists when they were alive. They could still be injured, and they had all the flaws that others had. This walking corpse was surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of golden compasses of various sizes, and they formed a defensive fortress. Any stellar energy attack that encountered this golden fortress would be nullified layer by layer. But at this moment, when the walking corpse soared into the air, Wang Chong noticed for the first time that a palm-sized golden compass was missing from the place where the walking corpse's left little toe should have been. The compasses on the walking corpse's body were interconnected, and even the smallest part was protected by origin immortal stellar energy. Thus, when Wang Chong noticed that the bottom left corner of the fortress was missing a piece, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong. After his initial confusion, Wang Chong's mind froze as he suddenly understood something. His toe was injured. Wang Chong possessed formidable psychic energy, and after obtaining the power of the nightmare beast, his psychic energy was now far greater than that of his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. Although he couldn't use stellar energy, Wang Chong still had his powerful psychic energy. Wang Chong could almost instantly sense that this walking corpse was different from any of the other walking corpses he had seen before. His innate talent was extraordinary. He actually had 6 toes. A person born with 6 toes would definitely have different meridians than an ordinary person. Wang Chong didn't know if this walking corpse had cut off one of his toes to cultivate the origin immortal art, or if he had been injured in some battle, but he could clearly see that he was missing a 6th toe. Normally, it would have been very difficult to tell, but in his fierce battle with the evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu, the intense vibrations of stellar energy had clearly triggered this old injury, causing the cracks to open up once more. Chapter 1527. Buzz. Wang Chong's mind buzzed and his blood surged. He instinctively sensed that 1,000th of hope. Boom! As the walking corpse's vast stellar energy was about to crush down on his master, the evil emperor, Wang Chong's body trembled, and his powerful psychic energy burst out of his body like the sharpest of swords, piercing through the air to stab at the 6th missing toe of the walking corpse. The walking corpse's powerful cultivation, the origin immortal art that could nullify the great yin-yang heaven creation art and the myriad spirit sea art, and the golden compass fortress that was as sturdy as a mountain, were all useless before Wang Chong's psychic energy. Bzzz. In a flash, Wang Chong's physical psychic energy surged into the walking corpse's body. The moment Wang Chong's psychic energy pierced through, a completely different feeling welled up in his mind. It was like he had been transported from a narrow cave into a vast and boundless world. In stark contrast to the strength the walking corpse had displayed, when Wang Chong entered his body, he saw a completely different scene. Although the walking corpse was incredibly powerful, his psychic energy gave Wang Chong the feeling that it was in tatters, like a weak candle in the darkness. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it very difficult to believe that the psychic energy of the walking corpse was so weak. But even so, there was some sort of energy wrapped around this weak and fragmented psychic energy, allowing this weak candle flame to burn steadily. With no time to think, Wang Chong's psychic energy surged straight into the walking corpse's mind, meeting no resistance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's psychic energy struck the depths of the walking corpse's mind. Rumble. There was a massive boom. Although the walking corpse's psychic energy seemed weak, when Wang Chong's psychic energy collided with it, it felt like it had struck a sturdy fortress. At almost the same time, the middle-aged walking corpse trembled and turned his head to look at Wang Chong. The origin immortal stellar energy around his body seemed to suffer a heavy blow. its energy dropping by several levels. Boom! The golden fortress around the walking corpse's body erupted, sending the evil emperor flying with a palm strike. Although he had also been sent flying, the power was completely different. After sending the evil emperor flying, the walking corpse's body plummeted from the sky, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Chong, who was slumped against the wall at the edge of the palace. Unlike the dazed and lifeless eyes from before, for the first time, a cold, killing intent appeared in the corpse's hollow eyes. The walking corpse's attention was now completely focused on the evil emperor. What's going on? Jili Laozu and the chief of Wushang trembled in shock. No one knew what had happened, but there was no doubt that Wang Chong had done something. However, before they could think any further, in the next moment, pang! A foot stomped down heavily, and the boundless power caused the entire underground palace to tremble. The successor adjusted his direction and took several steps forward, at the same time locking onto Wang Chong with a powerful and sharp energy. For a moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not good. Chonger, danger. The three of them simultaneously sensed danger and, suppressing their injuries, lunged forward. Wang Chong's injuries were extremely severe, and in his current state, he would be doomed if he took a single palm strike. At the same time, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he smelled the suffocating stench of death. But at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move his body. Stop him! Chonga, let's go! Panicked shouts resounded through the palace. The three of them mobilized every ounce of energy in their bodies to lunge at the walking corpse. Their reactions were very fast, but they were still too slow. Boom! After a brief pause, light flashed, and the middle-aged man disappeared on the spot. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of danger welled up in Wang Chong's heart, a sensation that washed over him like a tide. But at this moment, Wang Chong had nowhere to retreat to. It's that psychic seal. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. No one else in the hall knew what was going on except for him. These walking corpses had died 700 years ago, and even the strongest martial artists could not endure the limits of their lifespans. But it was clear that, even in death, they had left something behind. Their bodies had died long ago, and their souls had been shattered, but their shattered consciousnesses had been preserved by a powerful psychic seal. This was why their eyes were empty and lifeless, but they possessed a powerful fighting instinct and reflexes. When Wang Chong and Jili Laozu were excavating the mine, they had even encountered a fifth generation walking along the underground river in search of them. This was not something that a pure corpse could do. But Wang Chong's psychic energy attack had struck the powerful psychic seal around his consciousness. Although he had successfully resolved the crisis, his master, the evil emperor, Wang Chong had become the #1 target of the walking corpse. Although he could see nothing, Wang Chong's psychic energy could sense that the walking corpse was rapidly approaching him. In this moment of life and death, Wang Chong exploded with all his potential. Beast-taming art. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong used this psychic seal. At Tala's, Wang Chong had even been able to control the behemoths, and in the end he had used this technique to defeat the powerful Arab psychic energy practitioner Mazel. Wang Chong's psychic energy was many times stronger than it had been at the time, and the power of this psychic art was on a completely different level. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's tangible psychic energy rained down on the ancient psychic seal on the walking corpse's body. In the psychic world, where the naked eye could not see, the sounds of the fierce collisions were echoing through the world and filling the mind of the walking corpse. However, unexpectedly, when this berserk mental attack that even a St. Martial realm expert would find hard to endure collided with the mental seal, it was as if it had collided with the toughest barrier. All the attacks came to a screeching halt in front of the psychic seal. The storm-like attacks only caused the barrier to tremble slightly, but the walking corpse was not affected in the slightest, continuing to charge at Wang Chong with astonishing speed. As the distance between the two continued to close, Wang Chong felt a powerful pressure wash over him like a tsunami, so intense that it was almost suffocating. How could this be? Just what sort of seal is this? How could it be so tough? In a flash, Wang Chong grimaced and cold sweat began to pour from his forehead. The beast-taming art was his strongest technique and the best weapon against the walking corpse. But if he could not destroy this ancient psychic seal, Wang Chong would die. But although this powerful psychic seal had blocked all of Wang Chong's attacks, it had also stimulated Wang Chong's desire to fight. Even an ant wanted to live, much less a man. No matter what, he could not die here, at least not now. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chong summoned all the psychic energy in his body, unleashing all the psychic seal and psychic seal he knew against the psychic seal in the walking corpse's mind. In what seemed like both a second and like countless centuries, several dozen meters passed in the blink of an eye. As the evil emperor, chief of Wushan, and Jili Laozu looked on in fear, a ghastly white hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed at Wang Chong's head. Behind it, the expressionless face of the walking corpse appeared like a phantom, its hollow eyes seemingly announcing Wang Chong's death. Given the strength of the successor, he could easily crush Wang Chong's head with just a light clench of his fingers. Chong-er! Bang! The three were doing their utmost to reach Wang Chong, and the evil emperor's heart trembled at this sight. His entire body felt like it had been plunged into an ice house, and even his blood felt like it was about to freeze. As a great demon of the evil path that caused everyone in the martial arts world to pale at the mention of his name, no matter what kind of opponent he encountered, what kind of difficulty he faced, or what kind of situation he was in, his mind would not tremble in the slightest. There was nothing that could make him feel despair. But when he saw that his last and proudest disciple was about to die at the hands of the walking corpse, the evil emperor's heart turned cold, and for the first time, a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. His life had been both lowly and glorious. He had dominated over thousands of martial artists, forcing the experts of both the righteous and evil paths to submit to him, forging a legendary life. Although the betrayal of his traitorous disciple had ultimately ruined his efforts, the demonic emperor old man had no regrets in looking down from his high vantage point. The only person he cared about was this disciple. This was why he had come to the northwest. The evil emperor could disregard his own safety, and he could even face the walking corpse alone without any hesitation or fear. But the evil emperor could never let go of Wang Chong. Chapter 1528. Buzz. Time froze, and in a place that the three of them couldn't see, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound could be heard. It was as if something had been shattered, and the walking corpse trembled. Then it froze in place, motionless. That destructive, earth-extinguishing power that had been surging out of him suddenly stopped. How could this be? In an instant, the three of them were extremely shocked. All three of them had personally experienced the strength of the walking corpse. His mountain-shattering origin immortal stellar energy was practically unstoppable, and even the three of them had been sent flying. Moreover, Wang Chong was still in a state of cultivation defect and unable to move. But now, this death-like existence had suddenly stopped moving, as if he had become a statue. Could he? At the very back, Jili Laozu suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. As he stared at the motionless walking corpse, he seemed to think of something, but this idea was so shocking that not even Jili Laozu dared to believe it. Whoosh! At this moment, a powerful suction suddenly appeared and pulled Wang Chong out from under the walking corpse's palm. Chong-er, how are you? A concerned voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. The evil emperor had no time to think about what had happened to the walking corpse, so he first rescued Wang Chong. The evil emperor was most concerned about his true disciple, Wang Chong. Master, I'm fine. Wang Chong shook his head. His face was deathly pale, even paler than before. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Chong-er, the successor of the origin immortal art, you. Just now, could it be that you really... At almost the same time, a familiar voice rang out in his ear. The chief of Wushang had put away his white cane and was now walking forward. He glanced at the walking corpse and then at Wang Chong, hesitating to speak. "Senior, master, I truly did control him." As if knowing what the chief of Wushang wanted to say, Wang Chong raised his head, a weak but completely relaxed smile on his lips. "Buzz!" For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The three titans of the martial arts world, all of them close to the generation of Wang Chong's grandfather, glanced at each other, their bodies stiff, and for a moment they were speechless. Even the evil emperor, who was the most concerned about Wang Chong, had a look of disbelief on his face. Guessing was one thing, but hearing it from Wang Chong's mouth was another. How could this be? The chief of Wushang gasped, somewhat losing his composure. These were the disciples of the Origin Immortal Lord, the successors of the world's #1 art, the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal Art. Each one of them was a dazzling genius, an existence that no one in the world could match. And this third-generation successor of the Eastern Han Dynasty was already half a step into the subtle realm, infinitesimally close to the subtle realm. He was far more powerful than the other guardians of the palace or walking corpse. The power and profoundness of the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal Art made his true strength far surpass that of ordinary subtle realm experts. This was also the reason why he had spent so much time fighting the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu, and why he had almost died at his hands. But now, Wang Chong was saying that he had controlled him. He had controlled a subtle realm expert, and he was in a state of cultivation defect on the verge of collapse. At the time, the three of them had almost believed that Wang Chong would die at his hands. Wang Chong chuckled, not hiding anything, and recounted the course of the battle. In the eyes of the others, including the chief of Wushang and Jili Laozu, Wang Chong had performed an impossible miracle and even captured a terrifying expert who could match a subtle realm expert. This was truly an enviable feat, but only Wang Chong knew just how dangerous that final battle had been. At the time, Wang Chong's psychic energy had been of little use against the third-generation successor. There had even been a moment when Wang Chong himself had despaired and believed that he really would die at the hands of the successor. But in the end, Wang Chong had still been one step ahead. In the end, a psychic seal that had lasted for nearly 1,000 years could not compare to the power of its peak. As time faded away, even the user had been obliterated by the vast flood of time, let alone the seal itself. Wang Chong had won in the end, not because of anything else, but because he had suddenly comprehended a principle from the shuddering and transformation of the seal. Psychic energy was also a kind of ability. Although the psychic seal in the bodies of these walking corpses was powerful, it could not last for long. Every bit of psychic energy consumed was a bit less. This was why they had carved an ancient psychic seal on their bodies that could reflect psychic energy. This was a clash of psychic energy. The level of the seal was unimaginably high, but in the end, Wang Chong had relied on his tangible psychic energy to win this dangerous battle. Everyone in the palace stared in shock at Wang Chong's account for a very long time. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the powerful seal left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord had actually been broken by Wang Chong, and he had even taken control of the third generation of walking corpses under his command. If this were to get out, all the martial artists of the world would be stunned. Every successor of the Origin Immortal Art was hailed as the uncrowned king of their generation, the true #1 in the world. But Wang Chong had actually succeeded in taking control of one of them. Even the demonic Emperor Old Man was speechless when he thought about how the three of them had been no match for him just now. And when he looked at his disciple, he couldn't say anything. "Your Highness, can you make that walking corpse move a little?" Jili Laozu cautiously asked, even changing the way he addressed Wang Chong. The evil emperor and chief of Wushang did not notice, but Wang Chong shot a meaningful glance at Jili Laozu, a smirk on his face. At this moment, he seemed to see through something, but Wang Chong said nothing. Wang Chong nodded. Although I've taken control of this walking corpse, I still need to wrap things up. Give me a moment. Wang Chong closed his eyes and communicated with the mind of the third-generation walking corpse. A few moments later, the motionless third-generation walking corpse at the edge of the palace suddenly trembled and stood up. Boom! A moment later, the third-generation successor turned around and stared at the four of them with lifeless eyes. There was a boom, and then there was a burst of golden light. Boundless, destructive, origin, immortal stellar energy burst out of his body like a tide, only stopping after reaching around 6 or 7 meters, and then surging without end. Wang Chong, can you control him to use those golden compasses? Chief of Wushang suddenly asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The golden compasses formed by the origin immortal art were the world's strongest defensive art. They could completely defend against the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the myriad spirit sea art, the chief of Wushang's Yang Rin divine art, the white dragon divine art, and Jili Laozu's Gong divine art. This alone made it the #1 technique in the world. If Wang Chong could also use this golden compasses after controlling the third-generation walking corpse, they would have an additional means of survival in this dangerous palace. They would also be able to deal with the endless traps and mechanisms of the origin immortal treasury. Let me try. Wang Chong opened his eyes. Boom! A few moments later, an even more dazzling and majestic golden light erupted. In the blink of an eye, a golden compass the size of a millstone had appeared in the origin immortal stellar energy around the third-generation walking corpse. Following that, hundreds of golden compasses surged out, and in just a moment, a magnificent, majestic, and astonishing golden fortress formation immediately appeared before everyone. This golden compass fortress was as tall as 2 people, and it surrounded the third-generation walking corpse from all sides. Bathed in golden light, it was like a god of war that seemed impossible to defeat. The evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu were all stunned and then elated. Ha ha ha, wonderful! Your Highness, with this walking corpse, will truly have a protective talisman in this palace. No matter where we go, we'll be much safer. Jili Laozu looked at this walking corpse and heartily laughed, a strange light in his eyes. He had believed that all of them would die in that dangerous battle. But who would have thought that there would be a twist and a third-generation walking dead? Although the evil emperor and chief of Wushang said nothing, the gratification in their eyes as they looked at Wang Chong was enough to explain everything. Chong-er, it seems like you've already surpassed your master. The evil emperor sighed. There's no need for the master to be inferior to the disciple, and there's no need for the disciple to be inferior to the master. The evil emperor was sincerely happy that Wang Chong had shown such a performance. Meanwhile, the battle was far from over. Under Wang Chong's control, the third-generation walking corpse's back began to glow with light, and the 33 heavens once more appeared, illuminating the palace like a blazing sun, casting a golden halo over the darkness. The third-generation walking corpse waved his hand, and the collapsed 33 heavens began to shrink inward, once more transforming into a halberd with 22 segments and covered in profound golden talismans. This made the third-generation walking corpse seem even more powerful, and his aura swelled to a terrifying level. Even the Arab war god Wang Chong had encountered at Tala's paled in comparison to this third-generation walking corpse. Recommending to a friend's new book, Azura of Destiny, an outer sect disciple who was so weak at fighting that the entire sect kept their distance from him, filled with jealousy and hatred. Elder Hao, I was ambushed by someone. Can you compensate me with 20 spirit recovery pills so that I can recover? Elder Ge, can you give me some origin crystals? This storage bag of yours looks pretty good too. Chapter 1529. With the battle over, the 4 of them began to rest. Wang Chong had suffered the heaviest injuries, but the evil emperor, Chief Wushang, and Jili Laozu were also heavily injured. The 4 of them were severely weakened, and in this place filled with traps, they could lose their lives at any moment. Moreover, no one knew when the martial artists from the other sects, the mysterious men in black, and the equally cruel and callous Origin immortal villagers would come in. Before that, they needed to recover as quickly as possible so that they could continue their exploration. Recovering energy underground was no easy task, but with the help of the third-generation successor, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Bang! A palm pressed down on Wang Chang's shoulder, pouring in Origin immortal stellar energy. The symptoms of Wang Chang's cultivation defect were first suppressed, and Jili Laozu's recovery pills immediately mostly healed. After treating his own injuries, Wang Chong had the third-generation successor pour his energy into the bodies of the evil emperor, Chief Wushang, and Jili Laozu. With the help of a half-step Origin immortal art successor, the trio's injuries healed much faster than expected. Let's go! A few moments later, the evil emperor stood up and looked forward. The others were still in the rear, and the earlier they could enter the core of the Origin immortal treasury, the earlier they could obtain the world's #1 Origin immortal art. Chong'er, did you find that thing? As they continued forward, the evil emperor brought up the rear and sent a strand of psychic energy into Wang Chang's mind. No, his consciousness is in tatters. I only managed to obtain the first layer of the Origin immortal art. I didn't get anything else. Wang Chong knew what his master, the evil emperor, was asking, so he replied using his psychic energy as well. In this battle, Wang Chong had not only gained control of the third-generation successor, but had also gained some other benefits. A simple scan of Wang Chong's psychic energy allowed him to gain a basic understanding of how the Origin immortal art worked. The consciousness fragment of the third-generation successor was a huge treasure to a soul warlock like Wang Chong. As Wang Chong used the beast-taming art to control him, he also obtained his fragmented memories. Most importantly, Wang Chong had obtained the first layer of the supreme and infinite Origin immortal art. This was definitely an unexpected gain. The Origin immortal lord's plans were flawless. He wouldn't have easily allowed us to obtain the complete Origin immortal art from these walking corpses. However, for you to be able to obtain the first level of the cultivation technique is already quite good. At the very least, it will be able to help your internal injuries to a certain extent. These last words were the true goal of the evil emperor. The Origin immortal art's dispelling abilities were simply too terrifying, and only the Origin immortal art could deal with the nearly 1,000 kinds of chaotic stellar energies in Wang Chang's body. Your disciple is already doing his best to comprehend it, Wang Chong sternly said. The first layer of the Origin immortal art had more than 3,000 characters, each one so profound and cryptic that an ordinary person would find it impossible to understand. Time was limited, so Wang Chong could only compare the circulation of the Origin immortal art with a third-generation successor to speed up his comprehension. Comprehending the Origin immortal art in a single night was impossible. But for Wang Chong, comprehending the Origin immortal art was already of great help to his cultivation defect. The sound of footsteps echoed through the underground palace. Behind the palace, guarded by the third-generation successor, was a long corridor. The cyan metal walls were engraved with some mysterious patterns, as well as some complicated patterns. Each of these images depicted a scene from the apocalypse. All of them exuded a mysterious aura. Even Jili Laozu could vaguely sense that this underground cave was not as simple as a treasury. Careful! Halfway through the corridor, Jili Laozu suddenly called out, his eyes looking forward with extreme caution. Up ahead is the territory of the second-generation successor. Everyone has seen the strength of the third-generation successor, but the second generation is even more terrifying. Everyone must not be careless. In an instant, all was silent. The entire long corridor was dead silent. An invisible tension was spreading in the air. Chong'er, are you ready? The evil emperor suddenly turned his head to Wang Chong, and at almost the same time, Chief Wushang and Jili Laozu turned to Wang Chong. Wang Chong met the gazes of his seniors and gave a solemn nod. Buzz. In the next moment, boundless stellar energy surged out of the third-generation successor's body like a golden wave, transforming into a golden dome that enveloped an area of several dozen meters around him. At the same time, it also enveloped Wang Chong's group. The origin immortal art energy of the third-generation successor was used to conceal the group, while also doing their best to hide it from the senses of the second-generation and first-generation successors. This was the strategy that Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and Jili Laozu had devised while recuperating from their injuries. This was the plan that Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, and the lone silence ancestor had come up with while recuperating from their injuries. Each of the 6 successors was stronger than the last, and the third-generation successor was already so terrifying. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to fight with the second generation and first generation. Each of the 6 undead was stronger than the last. The third generation was already so terrifying, and unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to fight against the stronger second generation and first generation. Hiss! Under everyone's gazes, Wang Chong took in a deep breath and quickly had the third-generation successor walk over to his side and slap him on the shoulder. Majestic origin immortal stellar energy surged into his body, and a moment later, Wang Chong used the great yin-yang heaven creation art, absorbing the stellar energy condensed from the world's #1 technique into his body. This stellar energy swiftly swam through his limbs and bones. In the world, the peerlessly powerful origin immortal stellar energy was probably the only thing that Wang Chong could absorb without worry. Boom! Not long after the origin immortal stellar energy entered his body, Wang Chong kept a portion of it while he used the great yin-yang heaven creation art to send the rest into Jili Laozu, Chief Wushang, and his master, the evil emperor. Upon receiving this origin immortal stellar energy, the trio's auras instantly changed. For living people and one walking corpse, all of their auras blended into one. If one didn't look for them carefully, it would be impossible to notice them. Let's go! With the walking corpse in the lead and Wang Chong and the evil emperor in the rear, the group carefully advanced. No one knew if this move would work on the second-generation successor or if it could fool his senses. But if it couldn't, all of them would be doomed. With their hearts in their throats, Wang Chong's group crossed several dozen zhang in the blink of an eye and reached the end of the corridor. An even more spacious and ancient underground palace appeared before them. Massive stone pillars so thick that it would take 2 men to wrap their arms around them appeared before their eyes. Going up along the stone pillars, above the cyan underground palace, rays of moonlight radiated out. Those were gigantic, luminous pearls. The ground was inlaid with images of the black mandate bird and Kuei dragon. It's the style of the Western Han. The origin immortal lord's second disciple was from the Western Han. This thought suddenly flitted through Wang Chong's mind. However, before they could think about it, in the next moment, everyone heard a cracking sound. It was extremely ear-piercing in the spacious hall. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound. On the opposite side of this underground palace, along the pill pit, there was a simple and unadorned white jade throne standing above the main hall. Above the white jade throne, a ball of distorted golden light floated in the air like a bright sun. Through the golden light, one could vaguely make out an armored figure, exuding an extraordinary aura. As everyone looked at the ball of golden light, the figure in the golden light seemed to turn his neck to look at them. That cracking sound was the sound he made when he turned his neck. An indescribably bizarre feeling surged into everyone's mind. No one had expected to see the second-generation successor of the origin immortal art in this sort of situation. The underground palace was eerily silent, everyone holding their breaths. All the pores on their bodies had been sealed off long ago, and not a shred of energy leaked out. The second-generation successor was still in the air and had yet to reveal his true face, but everyone felt an intense sense of danger as if they were facing a powerful foe. The second-generation successor's ability to float in the air was already far superior to the third-generation successor's. No one knew what would happen next. But there was no doubt that if the plan failed, they would be greeted with a thunderous blow. Buzz! In front of everyone's eyes, the golden ball of light that was like a bright sun slowly descended. When the golden light dissipated, a figure wearing full body armor with a dignified expression appeared in front of everyone, sitting on a white jade throne. His eyes were tightly shut and his body was motionless, but very quickly his eyelids twitched, following which a pair of incomparably bright eyes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. How could this be? In an instant, everyone's hearts jolted. They immediately felt that the living dead in front of them was completely different from any generation they had encountered before. His eyes were not empty and lifeless like the third-generation successors, but as dazzling and bright as the stars in the sky. His remnant consciousness is much stronger than that of other walking corpses. As this thought flitted through Wang Chang's mind, he felt an ill foreboding. After his battle with the third-generation successor, Wang Chong had basically understood the secret of these walking corpses. They had been able to preserve such powerful fighting power even after death and guard the palace and the core treasury precisely because their fragmented consciousnesses from when they were alive had been preserved by ancient seals. By relying on these fragmented consciousnesses, these walking corpses could stand guard within the palace and attack any outsider who entered. And the stronger their consciousnesses, the better their ability to fight and react, and the more they could respond to the changes in the outside world. The operation of Wang Chang's group was entirely based on the fact that all the walking corpses maintained a consciousness similar to the third-generation successors, but the second-generation successors' consciousness was clearly much stronger. This meant that they were in danger of being seen through at any moment. Chapter 1530. What do we do? Jili Laozu and the chief of Wushang almost subconsciously turned to the evil emperor. Chong-er, you make the arrangements. At this moment, the demonic emperor old man's voice resounded in Wang Chang's mind, suffused with absolute trust and support. Wang Chong nodded his head in response. No matter how difficult it was, he had to try, because this was the only way out. Wang Chong had already sensed it a moment ago. The supreme and infinite origin immortal art was extremely helpful to the condition of his body. Just the first level of the mental cultivation method had already greatly improved the condition of his body. If he could obtain the complete origin immortal art, he might be able to make up for the innate flaw of this art and bring it to an even higher level. He might even be able to reach the same level as the origin immortal art, or perhaps comprehend a new supreme art. A moment later, Wang Chong had the third-generation successor take a step forward. Bang! This simple step had the minds of all four of them reeling. The moment the foot touched the ground, the entire palace seemed to tremble. The four of them nervously stared at the second-generation successor on the white jade throne, not daring to miss even the smallest movement of his body. The plan was the plan, but reality was reality. The first step was to verify that this successor would not attack another successor who had left his territory. If they could not do this, then everything else would just be wishful thinking. As expected, this small step caused the second-generation successor to immediately look over. All of them were extremely nervous, and even Wang Chang's expression turned grave. Buzz! In front of everyone's eyes, the second-generation successor suddenly stood up from his throne. This action immediately caused everyone to grimace, and they all had an extremely ill foreboding. How could this be? Could it be that the consciousness of the living dead is so strong? Even the other living dead are not allowed to set foot in here. Wang Chang's heart surged as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Chong-er, get ready. Almost at the same time, the evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu all tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, just as everyone's hearts were in torment, the burly figure stood up from his throne and did not move again. The two living dead looked at each other from afar as if they had turned into statues. In the passageway, seeing this scene, everyone was startled. Immediately after, they understood something, and their hearts immediately calmed down. The living dead have their own duties. This has never happened before. This living dead is familiarizing himself with his aura. Wang Chong thought to himself, vaguely understanding something. But the dust had yet to settle, and Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. Time slowly passed, and after what seemed like a very long time, the second-generation successor, sitting in front of the white jade throne, finally looked away, his expression much gentler. Whoosh! Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. To them, this brief moment felt longer than a century. On the other side, Wang Chong's heart slightly relaxed, and he had the third-generation successor move forward once more. Buzz! Wang! The second-generation successor looked over again, but his gaze was much gentler than before, and he didn't seem as wary as before. Master, seniors, it's our turn. Wang Chong's voice rang out in their ears through psychic energy. The first test was successful, and the next step was to use the third-generation successor's aura. They had to find a way to conceal themselves and leave right under his nose. This was a step that concerned their lives, so Wang Chong's expression was solemn, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The third-generation successor took the lead, and the other four followed behind, moving forward step by step. Sure enough, with the third-generation successor's aura concealing them, they did not attract too much attention. During this process, the second-generation successor didn't even look at them. With this successful test, everyone's confidence soared. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Chong was constantly picking up his pace. During this entire process, the second-generation successor, who was like a god sitting high above him, only occasionally glancing at them, seemed to completely ignore them. It was as if Wang Chong and the others did not exist in his eyes. Success! Jili Laozu's brows relaxed, and even demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu's solemn expression relaxed. This was truly an unexpected harvest. Wang Chong's capture of the third-generation successor had completely changed their plans. As long as they could deceive the second-generation successor, they could use the same method to deceive the strongest successor. This way, they would not have to go through an intense battle and would be able to preserve more of their strength. This was something no one had dared to imagine before. Carefully traversing through the long corridor, the group smoothly entered the palace guarded by the second-generation successor. Moreover, they traversed the entire hall without encountering any danger. At some point, they had crossed the red steps and reached the top, but slowly the atmosphere grew solemn once more. Only the last trial is left. Wang Chong's expression turned solemn once more as he looked past the second-generation successor to the back of the hall. Not far behind the second-generation successor was a narrow passage. This was the only exit to the palace, as well as the only path. If they wanted to enter, they would have to pass by the white jade throne, but the second-generation successor just happened to be standing right next to the throne. In a flash, all of them stopped at a place not far from the second-generation successor. Your Highness, we're too close. At such a close distance, the concealment effect of the origin immortal stellar energy will be greatly reduced. Is there any way to use psychic energy to control him like the third-generation successor? Jili Laozu's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. The second-generation successor truly was very powerful, and his golden light was even purer than the third generation's. He hadn't even used any of his power, but he was already exerting an immense pressure on everyone. And with the third-generation successor as a prime example, they couldn't help but wonder if they could control the second generation like they had controlled the third-generation successor. A second-generation arcane realm cultivator and a half-arcane arcane realm cultivator. With these two Grand Luo heirs, the group could practically walk straight into this place as if there was no one there. At the very least, there were very few people who could threaten them. No. Wang Chong shook his head. The successors of the Origin Immortal art died long ago, so psychic energy is their greatest weakness. But it's also for this reason that they have powerful defenses against psychic energy attacks. If we use psychic energy to attack now, we'll probably immediately suffer a counterattack. Our concealment of energy will be for naught. Moreover, I was only able to control the third-generation successor because the third-generation successor has a wound on his body, a weakness. However, from what I've been observing, this second-generation successor is completely unscathed. Even his armor isn't damaged in the slightest. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for my psychic energy to enter his body and control it. Battles in the psychic energy domain were far more dangerous than outsiders imagined. Even in the process of capturing the third-generation successor, if Wang Chong hadn't been a step ahead and broken through the third-generation successor's defenses, he would have been the one dead. Although Jili Laozu had an extraordinary cultivation level and psychic energy, he was more of a pure martial artist than a psychic energy practitioner, so he naturally didn't understand that battles in the psychic energy domain were far more dangerous than he had imagined. Same rules. Move slowly and do your best not to attract the second-generation successor's attention. At this moment, the demonic emperor old man spoke. Everyone snapped out of their daze and nodded in unison. The third-generation successor was the first to move, followed by the chief of Wushang, Jili Laozu, Wang Chong, and the evil emperor. As the distance between the two drew closer, the second-generation zombie beside the white jade throne seemed to sense something and looked over again. But this time there was no way out, and the atmosphere became tense once more. Time ticked by, and soon the third-generation successor was the first to reach the white jade throne. The second-generation successor seemed to sense something and looked in the third-generation successor's direction with a hint of doubt in his eyes. This subtle change caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. Continue. The evil emperor's voice resounded in everyone's minds once more. Although the second-generation successor seemed different from before, he hadn't made a move yet. This was their chance. As long as there was the slightest hope of passing without a fight, they couldn't give up. At the top of the white jade stairway, the four of them stood motionless. Finally, it was the Wushang village chief's turn. His expression was calm as he gripped his white cane and slowly made his way from the top of the stairs to the white jade throne. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly lest they startle the second-generation successor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everyone's eyes followed the chief of Wushang's every step. It was a short journey, but it took them half a cup of tea's time. Finally, when they saw the chief of Wushang successfully reach the white jade throne, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the chief of Wushang in the lead, everyone followed the same pattern and walked toward the white jade stairway. Jili Laozu, Wang Chong, and then the evil emperor. The entire process was like walking on thin ice. But in the end, even the evil emperor managed to reach the white jade throne. The four of them gathered around the white jade throne, their hearts stretched taut, not daring to relax in the slightest. At this distance, they were less than a meter away from the third-generation successor. Wang Chong could even see the black eyebrows on the second-generation successor's forehead, the fine lines on his skin, the fluff on his ears, and the simple patterns on his armor. Chapter 1531. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike. Here the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The second-generation zombie, who was right next to them, was like the sword of Damocles that was hanging above everybody's head, ready to slash down at any moment and push everybody into a boundless abyss. Above the red steps, around the throne, the atmosphere maintained a subtle balance. No one dared to make a move. The second-generation successor looked suspiciously at the crowd, but he made no further moves. But even so, none of them dared to be careless. Hurry! The demonic emperor old man urged. Standing here was like being roasted by fire. It was far too dangerous. The urgent task at hand was to leave as quickly as possible and enter that passage. Chief Wushang was the first to move, followed by Jili Laozu and Wang Chong. Everything was the same as before, but the third-generation successor, who had been scouting ahead, was now at the very back to guard against any possible attack from the second-generation successor. Everyone cooperated with each other and moved carefully. One by one, they passed through safely. The entire process was more daunting than dangerous. Apart from glancing at them as they moved, the second-generation successor didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But when Jili Laozu was halfway through, something completely unexpected happened. Rumble! All of a sudden, without any sign, the earth and sky shook. The entire underground palace, including the entire metal or vein, began to shake violently as if an invisible hand was shaking the entire vein. Not only that, but at the same time as the ground shook, everyone heard a deafening sound of a giant machine. It's the origin of mortal villagers. Wang Chong's heart chilled as this thought flitted through his mind. Wang Chong was no stranger to these massive tremors and clattering mechanisms. He had heard them at least 3 times in the underground river. It seemed like the origin of mortal villagers were using the massive mechanisms of the mine to deal with the men in black. Back in the underground river, Wang Chong didn't have much of a reaction. But now, Wang Chong suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. Not good. Be careful. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Falling rocks. Rumble. Just then, a violent sound of something tearing through the air came from above. The few of them raised their heads and saw that the ceiling of the underground palace seemed to be affected by the tremors. Pieces of were falling in their direction. Above the stairway where the 4 of them were, more than 40 large and small oars with distinct edges and corners rolled and smashed in their direction. One of them had a diameter of more than 2 meters and was larger than a human. It seemed to weigh at least 6,000 to 7,000 kilograms. Suddenly, it collapsed from the top of the cave, dragging a dozen other rocks along with it. It rolled and tumbled at an alarming speed toward Jili Laozu. Wang Chong and the evil emperor were also caught in the blast. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. The plan could not keep up with the changes. This was a scene that no one had expected. Boom! Almost instinctively, Jili Laozu raised his palm and was about to smash it at the rock overhead. Against such a heavy rock, even a martial artist would be doomed if he didn't use his energy. But before he could do anything, boom! In a flash of golden light, an arm rose up and shattered the falling rocks. The third-generation successor under Wang Chong's control had finally struck. Rather than letting Jili Laozu strike, it was better to let the third-generation successor do it. Chong-ah! Behind Wang Chong, the evil emperor's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Boom! Almost at the same time that the boulder was smashed, the mountain range trembled. An astonishing, never-before-seen aura gushed out with a momentum that could devour the heavens and the seas. It was as if the sun was shining down on all things, radiating across the entire void. This aura contained an enormous pressure. As soon as it appeared, it was as if 10,000 horses were marching in unison, instantly filling every corner of the underground palace. Chief of Wushang, Jili Laozu, Wang Chong, and the evil emperor all stiffened, the blood draining from their faces. What they had been most worried about had finally happened. The trembling of the mine, the falling rocks, and the third-generation successor's attack had finally alarmed the second-generation successor standing next to the white jade throne. Cackalack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard as the second-generation successor suddenly turned around, his dim eyes blazing with a dazzling radiance as he stared at Wang Chong's group. Not only that, the second-generation successor's body exploded with golden light, and the golden flames that had only been several feet long instantly expanded to several dozen feet. Even space itself began to distort, and the second-generation successor's body began to grow blurry. The aura erupting from his body instantly surpassed that of the third-generation successor and directly entered the subtle realm. Boom! The symbol of the origin immortal art, the 33 heavens, appeared behind the second-generation successor. But unlike the third-generation successor, the 33 heavens behind the second-generation successor was vast and vast. Its top actually sank directly into the ceiling of the underground palace, making it impossible to see how heavy his 33 heavens was. The moment the 33 heavens appeared, there was a series of metallic clangs as the second generation's golden light transformed into countless golden compasses. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into a fortress of compasses that completely dwarfed the third-generation successor. Both of them were golden compasses, but the third generation's only seemed exquisite and beautiful, while the second generation's had become so solid that it seemed to be cast from stellar energy. In this aspect alone, the second-generation successor was much stronger than the third-generation successor. Silence. Absolute silence. At this moment, everyone felt an intense sense of danger. This is troublesome. Wang Chang's eyes widened. Rocks were still falling from the ceiling, but no one cared. All of a sudden, the second successor had become the most dangerous existence in the world. That kind of terrifying pressure caused one's heart to explode, their scalps to go numb, and even their breathing to stop. Plans had failed to keep up with the changes, and the sudden falling rocks had put everyone in danger. The powerful aura emanating from the second-generation king made him seem like a god. At this point, he left his throne and began to stride toward the group of cultivators. That simple step seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 caddies, and it shook the entire hall to the point of buzzing and trembling. Just as he was about to advance, he opened his wrist. Clang! The ceiling of the underground palace caved in, and an ancient sword around 4 feet in length, with engravings in the style of the Western Han dynasty, suddenly fell down amidst an astonishing dragon roar. Halfway down, the sword suddenly accelerated, piercing through the golden light like a bolt of lightning and landing in the second-generation successor's hand. It's a weapon he used before. With a flash of understanding, Wang Chong immediately understood. The 33 heavens on the backs of the origin immortal art successors could transform into weapons. The third-generation successors, 33 heavens, could transform into a powerful golden halberd. But the second-generation successor was not using the 33 heavens, but a sword around 4 feet long. But even so, the sense of danger in Wang Chang's heart did not lessen. On the contrary, the moment the sword appeared, it intensified to the extreme. The fact that the second-generation successor was not using the 33 heavens, but a 4-foot-long sword, could only mean one thing. He had an extremely unique cultivation in the sword Dao, one that was even more terrifying than the 33 heavens weapons. The second-generation successor taking out his sword was a sign that he was ready to attack. Wang Chang's heart instantly tensed up. Stellar energy revolved in Wang Chang's body as he prepared to strike at a moment's notice. But even the combined cultivation of the 4 of them and the third-generation successor were no match for the second-generation successor. Swords were drawn on the imperial steps, and the atmosphere was tense. Chief of Wushang, Jili Laozu, and the evil emperor were as tense as a bowstring, ready to plunge into battle at any moment. Bang! There was another massive boom. After summoning the sword he had used in life, the second-generation successor stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. As he gripped the sword, the second-generation successor's aura became even sharper and more frightening. At this moment, Wang Chong was the first to bear the brunt of the second-generation successor's pressure. The 2 of them were now less than 3 feet apart. The vast golden light pressed down on everyone like a tidal wave. The only thing Wang Chong could do at this moment was control the third-generation successor, pushing his origin immortal stellar energy to the limit so that he could repel the third-generation successor's power. Once the second-generation successor's origin immortal stellar energy engulfed the trio, Their auras would be completely exposed to the second-generation successor senses. Prepare to strike. This battle is unavoidable, Jili Laozu said through clenched teeth. His mind rippled in the minds of the other three. A single third-generation successor was enough to render them helpless. Jili Laozu didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful this second-generation successor would be when he attacked. But at this moment, everyone had no way out. Wait, now is not the time to strike. The demonic emperor old man said at almost the same time. His eyes were fixed forward, his expression unprecedentedly grave. If the second-generation successor sensed us, he would have already struck. It's clear that he's not sure, but he has sensed something. We can't strike until the last moment. Chapter 1532. Cold sweat beaded on Jili Laozu's forehead. Ever since he had reached the peak of the Saint Martial realm, Jili Laozu had never encountered such a dangerous situation. The enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Although he felt extremely uneasy, Jili Laozu would never doubt the evil emperor's judgment. Time ticked by. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like he was treading on thin ice, and all the pressure was focused on him. Bang! Step by step, as chief of Wushang, Jili Laozu and the evil emperor looked on, the tall, muscular, and godlike second-generation successor stepped forward and quickly brushed past the third generation. Wang Chong tried to control the third generation to block the second generation's path. But as soon as the third generation successor moved, Wang Chong noticed that the sword in the second generation's hand trembled, and he immediately gave up on that idea. 2 feet. The second generation's majestic minute subtlety stellar energy invaded the third generation's stellar energy, and danger was imminent. Everyone was sweating profusely. Right now, everything depended on Wang Chong, and the slightest mistake would lead to a huge battle. 1 foot. The second-generation successor took another step forward, and this time he was right in front of Wang Chong, standing less than 2 feet away from Wang Chong. Cold sweat poured down his back. Chief of Wushang, Jili Laozu, and the evil emperor all felt their hearts in their throats. The situation had become extremely dangerous, and as soon as Wang Chong gave the signal, they would immediately attack. Even if they couldn't win, there was no time to worry. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Chong remained motionless. Too powerful. His strength has at least reached the mid-level of minute subtlety. Even from several inches away, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented pressure. Only when facing the second-generation successor alone would he be able to understand just how powerful he was. To Wang Chong, the second successor's strength was like a bottomless abyss. Wang Chong could even sense the aura of a higher dimension through his body. That was the source of the power of the subtle realm. If he wanted to surpass the peak of the Saint Martial Arts realm and reach an even higher realm, he had to break through the barrier of space and rules and come into contact with the indescribably powerful space. But achieving this was extremely difficult. Wang Chong had once experienced this with the Arab war god Qutayba, but the spatial energy at that time had been extremely unstable. On the other hand, the second generation before him was as firm as steel. Once more, Wang Chong felt that he was insignificant, that he was no match for him. I can't get into a conflict with the second successor at a time like this. Countless thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind. He closed off all his pores and sent all his energy into his dantian, spreading the origin immortal stellar energy through his limbs and over the surface of his body. Not only that, the first layer of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art he had obtained from the third generation origin immortal art emerged in his mind. At this moment, Wang Chong began to comprehend the mantra while cultivating the origin immortal art according to the circulation patterns he had obtained from the third generation origin immortal art. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Putting aside Wang Chong's transformation, the second generation successor stared at Wang Chong, his eyes growing more and more suspicious, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He slowly raised his 4-foot sword and was about to stab at Wang Chong. Not good. The evil emperor and Chief Wushang grimaced at this sight. In this situation, even if the second-generation successor hadn't sensed their energy, a single thrust of his sword would leave Wang Chong heavily injured, even if he managed to escape with his life. Village chief, prepare to attack. The evil emperor sent a message into Chief Wushang's mind as he prepared to attack. A huge battle was inevitable, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. Buzz! Without any warning, Wang Chong's body trembled and all his pores opened. Everyone could sense the faint energy of origin immortal stellar energy emerging from Wang Chong's body. This energy was extremely immature, completely different from the second-generation and third-generation successors, but it was undoubtedly the energy of the origin immortal art. How could this be? No one was more shocked than Jili Laozu. Before moving out, Wang Chong had given each of them a strand of origin immortal stellar energy, but it was completely different from Wang Chong's energy. No matter how pure the borrowed origin immortal stellar energy was, it was still fake. If they weren't careful and let the second-generation successor see through it, they would be doomed. But Wang Chong's stellar energy was different. Although it was weak, it felt like it had been cultivated. In this aspect, it was essentially the same as the second-generation and third-generation successors. Buzz! The second-generation successor's 4-foot sword that had been stabbing at Wang Chong's body suddenly froze, and a hint of confusion appeared in his bright eyes as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. Silence. Absolute silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Although Wang Chong's energy was identical to the third-generation successors, no one knew if this move was actually effective. After a long time, as if finally confirming that Wang Chong was just another origin immortal successor like himself, the hostility in the second-generation successor's eyes slowly faded. He sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked back to the white jade throne, where he remained motionless. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. That suffocating atmosphere that was as dangerous as a pile of eggs finally dissipated. Go. Let's get out of here. The demonic emperor old man urged. No one knew what sort of accident might occur next, and the earlier they entered the passage, the earlier they could escape danger. The group quickly followed the order they had agreed upon and entered the passage. Even after the third-generation successor left, the second-generation successor remained motionless. When everyone passed through safely and smoothly entered the passageway, all of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, as if they had just escaped from death. Let's go. Only the last palace is left. The evil emperor's voice rang out in their minds. Now that they had successfully passed through the second-generation successor's palace, their confidence swelled. If they could deceive the second-generation successor and smoothly pass through his palace, they would only need to follow the same procedure to pass through the last palace guarded by the even more powerful first-generation successor. They were getting closer and closer to the core of the origin immortal treasury. As they continued forward, they passed through a corridor that was 60 to 70 meters long, and they quickly reached the final area. But as they walked out of the corridor, they were struck dumb. Ah, what's going on here? The corridor isn't behind the underground palace? Is there no first-generation successor? After emerging from the corridor, the view before them suddenly widened. Unlike the first-generation successor's palace, there was a massive space before them, shrouded in green smoke that obscured their vision. What's going on here? Chief Wushang's long brows trembled as he walked out of the palace, leaning on his cane. The origin immortal lord had 6 generations of disciples. Based on the usual pattern, after the third generation came the second generation, and after the second generation came the first generation. Once they passed through the final checkpoint, they would reach the core of the treasury and obtain the renowned supreme and infinite origin immortal art. But the situation before them was clearly different from what they had imagined. Had the rumors been wrong? Had something happened to the Origin Immortal Lord's first-generation disciples that they had not been placed in the underground palace? Or perhaps the Origin Immortal Lord had never had 6 disciples. Their minds were in turmoil, and all of them were confused. Ha ha ha! Although I don't know why there's no first-generation or final palace, I'm certain that this is the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury. The supreme and infinite Origin Immortal art is definitely here. Loud laughter rang out as Jili Laozu stepped forward. After so many trials and setbacks, Jili Laozu had never imagined that he would actually reach the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury. Careful! Wang Chong's heart tightened at this sight, and he had the third-generation successor step forward. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of this place. We can't afford to be careless. As Wang Chong spoke, he sent out boundless psychic energy that flooded the entire region. A few moments later, Wang Chong was able to peer through the thick smoke and sense the true nature of this space. This was another abyss, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. This abyss was unfathomably deep, and Wang Chong's psychic energy was only halfway through when he touched a cliff. The bottom of the cliff was so deep that it was impossible to see where it led to, and if he looked any higher, Wang Chong's 1,000 meters would not be able to see the end. But in the middle of the cliff, Wang Chong's psychic energy sensed something. No one dared to be careless in this strange space. Wang Chong arranged for the third-generation successor to lead the way, and then he, Jili Laozu, and his master, the evil emperor, slowly advanced. It's so quiet. The Wushang village chief leaned on his cane as he took stock of his surroundings. The entire area was quiet, and there was no sign of activity other than the thick fog. When we came in, the second-generation successor was still floating in the air, and he didn't summon his sword. Other than us, no one else should have been here. The evil emperor said as he warily scanned his surroundings. The second-generation successor was simply too powerful. If not for the third-generation successor's abilities, even they would have found it very difficult to pass through. A powerful mid-stage nuance guardian wasn't that easy to defeat. In all of the Central Plains, only a handful of people could pass through this place. Chapter 1533. This place should be safe for now, Wang Chong said, sniffing the air as he walked forward. For some reason, there was a strange smell in the air, like the smell of something burning. It should be the smell of this green smoke. Wang Chong thought to himself. From the feedback of his mental power, there shouldn't be anyone else here. But for some reason, Wang Chong felt a little uneasy. There's a stone bridge up ahead. Jili Laozu's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, but before his voice faded away, Jili Laozu had already taken the lead, leaping past the third-generation successor. Be careful! Wang Chong stretched out his right hand, wanting to call out to Jili Laozu, but Jili Laozu was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed through layers of space, leaping from the entrance of the underground palace's corridor to the edge of the cliff ahead. Pu-piu-piu. Almost at the same time, a series of sounds came from ahead, and everyone saw a familiar figure standing in front of them. It was Jili Laozu who had just flown past them, and in front of him, 2 lights lit up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. At the bottom of the lights, a faint blue light flashed, then quickly extended forward as if it had a life of its own, followed by a second row, a third row. Rows of lights extended from the front to the back, all the way into the depths of the mist. In this dark underground world, there were finally specks of cold lights, and in the midst of the lights there was a hazy mist, and an ancient green stone bridge appeared faintly. The stone bridge was only about 2 feet long, and it extended forward together with the lights as if it was leading to some mysterious world, extending into the depths of the horizon. Look, there are words here. Jili Laozu's joyful voice came from ahead, a hint of irrepressible excitement in his voice. It's a stone tablet, the immortal crossing bridge. Hearing Jili Laozu's voice, everyone looked forward. Indeed, right next to the stone bridge, there was an ancient stone tablet about 3 feet tall. Wang Chong and the rest felt a jolt in their hearts and immediately walked forward. However, they had only taken 2 steps when Wang Chong's gaze swept past the burning lanterns on the bridge. In an instant, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly had a bad feeling. No, someone has been here. Wang Chong suddenly shouted, "Master, be careful!" The voice came out of nowhere, and it was loud and clear in the vast underground abyss. In an instant, the evil emperor, Jili Laozu, and the chief of Wushang all turned to look at Wang Chong in astonishment. While they were still wondering why Wang Chong was doing this, a cold laugh rang out. "What are you waiting for?" "Haha," as expected of the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. "To be able to let you see through even this. I truly underestimated you." Without any warning, an icy voice seemed to rise from the netherworld, echoing through the underground abyss. In everyone's perception, a cold and dark aura appeared out of nowhere. Like a storm, it suddenly erupted and rushed towards the 3 of them with astonishing momentum. The most terrifying thing was that the place where this terrifying aura appeared was the rock wall beside the passageway, and it was only a few feet away from everyone. Not good. Everyone paled in fright. No one had expected someone to be lying in ambush at such a close distance. Most shocking of all was that even though Wang Chong had sent out his boundless psychic energy to investigate, he had failed to notice this person. As for the demonic emperor old man and the Wushang village chief, despite being so close, they had also failed to sense this person's existence. This person was like a specter, perfectly avoiding everyone's senses. Bang! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. An explosive aura that no one had ever felt before covered the sky and the earth. It swept toward the crowd in an instant, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. This energy was pitch black and suffused with an aura of destruction that caused the entire world to pale. Careful! The evil emperor and chief of Wushang grimaced and simultaneously attacked. At the same time, Wang Chong gathered all the stellar energy in his body and attacked. Even the 3rd-generation successor that Wang Chong had sent 20-some meters away was summoned over by Wang Chong and attacked. The sudden change was out of everyone's expectations, but even so, everyone still reacted swiftly. Several streams of stellar energy clashed, but they had still underestimated this person's strength and cunning. He had been hiding in the wall of the passage for some time, and only now did they part. Jili Laozu had flown to the stone bridge, while the 3rd-generation successor had been sent to the front by Wang Chong. Only then did he suddenly attack, giving the others no time to react. Boom, boom, boom. For powerful streams of stellar energy fiercely clashed in the air. That person was fighting all 4 by himself, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. But what was even more unsettling was that as soon as his energy came into contact with the others, that person's energy vanished. Not good. Chongar, watch out. The evil emperor seemed to sense something, and his face paled as he let out a panicked roar. But it was too late. In a flash of light, a tall figure appeared in front of Wang Chong like a specter and grabbed at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart chilled, and he immediately gathered all the stellar energy in his body to attack. But Wang Chong had still underestimated his opponent's strength. Boom! The 2 waves of stellar energy collided, and at that moment, Wang Chong felt like he had been struck by a mountain. His opponent's attack seemed to be silent, but it was imbued with a tyrannical strength. Moreover, this stellar energy contained an unbelievable explosive strength. With this one strike, Wang Chong's stellar energy was completely scattered. Cree! There was a shrill cry that sounded like the wailing of ghosts. After that one strike, the black stellar energy in his opponent's body seemed to come to life, flowing through the stellar energy that Wang Chong had blasted away and burrowing into his body. If this were in the past, when he was at his peak, Wang Chong might have been able to put up a fight and would not have let his opponent succeed so easily. But his opponent seemed to have noticed that Wang Chong had not recovered from his heavy injuries and had chosen to strike at him. Crack! A slender arm, cold as ice, suddenly grabbed Wang Chong's neck. "If anyone dares to take another step forward, I'll snap their neck." A voice resounded in everyone's ears, and a crack could be heard as the fingers tightened. Bastard! The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang, who had been charging forward, had to stop and pull back their stellar energy. "And that little pet of yours, do you think that I can't see it? Have him retreat." The voice had a hint of a Hu accent to it as it resounded in everyone's ears. Upon hearing these words, the third-generation successor behind Wang Chong also angrily pulled back. Meanwhile, Jili Laozu's body had gone stiff, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had only stepped forward to inspect the stone steel and the stone bridge, but he had not expected such a thing to happen. For a moment, the three of them, including the successor, did not dare to act rashly. "But Gushadu, what do you think you're doing?" A voice resounded through the air, and Wang Chong immediately recognized the person who had ambushed him. Even though his body was weak and his vitals had been restrained, Wang Chong had never only relied on martial arts. His psychic energy could also produce a similar effect. "Ha! King of Foreign Lands, you truly can't be underestimated." The person before him chuckled. He was dressed in a black robe and exuded a scholarly and elegant aura. It was impossible to associate him with the figure that had just ambushed them. In the entire Northwest operation, Bagushadu's movements could be said to be the most secretive. From the origin immortal formation to the opening of the treasury, Wang Chong and the others had never seen him. While everyone else was fighting over the origin immortal treasury and would come to blows at the slightest news, Bagushadu seemed unconcerned. But no one had expected this low-key and secretive Turkic king, Bagushadu, to appear here. Moreover, he had clearly reached the core of the origin immortal treasury earlier than everyone else. It seemed like he hadn't even alerted the third and second generations, and he had already arrived without a hitch. This was simply inconceivable. "It seems that everyone has underestimated you. I didn't think that you would have the ability to hide from everyone's senses. Not even the successor of the origin immortal art was able to sense your existence. No wonder you've been so calm and fearless this entire time," Wang Chong coldly said. Wang Chong rarely made mistakes, but this time Wang Chong had to admit that he had truly underestimated this person. There were times when what one saw was not necessarily their true enemy. The deadliest attacks often came from places that one couldn't see with the naked eye. "Ha! The King of Foreign Lands praises me too much. But if you don't want to die, have your master, your two elders, and that walking corpse stay a little farther away." Bagushadu faintly smiled. Even in such a tense situation, he still maintained his composure. Wang Chong's heart chilled. Although Bagushadu appeared genial, his grip on his neck had not only not relaxed, but tightened. This was clearly an extremely dangerous individual. "Bagushadu, if you dare to harm my disciple, this old man won't let you off." On the other side, the demonic emperor old man's face was ashen as he slowly retreated. Everyone says that the demonic emperor of the martial arts world of the Central Plains is vicious and merciless, never willing to lower his head. It seems like he truly dotes on your disciple. Bagushadu faintly smiled. As he spoke, he gripped Wang Chong's neck and leisurely strode forward. But as he spoke, he did not stop moving. The black stellar energy in his body, completely different from that of the Central Plains, flowed through his arm and into Wang Chong's body, into his limbs, bones, and acupoints. Wang Chong used all his energy, but he was still unable to stop it. In just a few seconds, all his meridians and acupuncture points had been sealed. This person, what terrifying strength! Chapter 1534. Bagushadu's stellar energy was extremely dense, and Wang Chong felt that he was even more terrifying than the likes of Gao Xianji and Fomin Linta of the Tang dynasty, the Black Yin ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, and Song Yuani of the martial arts world. Most shocking of all was that Wang Chong could sense a thick, subtle realm energy in Bagushidu's stellar energy. Before this, the subtle realm energy that Wang Chong had encountered had always been extremely yang and scorching like the blazing flames of the sun. But the energy exuded by Bagushidu was different. It was soft, dark, and brimming with ultimate destruction. It was the complete opposite of the yang and scorching energy of the subtle realm. But the two were on the same level. This was the first time Wang Chong had encountered a completely different kind of high-level energy, and it had completely overturned Wang Chong's previous understanding of the subtle realm. Before the Tang dynasty, there were two empires, the Eastern and Western Turks. The empire led by the Western Turks, Ishbara, was the strongest, while the empire led by the Eastern Turks, Ozmishkogan, was the most prosperous and had the most experts. Dujin Mountain was the holy land of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, and because the sun rose in the east, it was the first place where the Eastern Turkic Khaganate could see the sun, so it was called the Sun Holy Land. The martial arts of this branch are completely different from those of the Central Plains. It can be considered an independent holy land of the Central Plains, outside of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Bagushidu is a king of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, and his martial arts are outstanding. He must have come from the Sun, Holy Mountain. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. Every holy land of the martial arts could create an empire. The great Snow Mountain Holy Temple on the Uzun Plateau had been continuously producing batch after batch of experts for the Uzun Empire. Therefore, no matter how long it had been, no matter how many times it had declined, no matter how many emperors had changed, in the end, the Uzun Empire would always rise again and become a threat to the dynasties of the Central Plains. Of the three holy lands of the Eastern world, the only ones that Wang Chong had not come into contact with in his previous and current lives were the experts of the solar Holy Mountain. In the entire empire, the one who had the most frequent contact with them was probably the Anong Protector General of Yuzhou, Zhang Shoshi. Bagushidu, what do you want to do? If you want the origin immortal art, no one can stop you. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly spoke. His expression was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Haha, I naturally want the origin immortal art, but the king of foreign lands is also my goal. Bagushidu chuckled. Everyone says that the Tang dynasty is a land of heroes, but I didn't believe it before. Not until I saw your highness. At the age of 16, you pacified the southwest and defeated the combined armies of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao. At the age of 17, you were made a marquis. Before the age of 18, even the invincible Arabian Empire of the Western world was defeated, its halberds sinking into the sand, its corpses piling up in the millions. If this continues, no one in the world will be a match for your highness. It's no wonder that even the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty favors you and made an exception to make you king of foreign lands. Buzz! Wang Chong, the evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and the distant Jili Laozu all grimaced at Bagushida's words. Anyone who had appeared here had come for the supreme and infinite origin immortal art. If they hadn't stubbornly insisted on fighting over it, many conflicts could have been avoided. But Bagushida's words completely changed the nature of the situation. Wang Chong's heart instantly sank, but Wang Chong's energy had been sealed, so he couldn't resist. King of foreign lands, let's go. Bagushidu faintly smiled as he pointed forward. Everyone's eyes flashed, but no one dared to move. Even though they were surrounded by powerful enemies, Bagushidu remained unafraid. He leisurely led Wang Chong toward the distant stone bridge. At this moment, everyone was conflicted. Several times, Wang Chong had controlled the third-generation successor to attack Bagushidu, but Bagushidu had only lightly clenched his fingers to make Wang Chong give up on the idea. Several times, Wang Chong had thought about using psychic energy to deal with him. But Bagushadu was no ordinary martial artist. He was at least half a step into the subtle realm, perhaps even higher. And unlike the successor, Bagushadu's mind was perfect and his will was tenacious. A few psychic energy attacks wouldn't be enough to deal with him. At this moment, no one was more conflicted than Jili Laozu. He stood next to the stone stele, the long stone bridge behind him. As long as he stepped onto the bridge, he would be able to find the supreme and infinite origin immortal art that the origin immortal lord had buried here. Moreover, his relationship with Wang Chong was clearly not as close as that of the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang. Bagushadu holding Wang Chong hostage was no threat to Jili Laozu. Jili Laozu, first come, first served. You got here first. So why don't you step onto the stone bridge first? The origin immortal art is yours. Bagushadu faintly smiled at Jili Laozu. Buzz. Jili Laozu had been considering whether or not to step onto the stone bridge, but Bagushadu's words made him hesitate. Whoever obtained the origin immortal art would be the number one person in the world. No one could remain calm in the face of a treasure, much less decline it. Bagushadu's actions only made Jili Laozu hesitate and apprehensive. Bang! Without any warning, Jili Laozu thrust out a palm, sending a powerful wave of stellar energy imbued with the ripples of water at the stone bridge. Chong, in the boundless fog, there was only the sound of metal clashing, and then everything became silent, everything returning to silence. The wave of stellar energy that Jili Laozu had fired vanished into the sea. There's no need. Your Highness, please go first. Jili Laozu immediately retreated to the side. The evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and even Wang Chong didn't know much about Bagushadu. But they were all in the northeast, bordering the eastern Turkic Khaganate, so Jili Laozu had a much better understanding of this supreme king of the eastern Turkic Khaganate. His strength had long ago surpassed the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Unless absolutely necessary, not even Jili Laozu would be willing to face him. In truth, even Jili Laozu had to admit that he was no match for this Turkic king. More importantly, Bagushadu possessed superior strength, and he had clearly arrived here a step earlier. If the origin immortal art were that easy to obtain, Bagushadu would have already obtained it and silently left. But not only had this Turkic king not done anything, he had even laid in wait to ambush Wang Chong. If there was nothing strange about this, then there really was a problem. At least you've got some eyes. Bagushadu glanced at Jili Laozu and smirked. He didn't mind, grabbing Wang Chong and calmly walking toward the mysterious stone bridge. Bang! As they advanced, there was a flash of light, and a white dragon of stellar energy burrowed out of the ground and lunged at Bagushadu's back. Unlike the white dragons of the past, this white dragon was much larger, and its stellar energy was much denser. It was brimming with destructive energy. White dragon swallowing the sun. The chief of Wushang had finally launched a surprise attack. In the legends of Wushang village, the ancestor of all dragons was a white dragon, and this was the origin of the white dragon divine art. And the first white dragon was said to have been born from the primal chaos and possessed the ability to devour the sun. This move was massive, but it took a long time to compress the stellar energy in one's body, making it unsuitable for battle. But now was the best time to use it. This was the reason why the chief of Wushang hadn't said anything before. How could he and the evil emperor just watch as Wang Chong was taken away and do nothing? Bang! At almost the same time, the evil emperor attacked, a massive azure palm descending from the heavens toward Bagushadu's head. The two of them had worked together without any warning, and they had moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 3 feet behind Bagushadu. And this was not the end. Boom! At almost the same time, a tangible psychic energy slammed into Bagushadu's mind. Even someone of Bagushadu's abilities couldn't help but be stunned by this sudden development. Wang Chong had an enormous amount of psychic energy, and although he couldn't use it to control Bagushadu, like he could the walking corpse, he could still deal a heavy blow that would stun him for half a second. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. For an expert of Wang Chong's level, half a second was enough for him to do many things. Buzz! The three of them had not spoken a word, but their tacit understanding and teamwork had put Bagushidu at an extreme disadvantage. Success! Wang Chong was overjoyed, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. It would not be easy to mount a sneak attack on someone of Bagushida's level. Only once he succeeded in controlling the situation and relaxed his guard would they have a chance to succeed. Moreover, Wang Chong had noticed that Bagushidu had placed most of his energy on the third-generation successor after taking control of him. Bagushidu clearly feared this former disciple of the Origin Immortal Lord even more than the rest of them. All of this was an opportunity for the three of them. Bagushidu had launched a sneak attack on them, and now the evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Wang Chong were working together to launch a sneak attack on Bagushidu. This was what it meant to have an eye for an eye. Even Bagushidu would find it difficult to defend against this danger, but a moment later, bang! With two consecutive earth-shattering explosions, the surging astral chi violently exploded. Countless destructive strength chi swept in all directions, blowing away the dense green smoke in the surroundings. The area for 100 feet around them was empty. However, the two of them did not achieve the desired effect at all. Chapter 1535. How could this be? The Wushang village chief's eyes went wide at the sight. He had put all his strength into this attack, and he had never imagined that it would be blocked by a small cauldron. On the other side, the evil emperor was even more shocked than Chief Wushang. Ritual tool. Unlike the Chief Wushang, who had been confined to Wushang village for so long, the evil emperor had a vast breadth of vision and experience. But it was precisely for this reason that the evil emperor was even more shocked. He had recognized the two objects that had flown out of Bagushida's body. These were two true ritual tools. In the martial arts world, there were countless treasured sabers and swords. There were also countless other treasures with special abilities, such as the iron cloak that Wang Chong had obtained, the iron box that could recognize men in black, and the 9-dragon blood war banner that had appeared on the battlefield of Talas. These were all ritual tools, and the 9-dragon blood war banner was even more astonishing. But in the entire world, including sex, there were very few things that could be called ritual tools. These ritual tools were forged from the most unique materials and were incredibly tough. Moreover, they were powerful treasures that possessed special laws. Unlike ordinary treasures, these ritual tools could fuse with a martial artist's body. Not only could they increase a martial artist's strength, they could also take the place of a martial artist to block external attacks. But what truly attracted the demonic Emperor Old Man's attention were the dark red veins on the surface of the ritual artifact. These veins covered the surface of the cauldron. These were not decorations, but the blood that flowed from Bagushidu's body into the cauldron. A ritual tool was tied to a martial artist's life, and each martial artist could only have one ritual tool in their lifetime. It could not be abandoned or taken away. Only by dying of old age or in battle could one sever their connection to the ritual tool. In this situation, the martial artist's remaining life energy, including their memories, would be sucked into the ritual tool, and then the ritual tool would search for its next master. The most special thing about magic tools was that they contained extremely powerful energy. Generations of inheritance made the energy more and more vigorous, so much so that even if an ordinary person obtained a magic tool, they could instantly become an expert of the generation. The forging of a magical artifact required the continuous efforts of every generation. It was precisely for this reason that it was extremely rare in the world of sections. The demonic Emperor Old Man had not expected to see such a rare object on a Who expert. Earth Blood Cauldron. At this moment, the person who was the most shocked was none other than Jili Laozu, who was far away. Unlike the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang, Bagushidu was far too mysterious a figure in the northeast. Although Jili Laozu had long ago heard that Bagushidu had a powerful weapon, not even he had expected it to be a ritual tool. Moreover, it was a powerful ritual tool of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate that had been lost for more than 200 years, the Earthblood Cauldron. The dark, red inscriptions on the two cauldrons and the mysterious ancient Turkic characters on the cauldrons were the best indication that they were Earthblood cauldrons. The Han of the Northeast and the Eastern Turkic Khaganate all understood a little Turkic, and the ancient Turkic characters on the cauldrons were extremely solemn earth prayers. As long as he had these Earthblood cauldrons, it would be impossible for them to sneak up on Bagushidu. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. Wang Chang's heart sank to the bottom of a lake. Ha! King of foreign lands, I truly can't let down my guard around you. Bagushidu suddenly spoke. Ignoring Wang Chang's master, the evil emperor, and the white-haired chief of Wushang, Bagushidu's narrow and sharp eyes smirked at Wang Chang. The attacks of the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were secondary, as they could never break through his ritual tool. What had almost caused Bagushidu to fail was Wang Chang's psychic energy attack. At that moment, even the Earthblood cauldrons in his body had been affected. If the Earthblood cauldrons had appeared just half a beat too late, Wang Chang's group might really have succeeded. Bagushidu had never expected that the least threatening would actually be the most threatening. King of foreign lands, forgive me for asking, but when did you notify them? Bagushidu directed his last question at Wang Chang. In other words, Wang Chang had been the one to command and plan the operation just now. Wang Chang said nothing, but his heart sank. Their greatest mistake had been underestimating Bagushidu. This Eastern Turkic king was far more frightening than they had imagined. The winner takes all. Since I've lost, I have nothing to say. Whatever you want to do with it, do as you please. Wang Chang calmly said as he slowly closed his eyes. Bagushidu was simply too powerful. In this situation, no one present was a match for him. Hey, relax. You are the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty, the war god of the new generation, feared by both the Western and Eastern worlds. Some people even say that your grasp of the art of war has already surpassed that of So Yung-sun of 100 years ago. This king has always respected this sort of person and has never been so crude. After all, this king has a request of you. Bagushidu spoke cheerfully. Even though Wang Chang and the evil emperor had almost succeeded in scheming against him, he did not seem angry at all. Wang Chang did not care about Bagushidu's nonsense. If he really had such good intentions, he would not have attacked him. What he truly cared about were Bagushidu's final words. Bagushidu, if you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. What other tricks do you want to play? Wang Chang opened his eyes and stared at Bagushidu. Hey, relax. You'll understand in a little while. Bagushidu faintly smiled as he grabbed Wang Chang and rose into the air. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he flew up to the stone bridge. Demonic Emperor, this king is not always so patient. If you continue to follow, don't blame this king for being merciless. I'll first kill the king of foreign lands and then kill you. In any case, this king will still get the origin immortal art in the end. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were just about to pursue when they heard Bagushidu's voice in the mist, causing them to stiffen and stop. Wang Chang had never expected that the operation for the origin immortal art would end up like this. He had dodged the dragon beasts and the stellar-piercing beetles, defeated the nightmare beast and dark shadow spider, and escaped the pursuit of the men in black and the walking corpses. But in the end, at the place closest to the origin immortal treasury, Wang Chang had lost to Bagushidu, who was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This person's strength had completely surpassed his imagination. Although he had kept a low profile, Wang Chang could sense that his strength had already surpassed the four of them. And if he also had the ritual tools of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, none of them would be a match for him. The only thing this person was afraid of was the four of them, as well as the third-generation walking corpses, join attack. Did Osmish Kogan send you? Wang Chong suddenly asked. In the face of danger, he had actually calmed down. He can't order me around. Bagushadu faintly smiled. Oh. Wang Chong's eyebrows rose in surprise at these words. Osmish only offered a condition that I couldn't refuse. Bagushadu indifferently said, a hint of pride on his face. Wang Chong was surprised. His life was in someone else's hands, but Wang Chong was indifferent. But the only thing that surprised him was that the rumors were a little different from the truth. He had learned from Jili Laozu that Bagushadu had an extraordinary status in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, but he hadn't expected him to ignore the Khagan's orders like this. It seemed like Bagushadu's status in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was even higher than he had imagined. What condition? Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. Bagushadu said nothing, only glanced at Wang Chong in surprise. A normal person would have turned pale in the face of a life and death crisis, sweating profusely, even begging for mercy. But Wang Chong's calmness was somewhat unexpected. He was even concerned about his deal with Osmish Kogan. This isn't some secret that can't be revealed. Before you die, this king will fulfill your wish. If there's anything you want to know, this king can tell you. To his surprise, Wang Chong had expected Bagushadu to refuse, but he had actually agreed. But Wang Chong quickly understood, and his heart sank. The more generous Bagushadu was, the more it was clear that he would not let him go. In truth, Osmish didn't say much. He only told this king that if we can kill you in this operation, he will make the Mount Sun sect of the Eastern Turks the state religion, and I will become the state teacher of the Eastern Turks. With a few simple words, Bagushadu explained the deal he had made with the Eastern Turkic Khagan Osmish. As he spoke, he held Wang Chong hostage as he stepped onto the stone bridge and continued forward. Black stellar energy surged through Wang Chong's body, and even if Wang Chong wanted to stop, he couldn't. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed across the stone bridge as the two figures flickered in and out of sight in the green mist. As Wang Chong stepped onto the stone bridge, he felt a chill run down his spine. As he looked around, he saw that the two sides of the bridge were so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Other than the lamps that lit up every 5 steps, there was no other defensive mechanism. If he fell from here, he would almost certainly die. Moreover, Wang Chong sensed that even though the passage they had come from was 16,000 meters deep, this abyss was even more terrifying. This place is probably tens of thousands of meters deep. Chapter 1536. Although I've never been to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate and don't know what's going on in the Khaganate, given your strength and the imperial household, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to become state teacher, right? Wang Chong quickly composed himself and asked. Wang Chong sensed that this was his best chance to understand the internal situation of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, especially the power structure within it. You're not one of us Turks, so you don't understand the weight and status of state teacher amongst us Turks. It's normal for you to ask this question. Bagushadu smiled as he glanced at Wang Chong, apparently seeing through his intentions, but he had no intention of refusing. Wang Chong was already injured and had even suffered a cultivation defect. If Bagushadu still couldn't deal with him while his stellar energy was sealed, he would truly be a laughingstock. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate has many schools of thought, somewhat similar to your Central Plains. However, among all the sects, our Earth sect is the mainstream, as well as the strongest. The state teachers of the Turkic Khaganate, generation after generation, have all come from our Earth sect. Bagushadu led Wang Chong forward, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His steps were calm and unhurried, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard. Whether it's the Eastern Turks or the Western Turks, whether they split or reunited, as the state teacher of the entire Turkic Khaganate, the Earth sect has a status and glory that transcends the secular world. This has become a tradition, but as time passed, and after that incident 200 years ago, The Earth sect no longer produced a state teacher, and the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates also removed the state teachers. Henceforth, the Turks no longer had a state teacher or a state religion. To our Earth sect, this was a great humiliation. As Bagushadu spoke, Wang Chong noticed that his expression had turned solemn and a hint of pain had flashed through his eyes. Wang Chong couldn't help but be surprised. From then on, our Earth sect's successive sect masters did everything in their power to have the Eastern and Western Khaganates acknowledge the imperial preceptor once more, restoring the Earth sect's status as the state religion. Alas, both the Western Turks and the Eastern Turks placed too much emphasis on power. Little did they know that if the Earth sect became the national religion, it would be able to unite the hearts of the people and unite the two Khaganates. Moreover, the imperial advisors of the past did not participate in politics, so they did not threaten their royal authority. Unfortunately, everyone is short-sighted and can't see this point. That's why the Earth sect's long-cherished wish has never been realized. Bagushadu seemed to recall many things of the past, and his eyes dimmed. But a few moments later, Bagushadu regained his composure. Therefore, when Osmish proposed to make me the Grand Preceptor, I couldn't refuse. As Bagushadu spoke, he suddenly stopped and glanced at Wang Chong, a smirk on his face. The Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands is renowned throughout the world, using countless corpses to forge his awe-inspiring reputation. Although this king does not participate much in politics as an Eastern Turkic king, even if I didn't consider the matter of the imperial advisor, for the sake of the countless people of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, this king would still have to intervene once, lest what happened in Khorasan be repeated in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. These words caused Wang Chong's heart to thump and his heart to sink. In the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong had used the icy weather to scheme against the Arabian Empire, causing them to lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers, countless governors and generals. This was a major achievement for the Tang dynasty, but to the countries bordering the Tang dynasty, it made them deeply apprehensive of Wang Chong. They viewed him as a thorn in their sides, a massive threat to their empires, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him as quickly as possible. Bagushadu was clearly referring to this matter. I didn't think that Osmish Khagan and His Highness Imperial Highness would have such a high opinion of me. Wang Chong suddenly sighed. Bagushadu had been planning to deal with him from the very start, and today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. Don't be afraid of overestimating, only underestimating. Who knows how many experts of the Central Plains have gathered in the appearance of the Origin Immortal Treasury, but I'm afraid that everyone underestimated you the most. Bagushadu indifferently said, "Oh." Wang Chong turned to Bagushadu, his eyes flashing. Bagushadu's attitude had caught him by surprise. It seemed that Bagushadu had a rather inappropriate appreciation for this great foe of the Turks. You people of the Central Plains have a saying. The player is confused while the spectator sees the game clearly. Whether it's Song Yuanyi or the Black Een ancestor, these experts of the righteous and evil sects of the Central Plains underestimate you too much. According to what they said, you should have cultivated your master's evil cultivation technique and entered a state of qi deviation. And in terms of strength, talent, and seniority, you're far inferior to them. It's no wonder that Song Yuanyi doesn't think much of you. But you are the one who broke the Origin Immortal formation left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. And you are the one who opened the true treasury. You even managed to get to the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury before Song Yuanyi and the others. If once is just a coincidence, then twice, thrice, it's not that simple. This king is different from Song Yuanyi. I have never underestimated my opponents. From the start, I felt that you weren't that easy to deal with. That's why I didn't make a move earlier. Bagushadu said. Strong winds blew over the stone bridge, and thick fog drifted about. As Wang Chong stood on the bridge, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had never interacted with Bagushadu, and he had never interacted with him before, but he had never imagined that Bagushadu would place such importance on him. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like Bagushadu had been paying special attention to him the moment he appeared in the northwest, near the Origin Immortal Formation. While he was doing his utmost to search for the Origin Immortal Art, there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. This was not a good feeling. "Your Highness is truly capable. It seems like I fell into your trap from the very start. Now that I think about it, when you sent someone to deliver that treasure map, you had already planned everything. Everyone thought that they had taken advantage of the situation, but who could have imagined that they would all be working for you?" Wang Chong said. Bagushadu waved his sleeve and smiled, a hint of pride on his face. "The King of Foreign Lands praises me too much. To be praised as the disciple of the Son of Heaven, the Holy Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, is enough for this king to be proud. But there is one thing that this king does not understand. This king's art of concealing energy is unparalleled in the world. Not even the monsters in the underground caves or the walking corpses guarding the checkpoints could see through it." "Just how did you see through it?" Bagushadu said. The solar holy mountain of the Eastern Turks was a land of martial arts heritage from the Central Plains, and all the martial arts of the Central Plains were completely different from those of the Prime Minister. Of all these martial arts, the Earth Sect's art of Dark Heaven was the most unique, and it could be called the #1 art for concealing one's tracks. Bagushadu was extremely proud of this supreme art of the Earth Sect. In truth, the fact that he had been able to casually stroll through all the checkpoints and reach this place before everyone else was proof enough of his skill. But Wang Chong had managed to see through the world's #1 art of Dark Heaven. If he hadn't sensed that something was wrong and struck first, he might not have been able to capture Wang Chong so easily. This question had been on his mind the entire time. Bagushadu truly wanted to know how Wang Chong had managed to do it. Bagushadu's nonchalant words caused Wang Chong to involuntarily tremble in shock. Art of Dark Heaven? So it turns out that he relied on this secret art to arrive here safely. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bagushadu's words had inadvertently revealed his secret. Wang Chong had always believed that Bagushadu had fought his way here, but from what he had said, it seemed like Bagushadu had never fought at all. Wang Chong remained silent. Bagushadu stood on the side in no rush. His expression was gentle and courteous, and his words were polite. It was like the two of them were old friends who had not seen each other for a very long time. It was impossible to hate him or treat him as an ordinary enemy. But despite his words, his grip on Wang Chong's arm had not loosened in the slightest. Just as he had said, Bagushadu had never been careless when it came to his enemies, much less underestimating them. This guy is really scary. Wang Chong's heart shivered. He wanted to ignore Bagushadu and not give him an answer. But now that he thought about it, what difference did it make if he said it or not? Lanterns! Wang Chong pointed at the oil lamps quietly burning on the stone bridge and finally said. Bagushadu froze, confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why Wang Chong had noticed that he was related to the lanterns. But a moment later, Bagushadu understood and gave a long sigh. It was my negligence. King of Foreign Lands, this king somewhat understands why you, at such a young age, can be called the new war god of the Tang Dynasty and make all sides fear you. The burning lamps would give off thick smoke and leave a burning smell in the air. Bagushadu had been so focused on concealing his aura that he hadn't noticed that when he stepped on the stone bridge, the burning lamps had left a burning smell in the air. It was only when Wang Chong smelled the burning scent in the air that he realized the flaw. King of Foreign Lands, this king rarely admires anyone, but this time, this king truly admires you. I didn't think that our Earth Sect's art of Dark Heaven would lose in a place like this. Bagushadu raised his head and sighed, his words seeming to express even more admiration and favor for Wang Chong. But Bagushadu's words made Wang Chong's heart shiver. Bagushadu's words were filled with admiration, but Wang Chong could sense a hidden killing intent in his voice, one that was even stronger than before. Chapter 1537. Your Highness! Wang Chong was just about to use this chance to learn more about Bagushadu and find some flaws when a gust of wind blew past him. Wang Chong's body trembled in shock as he saw what was in front of him. At that moment, the fog on the stone bridge was blown away by the strong wind. A figure stood there, looking very strange. How could this be? Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he immediately stopped speaking. He had always believed that there was no one else here besides him and Bagushadu, but it was now apparent that this was not the case. Something's wrong. Wang Chong quickly sensed that something was wrong. This figure on the stone bridge was extremely abrupt, and it wasn't very far from Wang Chong's group, but Wang Chong couldn't sense any human energy from it. Moreover, Wang Chong turned his head to Bagushadu and saw that Bagushadu was smirking at him. At that moment, Wang Chong immediately understood. If someone had really gotten here first, Bagushadu would never have been so calm. King of foreign lands, I truly can't hide anything from you. It seems like you've already guessed it. Bagushadu had been observing Wang Chong this entire time, and not a single change in expression could escape his eyes. But Bagushadu didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he led Wang Chong along the stone bridge. Let's go. I'll take you to see. The two of them slowly advanced, and a moment later, Wang Chong finally saw that person on the stone bridge. The man was tall and stalwart. He wore a tattered robe that fluttered in the strong wind. His feet were spread apart, and just by standing there he exuded an extremely powerful aura, exuding the air of a grandmaster who looked down on the world. But even though the two were only 6 feet apart, Wang Chong couldn't sense any life from this person. And when Wang Chong scanned the stone bridge with his psychic energy, he was even more certain of this. This was a dead person, and judging from his tattered and weathered clothes, he had been dead for a very long time. Just who is this person? Wang Chong muttered to himself, an indescribably strange feeling in his heart. Everyone knew that the Origin Immortal Treasury could only be opened by gathering all 6 pieces of the treasure map, and even then, the path would be fraught with danger. There would be all sorts of traps and monsters, and there was also the 5th-generation successor standing guard. But Wang Chong had never imagined that there would be someone who had entered this place earlier than him, and had even managed to reach the core and reach the stone bridge. The dead martial arts expert who stood motionless on the stone bridge was like a mystery, shrouding everything in a layer of unknown fog. Wang Chong's eyes quickly examined this person, but a moment later his gaze traveled down the man's robe to the totem of the celestial wolf on his ankles, which exuded a black luster. Wang Chong's eyes narrowed. This was a Turk. Only a few Turks and Turkic nobles of extraordinary status would have the totem of the celestial wolf tattooed on their ankles. Buzz! A bolt of lightning flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he immediately began to think of many things. But as he carefully thought about them, he couldn't seem to come up with anything. This is the patriarch of our solar holy mountains Earth sect from 200 years ago, Ishinishadu. He was also the last state teacher of our Turks. Bagushadu solemnly took 2 steps forward, and for the first time, he slightly loosened his grip on Wang Chong's wrist. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the state teacher of the Turks, his expression one of utmost respect. State teacher? 200 years ago, Wang Chong's eyes widened in shock. The mighty state teacher of the Turks had appeared 16,000 meters underground, and he had even died in the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury. Who would believe such a thing? As Wang Chong stared at the back of that figure, the strange feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Wang Chong was well aware that 200 years ago, a story that he did not know of had taken place underground. But Wang Chong was in no rush and did not ask. Since Bagushadu was willing to say Ishinishidu's name, even if Wang Chong did not ask, Bagushadu would tell him the story. As expected, Wang Chong quickly heard Bagushadu's voice. Ishinishidu is a Turkic word that means son of the celestial wolf, Son of God. He was the most outstanding genius of our solar holy mountain and one of the strongest grandmasters of our Earth sect. Not even 20 years old, he defeated all the competitors of the Earth sect, including the elders of the sect, and became the new state teacher of the Turks. And at 27, he comprehended a supreme secret art and became the #1 expert of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates. Not only that, Ishinishidu was extremely knowledgeable, and he had long ago learned all the martial arts of our solar holy mountain, fused them together, and created a powerful technique of his own. And whether it was the Central Plains, the Turks, the Uzin, or Mengshi Zhao, he knew all martial arts. According to his plan, after defeating all the experts of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates and forcing all the martial artists of the Western regions to submit to him, Ishinishidu immediately went south to the Central Plains to have a showdown with experts of the Central Plains, exchanging pointers in their martial arts so that they could reach an even higher level. The Central Plains is rife with experts and is hailed as the holy land of martial arts. Moreover, the martial arts there are completely different from those of the solar holy mountain. Ishinishidu spent 6 months traveling from the north to the south, visiting all the sects, big and small, with the utmost courtesy. In these 6 months he traveled the world, visiting all sorts of experts, but not a single one of them was a match for him. The vast majority of people couldn't even last a single exchange with him, and a small number of people were able to block 2 or 3 blows from Ishinishidu, but that was all. Ishinishidu felt rather disappointed. Bagushidu's recount of events from 200 years ago, coupled with the image of Ishinishidu standing on the stone bridge, his corpse not rotting even after 200 years, gave off a powerful impact. It was as if those events from several hundred years ago were happening right before their eyes. But Wang Chong imperceptibly creased his brow. He was not a person of the martial arts world, so he didn't know much about its affairs. But Bagushidu's words made him recall some of the stories of the martial arts world that he had heard from his master, the evil emperor. The evil emperor had mentioned that Ishinishidu had challenged the Central Plains 200 years ago, but it was the exact opposite of the refined and courteous manner that Bagushidu had described. He went to the Central Plains to challenge the various sects, and even if they avoided fighting, he would force them into action, and his methods were extremely cruel. Most of his defeated opponents had their tendons severed, and their cultivation was crippled. When Ishinishidu challenged a sect, he would destroy it, and the number of sects that he had destroyed in the martial arts world numbered in the hundreds. Ishinishidu might have respected those who could defeat him, but he viewed those who were weaker than him as ants. In his journey south, Ishinishidu had almost never encountered an opponent that could defeat him, and countless experts had died at his hands. This was the first time that a single who had stirred up a calamity in the Central Plains. Based on what his master, the evil emperor, had said, Ishinishidu truly was very strong, and the vast majority of the martial artists of the martial arts world were no match for him. But it was not necessarily true that he was invincible. At the very least, Wang Chong knew that everyone in the martial arts world knew of people like Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor. But how many people knew of the Tang dynasty's war god So Yung Sun or Anshi war god Gao Shinji, let alone the holy emperor hidden in the palace? These people would never fight with the martial arts world for the rest of their lives, and no matter what calamity befell the martial arts world, they would never interfere. But to those who had challenged the Central Plains, if they could defeat the Righteous Alliance, Lord of the Righteous Path, Song Yuanyi, they would have defeated all the experts of the Central Plains. Thus, it was impossible to say. But at the time, the calamity that Ishinishidu had stirred up had finally angered those hidden experts of the Central Plains. By the time those hidden experts had gathered and prepared to deal with Ishinishidu, the Turkic state teacher had already left the Central Plains and headed north. They chased after Ishinishidu, hoping to catch up, but once they left the fortress, they lost sight of him. And after that, there was no more news of him. This person appeared out of nowhere like a comet, but also disappeared without a trace in a very short period of time, like a falling star. The demonic emperor had only told the story to Wang Chong, and neither Wang Chong nor the evil emperor had paid it much attention. After all, this was a matter from several hundred years ago, far too distant from the present. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the who had stirred up a calamity in the Central Plains and massacred almost the entire martial arts world was actually the founding ancestor of Bagushidu's Earth sect. Moreover, his corpse was not in the holy land of the Turkic solar holy mountain, but in the sunless core of the Origin immortal treasury, where he had silently died on a stone bridge. And right in front of him, Chapter 1538, the realm he had reached was the highest realm in the world. However, when he left the Central Plains and headed north to the northern border, Ishinishidu encountered a person, a Han. The moment Ishinishidu saw him, he sensed that this person was extremely powerful, much stronger than any opponent he had encountered before. Ishinishidu chased him for 10 days and 10 nights, all the way from the northeast to the northwest. Only when he got close to the western regions did he force him to fight. Wang Chong's eyes widened at Bagushidu's mention of the northwest, as if he had sensed something. Bagushidu hadn't given a detailed explanation, but Wang Chong could already guess at some of the details. The moment the two clashed, Ishinishidu realized that this person was using a martial art that was completely different from the martial arts of the Turks, the Central Plains, the Uzin, or the Arabs that he knew of. Let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Moreover, this person's stellar energy was extremely young and unyielding. Not only was it powerful, it could even refine his opponent's attacks. Ishinishidu's cultivation has already reached a transformative level, and his stellar energy has become extremely dense. But when he attacked, 70 to 80% of his stellar energy was dissipated by him, and he even used it against him. After all, Ishinishidu had already reached the subtle realm of dark radiant heaven. If he hadn't reached this level, he would have been even less of a match. But even so, it's already a huge shock to him. Ishinishidu is knowledgeable and knowledgeable. He has read countless books on the martial path, but none of them mentioned anything related to this technique. The more Ishinishidu fought, the more alarmed he became. He knew that he had probably encountered a true hidden expert of the Central Plains. That person had an endless array of martial arts, none of which Ishinishidu had ever seen before. The two exchanged more than 1,000 blows, but not only did Ishinishidu fail to win, he even ended up on the back foot. Such a thing had never happened before. In the end, the mysterious man took the initiative to stop fighting, saying that he did not like to kill, had no interest in fame and fortune, and did not want to fight to the death with anyone. He hoped that everyone would stop when the time was right. Ishinishidu sincerely admired that person's character, and the mysterious expert also felt sympathetic towards Ishinishidu because of his great strength. The two of them didn't get to know each other without fighting, and they actually became close friends because of this. But then something happened. That person seemed to have misunderstood Ishinishidu, and the two of them fought and became enemies. Ishinishidu felt very pained and regretful about this matter. However, the other party's misunderstanding of Ishinishidu was so deep that he didn't listen to Ishinishidu's explanation and directly jumped into a cave. Ishinishidu had no choice but to jump down with him and chase after him. A hint of regret appeared in Bagushidu's eyes, as if he was regretting the falling out between friends. But before Bagushidu could finish, Wang Chong interrupted him. "Humph, if my guess is right, that mysterious person you speak of is the Origin Immortal Lord's 6th-generation disciple." Wang Chong had exposed the mystery with a single sentence. He had chased Ishinishidu from the northeast to the northwest, neutralized his opponent's energy, and had also revealed that Ishinishidu had died on the stone bridge leading to the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury. One didn't even need to think to realize that this mysterious person was the Origin Immortal Lord's 6th-generation disciple, the 6th-generation successor who had killed the Four Ends Martial Lord with a single palm strike. Ishinishidu's invasion of the Central Plains had caused such a huge uproar that not even Wang Chong had imagined that he would encounter the sixth-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Lord on his way home. It was no wonder that so many experts of the Central Plains had failed to find him, or even find any information about him. How many people could even come into contact with the state teacher of the Eastern Turks? But to Wang Chong, there was something else that he despised the most. The people of the Origin Immortal Palace are ignorant of the ways of the world and have never had much interaction with the martial arts world of the Central Plains. And based on what you said, given Ishinishidu's personality, since he knew of the existence of the Origin Immortal Art, he would have sought guidance and discussion with the successor of the Origin Immortal Art. Martial arts are never taught to outsiders, and the Origin Immortal Art is one of the supreme arts of the Central Plains, ranked first among the 10 great arts. Ishinishidu wanted to directly ask for it, but there was no such reason. Since Ishinishidu couldn't obtain it, he would have to think of another way. If my guess is correct, Ishinishidu took advantage of the moment the sixth-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Art was off guard to ambush him. This is the only way to explain why the sixth-generation successor died here 200 years ago. Bagushidu, your skin is truly thick. You're able to speak of such a shameless matter in such an open and above-board manner. What mutual appreciation, and falling out because of a misunderstanding. I truly admire you. Wang Chong's words were brimming with derision as he laid bare the truth. If it was just a small misunderstanding, then everything in the world could be categorized as a misunderstanding if one forsook one's morals and pursued one's enemies all the way to the Origin Immortal Palace, 16,000 meters beneath the ground. This is a matter from several hundred years ago. Whether it's good or bad, isn't it up to future generations to judge? Is there any need to take some things so seriously? Bagushidu was not angered by Wang Chong's revelation. He only faintly smiled and brushed the matter aside. In short, the patriarch of our Earth sect followed us here. But alas, the sixth-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Art was too shrewd. He used all sorts of traps to deal with Ishinishidu, but in the end, Ishinishidu neutralized all of them. This was also Ishinishidu's first time seeing so many unknown secrets deep underground, and it was an eye-opener for him. Thus, he was in no rush to explain himself. On the way here, Ishinishidu dealt with every move that came his way, and the sixth-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Art had no effect on him. Unexpectedly, the sixth-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Art became suspicious and led him to the core of the Origin Immortal Treasury, where he used an extremely powerful weapon to kill Ishinishidu on the stone bridge. The most outstanding state teacher of our Turkic Khaganate from 200 years ago ended up slumbering underground, a truly regrettable death. More importantly, with Ishinishidu's death, the influence of the Earth sect and the entire Sun, Holy Mountain, was greatly weakened. From then on, there was no more state preceptor for the next 200 years. Later on, the Eastern and Western Khans removed the title of state teacher. Our Earth sect was unable to recover from this setback and declined to this point. Bagushidu couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. He had personally experienced the decline of the Earth sect. Furthermore, as the current sect master of the Earth sect, he was far more shocked than anyone else when he spoke of such matters. Wang Chong was indifferent. It was rare for Bagushidu to reveal his true feelings in front of a Han. Wang Chong could sense that Bagushidu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Even as an enemy, Wang Chong had to admit that this Earth sect master of the Eastern Turks was completely different from any opponent he had ever faced. There was a grace and bearing about him that no one else had. In the end, all of this is just your imagination. You didn't see it with your own eyes, and all these stories are based on conjectures and reasonable conjectures. There's no concrete evidence, so they naturally can't be taken as true. Wang Chong suddenly said, How do you know that I didn't see it with my own eyes? Bagushidu suddenly turned his head and gave Wang Chong a deep glance, his lips curling into a smirk. Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he was momentarily speechless. The story of the Eastern Turks' state teacher Ishinishidu and the sixth-generation successor of the origin of mortal art had taken place more than 200 years ago, and no one could have seen it with their own eyes. But Bagushidu's expression, it made Wang Chong's hair stand on end, and it didn't seem like he was just saying it. But how could such a thing be possible? On the other side, Bagushidu turned his head back to the thick fog and began to speak, no longer paying attention to Wang Chong. Ishinishidu was heavily injured and knew that he didn't have long to live. But he had spent his entire life practicing martial arts and was deeply obsessed with it. How could he be willing to pay such a heavy price, even losing his life here? Moreover, the more he fought with the sixth-generation successor of the origin of mortal art, the more he realized just how broad and profound this art was. As such, before he died, he gathered all of his power and used the supreme secret technique of our Earth sect to seal all of his experiences and half of his power into the 3 earthen blood cauldrons. Then he passed through the layers of rocks and delivered them to the 2 servants who had been following him all this time. Bagushidu slowly recounted the history of the Earth sect. But toward the end, Bagushidu said nothing more. There were some things that needed to be said here, and there was no need to add more. When Bagushidu had passed through so many dangers and arrived at the core of the origin of mortal treasury, stood on the stone bridge, and witnessed with his own eyes the corpse of the state teacher of the Turks, Ishinishidu, accomplishing what none of the Earth sect masters have been able to do in the last 200 years, Bagushidu seemed to be in urgent need of an audience to share his story. And Wang Chong, the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty, was the best audience. After all, he was about to die. Wang Chong said nothing, but his mind was in turmoil. At this moment, he finally understood why Bagushidu had appeared here, why he had a treasure map, and why he had been able to use the art of the dark heaven to foresee the traps and get to this place before anyone else. The events from 200 years ago had been reincarnated, and in the end, they had returned to this place. Chapter 1539. Bagushidu held Wang Chong in the back as the 2 of them brushed past Ishinishidu's corpse. This time, Bagushidu didn't even glance at it. Only Wang Chong, subconsciously, turned his head. Ishinishidu's back was domineering and disdainful. Even after more than 200 years, his clothes in tatters, the tyrannical aura of a man who fought against the heavens had never changed. But when Wang Chong turned to face him, everything changed. Ishinishidu's eyes had turned into black skulls, and as he stared up into the sky, he seemed to be preparing to throw the 3 earth blood cauldrons to the ground at the last moment. But when Wang Chong passed him, he saw a frightening sight. Ishinishidu's chest had been completely cut open by a sharp blade, his ribs completely pulverized. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Anyone who had suffered such a grievous injury, let alone Ishinishidu, would surely die. It was no wonder that he had chosen to seal all his energy and memories into the 3 blood cauldrons. But a few moments later, Wang Chong was pulled by a powerful force to follow Bagushidu. Bagushidu, I've heard the story of your Earth sect. Why did you capture me? If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't play any more tricks. Even if I fall into your hands, I won't be able to escape. Wang Chong was forced to follow Bagushidu, but he still had a strange feeling. Based on what he had said, the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Osmish included, viewed him as a thorn in their side. If Bagushidu wanted to kill him, he could have done so directly. There was no need for him to play so many tricks, no need for him to say so many things. You'll soon find out what I want you to do. Bagushidu grinned, an unfathomable expression on his face. Without another word, he led Wang Chong to the end of the stone bridge. The entire core of the treasury was silent. With the second-generation successor standing guard outside, no other martial artist could break in for the time being. Wang Chong and Bagushidu walked side by side, their footsteps echoing across the stone bridge. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From afar, the sound of chains shaking and swaying could be heard. The sound of the chains was particularly strange. and it instantly attracted Wang Chang's attention. "We're here." At this moment, Bagushida spoke. The stone bridge was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see his master and the chief of Wushang. Bagushidu's face was also faintly discernible in the mist, giving him an air of mystery. The cold winds caused Bagushidu's black robe to flap in the wind, but Bagushidu continued to stare forward in fascination. "King of foreign lands, I'm afraid that our fate ends here." There was something special about Bagushidu's expression. "So, in the end, you chose to take action here?" Wang Chong sneered, not a shred of fear in his eyes. His gaze quickly swept across the surroundings. The green stone bridge had already come to an end here. At the end of the stone bridge, Wang Chong saw two chains as thick as a child's arm, extending into the mist. The clattering sound that Wang Chong heard previously came from the vibrations of these chains. No one knew where these chains led, and everything here was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Wang Chong faced the cold wind as he stood at the top of the stone bridge. Even now, he still didn't understand why Bagushida hadn't killed him, nor did he understand what Bagushidu wanted to do. Perhaps he wanted something from him. "Do you see over there?" While Wang Chong was at his most confused, a familiar voice rang out in his ear. Bagushidu's robes flapped in the wind as he extended a finger and pointed forward. Back then, the patriarch of our Earth sect, Ishinishidu, was just a little bit away from obtaining the origin immortal art and everything here. Alas, he ran into that sword in the end. That sword was so powerful that even Ishinishidu, who had already broken into the dark radiant heaven, was no match for it. In the end, he was heavily injured by that divine sword and lost his life. Rather than saying that Ishinishidu lost to the origin immortal lord successor, it would be better to say that he lost to that divine sword. Wang Chong did his best to look ahead, but the vibrating chains and the thick mist made it impossible for Wang Chong to see anything. A moment later, Wang Chong tried to send out his enormous psychic energy, but he quickly sensed a powerful psychic seal. This psychic seal was dozens of times larger than the one Wang Chong had sensed in the cave. Wang Chong had barely sent out his psychic energy when it was shattered by this energy. Wang Chong frowned, a very strange feeling in his heart. The psychic seal in this area had the same effect of disrupting psychic energy as the one he had encountered in the cave, but its structure and form were completely different from the psychic seal Wang Chong had encountered before. This energy was like fish scales, randomly distributed in the air. It was a completely different form of psychic seal. Not only that, although Wang Chong felt that this psychic seal was extremely powerful, Wang Chong hadn't sensed it when he first entered the core. In other words, this psychic seal had a range, and it wasn't very large. Whoosh! But at this moment, a majestic bolt of stellar energy held out of Wang Chong's side, plunging into the thick mist like a bolt of lightning. Flap, flap. A fierce gale stirred up by a mere wave of Bagushidu's sleeve was enough to scatter the mist in front of him. A moment later, in the depths of the fog, Wang Chong suddenly saw a tall figure, indistinct and lofty like a mountain. This person stood on one foot, and when Wang Chong looked over, he saw that this person was also looking at Wang Chong and Bagushidu. Not even Wang Chong was prepared for this, and he was given a fright. But Wang Chong quickly realized something. First generation. Wang Chong's heart thumped as he called out. When Bagushidu's sleeve emerged, when the mist was at its thinnest, Wang Chong could see the golden origin immortal insignia on his chest. Although this person was standing there motionless, and Wang Chong couldn't sense any living energy from him, this person gave off the same feeling as the other generations of walking corpses. These walking corpses were not ordinary corpses. They had special seals in their bodies that could not be changed. Wang Chong had encountered the 6th generation successor, the 5th generation successor, and even the 3rd generation and 2nd generation successors. But in the entire core region, he had not seen any of the origin immortal lord's 1st generation disciples. Wang Chong had almost believed that the Origin Immortal Lord's first-generation disciple wasn't even here, but he had never imagined that this first-generation walking corpse would appear before him in this manner. The Origin Immortal Lord's second-generation disciple had already reached the subtle realm, and when paired with the Origin Immortal Art, which was the strongest fighting force in the world, his fighting ability was unparalleled. The second-generation disciple was so powerful that not even Wang Chong and the evil emperor, who had captured the third-generation disciple, wanted to make an enemy out of him. And the first generation was even stronger than the second generation, so one could easily imagine how terrifying his strength was. The king of foreign lands is truly intelligent. That person truly is the Origin Immortal Lord's first-generation disciple. As the Origin Immortal Lord's first-generation disciple, the trial he guards is not in the underground palace, but here. But what I need you to do is not to defeat the first-generation disciple. Do you see that sword in front of him? I want you to take that sword for me. At this moment, Bagushidu's familiar voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. Wang Chong looked carefully, and sure enough, Wang Chong saw a sword around 4 feet long in front of the first-generation disciple. Nearly half of the sword was thrust into the ground. But at this moment, Wang Chong finally saw what was at the end of the chain. An altar. Wang Chong's body trembled as he recognized what it was. It was a massive altar floating in the air, constructed from gray stone. Whether it was the towering first-generation disciple or the divine sword that Bagushidu spoke of, they were both standing in front of this altar. Wang Chong estimated that this massive altar weighed more than 10 tons, and its surface was covered in mysterious green inscriptions that exuded an extremely ancient aura. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Chong would have found it very difficult to believe that such a heavy object could float in the air, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding stellar winds. Buzz! In an instant, the dense fog surged in again, like a curtain slowly being drawn, and the huge altar, the first generation of zombies, and the 4-foot-long sword at the front were once again hidden in the fog. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Both Wang Chong and Bagushidu stood there for a long time, saying nothing. Lord State Preceptor's martial arts are unparalleled. With your art of dark heaven, it should be easy for you to capture a sword. Wang Chong suddenly broke the silence, his voice tinged with derision. Ha ha! If only this matter were that simple, this king would not have troubled the king of foreign lands. Bagushidu grinned, paying no heed to Wang Chong's derision. His martial arts, temperament, and bearing had long ago reached a level of steel. How could he be shaken by a few words from Wang Chong? Moreover, Wang Chong's life was in his hands. No matter how angry he was, Bagushidu wouldn't be surprised. Bang! Bagushidu didn't wait for Wang Chong's question. He stepped forward, sending a thick stream of stellar energy through the chains. Whoosh! The chains shuddered under Bagushidu's feet, but at the same time, a metallic clanging resounded in his ears. Chapter 1540. At the same time, Wang Chong's mind was filled with alarm. He felt like he had been locked onto by thousands of sharp energies, and in just a moment he would be struck by a thunderous blow and torn to shreds. What is this? Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, blinking. The sword mound. You can also call it the Origin Immortal Sword Formation, Bagushidu said. All of you should have already encountered the second generation. The second generation is also known for his swordsmanship. But what you don't know is that the second generation's swordsmanship originated from the first generation. This swordsmanship uses millions of broken swords, and treasured swords as its medium. When activated, it is like a torrential downpour of peerless power. The first generation's supreme intelligence and comprehension combined with the Origin Immortal Lineage's techniques and his own fortuitous encounters allowed him to create this supreme sword art. This is also the highest sword Tao of the Origin Immortal Lineage. As Bagushidu spoke, he extended his left hand and lightly waved it in front of him. In a flash, The mist in the area seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, and a moment later, countless swords, broken swords, and swords appeared in front of Wang Chong like stars, extending from several dozen feet in front of the stone bridge into the depths of the mist. Even with Wang Chong's abilities, he wasn't able to tell how many broken swords there were in the area. All of these swords, broken swords, and broken swords were swimming in the void like a school of sharks in the sea. This was a grand and shocking sight that made one's hair stand on end, and one felt a fear and insignificance that came from the depths of one's heart. The first generation is different from the previous generations. My art of dark heaven has no effect on him. If I step into this area, I will immediately be attacked by the first generation. Humph, nothing ventured, nothing gained. You don't think that you can easily obtain the origin immortal art by doing nothing, do you? You're the future state teacher of the Turks. Do you not even have the courage to face the first generation? Wang Chong snorted coldly and mocked. Since they were enemies, Wang Chong knew that Bagushidu would never let him go, so he naturally didn't need to be polite. Hee, if you knew what kind of person First Gen is, you wouldn't say that. Bagushidu wasn't angry, and he confidently spoke to Wang Chong. The Origin Immortal Lord had 6 generations of disciples, but only the first generation was personally taught by him, and only the first generation actually met the Origin Immortal Lord. Even this underground palace and checkpoint were built under the Origin Immortal Lord's decree. My entire life was devoted to the Origin Immortal Lord. I was both his disciple and his staunchest follower. It could be said that without the first generation, this Origin Immortal treasury would not exist. If you want to obtain the Origin Immortal art, you have to defeat the strongest generation. Bagushidu paused for a moment before continuing. But compared to Gen 1, what worries me the most is the sword in front of him. Sword. Wang Chong's eyes flashed in surprise. He had always believed that the sword was one with the first generation successor, or to put it more accurately, that the first generation successor controlled the sword. But from Bagushidu's tone, this didn't seem to be the case at all. That sword is extremely special. Anyone who steps on the chains and gets close to the sword will immediately feel like a dagger is pressed against their back. And the closer they get, the more intense this feeling becomes. Back then, state teacher Ishinishidu overcame all the obstacles in his path, taking a leisurely stroll through the cave. But when he encountered this divine sword, he was only able to take 10 steps before his back became drenched in sweat and his face paled. This was even more taxing on his energy than fighting with someone else. If not for this, the state teacher would not have died here. I originally believed that after several hundred years, the power of this divine sword would have greatly weakened. But when I stepped on it, I realized that compared to Ishinishidu's memories, this divine sword was even stronger. I've only taken 7 steps forward. Halfway through his words, Bagushidu suddenly became wary and grinned. In short, the first generation successor's attack could still be blocked, but with that divine sword, everything is different. One man and one sword have formed the final barrier of the Origin Immortal Treasury. If we don't think of a way to cross this barrier, we will obtain the Origin Immortal Art and the Origin Immortal Pill. The Origin Immortal Pill. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he keenly sensed some new information from Bagushidu's words. The existence of the first generation successor and that divine sword had already left Wang Chong very surprised. As for the immortal pill that Bagushidu spoke of, he had never heard of it before. For some reason, Bagushidu seemed to know much more than they did. There's no harm in telling you. Bagushidu faintly smiled, apparently certain that Wang Chong's death was certain and that Wang Chong would never be able to escape. Thus, he answered all of Wang Chong's questions before his death. Ever since the Earth Blood Cauldron returned to the solar Holy Mountain 200 years ago, it has gone through 6 or 7 generations of sect masters. Ishinishidu's memories have been passed down through these 7 generations. Each generation of the Earth Sect Master has done everything in his power to collect the secrets of the origin immortal path, attempting to find the secret that caused one of the strongest grandmasters in the history of the Turks, Ishinishidu, to perish in the underworld. It was from that time that our Earth Sect put in 100 times the effort to gather information on the Sect Master. All the rumors of the sects, all the ancient texts, all the unofficial histories, whether they were related to the martial path or not, were collected. Hard work pays off. After expending the efforts of 7 generations of sect masters, we finally found records of the origin immortal lord and his first-generation disciple. Moreover, we unexpectedly discovered that the origin immortal lord had refined a top-class pill called the origin immortal pill. This kind of pill can greatly increase a martial artist's strength, as well as cure all the flaws and diseases in a martial artist's body, as well as all injuries and illnesses. Most importantly, it can greatly increase a martial artist's potential. For those martial artists who have exhausted their potential and whose cultivation has reached the limit and can no longer advance, it can be raised to another level, allowing them to step into a higher realm. This pill is priceless. Ordinary people wouldn't care about it, but you should understand what it means for people like us who have exhausted our potential to obtain an origin immortal pill. Bagushidu sternly said, making no attempt to conceal his anticipation and yearning. He was so dazzling that even the lone silence ancestor, Song Yuani, and the Black Een ancestor, these titans of the martial arts world of the Central Plains, paled in comparison to him. But only Bagushidu knew that he had reached the limit of his cultivation. Besides the origin immortal art, he also had to obtain the 2 remaining immortal pills that the origin immortal lord had left in this cave abode. He had already determined the location of those 2 origin immortal pills, but there was no need for Wang Chong to know. Okay, that's all for now. King of Foreign Lands, please. Bagushidu faintly smiled, bowed, and gracefully gestured for Tang Wuling to enter. Wang Chong grimaced at this sight. King of Foreign Lands, the final trial of the origin immortal treasury is fraught with danger, and anyone below the peak great general level is doomed to die. But this king believes that what is certain death in the eyes of ordinary people is different for you. The origin immortal formation was fraught with danger, and you opened the passage to the origin immortal treasury that had not been opened for 200 years. Even those incredibly dangerous traps underground were not able to stop you. I must trouble you to break through the final trial of the origin immortal treasury in this king's stead. As Bagushidu spoke, his right hand suddenly loosened its grip on Wang Chong's hand. The moment he withdrew his hand, Wang Chong felt the energy in his body loosen. A third of the energy that had been sealed had suddenly been sealed. Wang Chong had finally regained some stellar energy and was now able to protect himself. This was so sudden that even Wang Chong couldn't help but be taken aback, and for a moment, a hint of astonishment flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. A few moments later, Wang Chong sensed that part of Bagushidu's black stellar energy howling down, using a different method to seep into his dantian and the 6 acupuncture points around it. The dark energy in his dantian and the 6 acupoints faintly formed an even more powerful sealing art. This is a supreme forbidden art passed down from generation to generation in our solar holy mountain lineage, the dark moon's blaze. It is also a forbidden art that only the Earth Sect Master has been able to grasp. Starting from now, no matter what tricks you use to escape, I only need to touch the seal to kill you. At this moment, Bagushidu's voice rang out in his ear. That's right. By the way, I've also added a drop of my heart's blood into this forbidden art. In other words, if I die, you won't be able to live either. Bagushidu faintly smiled and raised a finger. At this moment, Wang Chong could clearly see that a trickle of blood had appeared on Bagushidu's finger. The finger was the closest to the heart, and as the saying went, the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so it was naturally easy to squeeze out a drop of heart's blood. In a flash, Wang Chong's face turned extremely unsightly, his heart sinking to the bottom of the lake. Bagushidu, You really did receive Ishinishidu's true legacy. Both of you are equally despicable. Wang Chong sternly said, "Ha! The king of foreign lands overpraises me." Bagushidu chuckled, completely unperturbed. "If I were you, I would think of a way to help me pass this trial and obtain that sword. Of course, if you vehemently refuse, I wouldn't mind killing you here and completing my deal with Osmish ahead of time. But I'm sure that you won't do that. After all, no matter how dangerous it is, there's still a sliver of hope, right? Bastard." Wang Chong coldly stared at Bagushidu, his mind seething with hatred. Bagushidu seemed to already have him in his grasp. No matter what he chose, Bagushidu wouldn't lose anything. On the other hand, just as Bagushidu had said, giving up had never been his style. No matter how difficult it was, he had to fight. Chapter 1541. But despite his anger, Wang Chong quickly calmed down. He turned his gaze and quickly looked forward. Even though he was being restrained, he could at least use a portion of his stellar energy, so his situation was much better than before. "Can't you let me recover half of my strength? With this little bit of strength, I can't possibly get through the origin immortal sword formation." Wang Chong suppressed his anger and sternly said, "No. In any case, whether it's 30% or 50%, you can't stop the origin immortal sword formation. Rather than wasting our efforts like this, what's the point of doing this?" Bagushidu shook his head, his tone firm. Wang Chong only coldly snorted. He was only doing his best, and Bagushidu's refusal had been within his expectations. Calming himself down, Wang Chong began to examine the two thick chains at his feet. If he wanted to get through this trial and even obtain the origin immortal art, these two chains would be crucial. Fortunately, they're made of 10,000-year-old cold steel and have been tempered thousands of times. Moreover, the surface of the chains is covered in many solidified inscriptions, so they won't break easily. Wang Chong recognized them at a glance. His forging of Wuzi steel swords had given him access to many materials, and 10,000-year-old cold steel was one of the most precious and top-class materials. Wang Chong could naturally recognize it at a glance. However, the 10,000-year-old cold steel used in the origin immortal Lord's Cave was different from normal. It was of a higher quality, purer, and could be considered one of the best materials. Moreover, the reinforcing inscriptions the origin immortal Lord had used on the chains were not the ordinary inscriptions used today, but ones from the spring and autumn era that were 100 times more effective. Just this point alone would make it difficult for even divine weapons to be damaged. But the next moment, when Wang Chong looked forward, his expression changed. After a few meters, the chain was densely dotted with mottled sword marks. Some of the sword marks were even several inches deep, almost cutting a small section of the chain. Further ahead, the mottled sword marks were a scene of desolation, and there were even more marks. The origin immortal sword formation. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he immediately thought of the first generation controlling and setting up a huge sword formation here. Hiss! Wang Chong took a deep breath. First gen strength is simply too strong. I'm afraid that even my Wuzi steel sword won't be able to cut through this 10,000-year cold steel which is covered in ancient runes. However, first gen relied on his powerful sword chi to almost destroy these two chains. The gap between us is too great. With my current strength, I'm not his match at all. I'm afraid that once he steps onto the chain, the sword formation will activate, and he will definitely die. Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he quickly looked forward. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, he didn't even need Bagushidu to do anything. Wang Chong swept away the sea of fog. Wang Chong had excellent control over his strength, and in the blink of an eye, the fog in front of him was gone. With the clattering of the chains, Wang Chong once more saw the mysterious altar floating in the air, the first-generation successor, and the mysterious sword thrust into the ground. Everything was blurry and indistinct, so distant that it seemed like another world. And in the fog, the first-generation successor was like a grim reaper from the underworld, savage, and terrifying. And the mysterious sword thrust into the ground in front of the first-generation successor was even more indistinct. But when Wang Chong glanced at that sword, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. For some reason, this sword gave Wang Chong a strange feeling. This feeling was indescribable, and it only lasted for a moment before vanishing. How strange! Wang Chong frowned as he muttered to himself. But Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. After a few moments of thought, he picked up a few stones from the stone bridge and flicked one of them toward the other side. Clang! A sharp sword light flashed through the air, and the pebble that Wang Chong had flicked out only managed to fly a short distance before it was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. Wang Chong's eyes flashed at the sight, and without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his finger, sending another stone flying. And then a third. Wang Chong continued to pick up stones and throw them out. And then he watched as these stones flew in different directions and at different heights, sliced into even smaller pieces by the Origin Immortal Sword formation, and dropped to the ground. Bagushadu coldly watched this entire process, not disturbing him in the slightest. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Only when Wang Chong flicked out those stones did his expression flicker. No, once a stone enters the sword formation, it will be attacked. At most, it will be attacked by 56 blades, while at least 7. Wang Chong held a stone in his hand, his head slightly tilted back and his eyes closed as his mind rapidly worked. His psychic energy was several times stronger than before, and his calculation ability had also increased. Bagushadu could seal his energy, but he could not seal his psychic energy. In just a few moments, Wang Chong had used the stone in his hand to calculate many useful things. But even so, the situation was not optimistic. In his current state, he was practically doomed. If he couldn't think of a solution, he would die. Time slowly passed, and finally a familiar voice rang out in his ear. King of Foreign Lands, time is limited. Please. Bagushadu faintly smiled. Although the Origin Immortal Lord had left behind many traps that would theoretically make it very difficult to get in, it was better to be safe than sorry. He could not allow Wang Chong to continue wasting time like this. As long as I can get in, State Teacher shouldn't mind if I use a few tricks, right? At this moment, Wang Chong grinned, stood up and turned to Bagushadu. Bagushadu was clearly taken aback, and then he waved his sleeve and chuckled. "Huh, as long as you don't have any ideas about me, it's naturally fine." Whoosh! A few moments after Bagushadu spoke, 2 storms of energy appeared on the stone bridge behind them. A few moments later, the fog parted, revealing 2 powerful figures. It was Chief Wushang and Wang Chong's master, the Evil Emperor. Their eyes were cold as they glared at Bagushadu. If looks could kill, Bagushadu would have died thousands of times over. "What? Do you want your master to go in your place?" Bagushadu held his hands behind his back. Not only was he not afraid, he even chuckled and looked at Wang Chong with amusement. How could this be? Probably only your Eastern Turks, the Solar Holy Mountain, would do such a thing. Wang Chong waved his sleeve and faintly smiled. As if in response to his words, the fog behind the Evil Emperor and the chief of Wushang began to seethe. Thump, thump, thump. An energy even stronger than the Evil Emperor and the chief of Wushang strode out from the rear. Amidst the mist, those hollow and lifeless eyes that struck fear in the hearts of the onlookers landed on Bagushadu, the 3rd-generation successor of the Origin Immortal Lord. Earlier, in order to guard against any hidden dangers, Wang Chong had deliberately brought the 3rd-generation successor out of the passage. He hadn't expected for Bagushadu to take advantage of this opening and capture Wang Chong. The 3rd-generation successor didn't even have a chance to strike. Upon seeing the 3rd-generation successor, Bagushadu's faint smile finally vanished, and he no longer appeared as relaxed as he had been before. Bagushadu was still somewhat apprehensive of these disciples of the Origin Immortal Lord. "Wang Chong, if I were you, I would be very careful," Bagushadu said as he stared at the imposing 3rd-generation successor. Ha! State teacher, are you afraid that I will use the third-generation successor to attack? As he saw Bagushidu's body stiffen, Wang Chong suddenly smiled, his mind much more relaxed. Bagushidu had schemed against everyone, and even Wang Chong himself had fallen into his grasp. But in the end, he still had things to worry about. Bagushidu's expression flickered, but he quickly smiled. King of foreign lands, you're thinking too much. Don't forget that you have the forbidden art of my Earth sect, the dark moon's blaze in your body, and you're using psychic energy to control the third-generation successor, right? If I use the dark moon's blaze, will you die faster, or will I die faster? Will this walking corpse be able to move freely after you die and attack me as well? Buzz. Wang Chong said nothing, but a harsh light flashed through his eyes. This future state teacher of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, and the dark moon's blaze in his body was still a hidden danger. Bagushidu, no one has ever threatened this old man like this. For abducting this old man's disciple, one day I will make you and your Earth sect pay the price. The demonic emperor old man suddenly said, his expression cold. Wang Chong had been abducted right under his nose. Although this had something to do with the fact that he had expended too much energy in the previous battles, this matter still left the evil emperor fuming with unprecedented rage. Ever since he had gone into seclusion, the evil and ruthless aura of the evil emperor had receded, but Bagushidu had succeeded in stimulating the darkest side of his heart. We'll see when the time comes. Chapter 1542. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had hateful expressions on their faces as they silently stood on the stone bridge. Behind them, the third-generation successor began to stride forward, making his way toward Wang Chong and Bagushidu. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As the third-generation successor approached, Wang Chong's eyes flickered, and an irrepressible thought emerged in his mind. The final trial of the Origin Immortal Treasury was fraught with danger, and Bagushidu was basically forcing him to his death. Rather than being threatened by Bagushidu, it was better to use this chance to deal with Bagushidu. At the very least, he wouldn't be threatened. But the stone bridge was too narrow for his master and the chief of Wushang to get close, and Bagushidu was far too powerful. If they rashly attacked and failed, all their efforts would have been for naught. Moreover, even without Bagushidu, Wang Chong wouldn't have been able to avoid this final trial. Unlike Bagushidu, if he didn't obtain the Origin Immortal Art, he would be doomed. Buzz! As Wang Chong was thinking, he heard the clattering of metal. Bagushidu's black stellar energy was surging, and within this stellar energy were 3 small cauldrons covered in blood-colored inscriptions, each as heavy as a mountain. These cauldrons had spread out from Bagushidu's body and were guarding him from 3 different directions. A few moments later, Bagushidu's body began to swell like a bamboo shoot after the rain. In the blink of an eye, he had reached an astonishing level. Bagushidu had originally only been half a step into the subtle realm, only a sliver away from that level. But with the help of these 3 earth blood cauldrons, he had crossed that threshold, becoming even stronger and more terrifying than the third-generation successor. In a flash, Wang Chong paled, the last bit of thought in his mind dispelled. He was still no match for the future state teacher of the Turks. King of foreign lands, please. Bagushidu's voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. His eyes were fixed on the other end of the mist. His expression relaxed. Wang Chong's mind raced, but in a split second, a smile appeared on his face. He was never one to blame the heavens and others. He only believed in his own strength. Since he couldn't beat them, he might as well settle down and think of a way to cross this natural chasm. As for Bagushidu, he could think of a way to deal with him once he survived. Buzz! Wang Chong shifted his gaze and quickly looked at the opposite side. The third generation and first generation both cultivate the Origin Immortal Art, and they share the same origin. I wonder if the third generation's energy will be of any use? In the end, Only by challenging the origin immortal formation on the ground would one be able to find out what use the origin immortal formation had. Easy. Without the slightest hesitation, the third generation king shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a gust of wind in his wake as he charged past the pair. Bang! The third generation's foot stomped on the thick chain, causing it to fiercely shake. This simple action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Bagushidu's long brows rose in concern. I wonder if it's effective, Bagushidu quietly said to himself. Bagushidu did not dare to be careless about the thing that had caused Ishinishidu to suffer a crushing defeat. The moment the third generation's foot stepped forward, the entire trial began to change. Clang! A clear and melodious sword howl suddenly resounded by their ears, and it was a drawn-out sound that broke the silence of the entire space. A moment later, this sword hum multiplied into thousands of swords. Ripples appeared in the originally empty sea of mist, and suddenly the cries of tens of thousands of swords rang out. The scene from when Bagushidu had challenged the trial once more took place. As far as Wang Chong could see, countless swords, broken swords, and damaged swords were like a school of sharks aimed at the third-generation successor at the end of the stone bridge. But unlike Bagushidu, these swords trembled and buzzed, but they did not attack. The warning was far stronger than an actual attack. It seems like Bagushidu was right. The first-generation successor's consciousness has already fused with the sword mound. He can even sense the third-generation successor's energy and send out a warning. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he understood. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong began to move. Boom! The third-generation successor under Wang Chong's control shot forward like a cannonball. Immediately, with a shocking speed, he shot toward the opposite side of the chain. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light and a surge of astral energy. Hundreds of golden compasses shot out from the third-generation successor's body and turned into a golden fortress that surrounded him. With this barrier in place, the third-generation king immediately pushed the stellar energy in his body to the limit, and like a blazing sun, he charged forward with all his might. At this moment, both Wang Chong and Bagushidu began to focus their attention. This chain was only 700 or 800 meters long, and given the third-generation successor's strength, he should only need a few seconds to reach the other side. Success or failure would be determined by this one move. Boom! The third-generation successor took another step forward, his foot landing on the thick chain and causing it to violently shake. And it was this action that immediately triggered the rage of the countless flying swords in the sword tomb. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the number of flying swords in the sea of fog rapidly increased. There was the sound of metal clanging, and in the next moment there was a wild gale as 10 times the number of flying swords from before shot toward the third-generation king, shining with dazzling golden light. More flying swords were gathering from all directions. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords, broken swords, and damaged swords shined with a golden light as they formed an unprecedented storm that spun and shot toward the third-generation king. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen someone capable of controlling so many flying swords at the same time. Each flying sword was as heavy as a mountain, and they flew down like a torrential storm. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the third-generation king's figure was engulfed by the countless flying swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fog and golden light greatly hindered Wang Chong's vision, and the powerful psychic seal in the air made it impossible for Wang Chong to use his psychic energy to probe around. But standing at the end of the stone bridge, Wang Chong could clearly see the 2 thick chains beneath his feet vibrating at an unprecedented rate. The clanking of the chains rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the third-generation successor zombie had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The pull of this abyss was so powerful that not even the third-generation successor could fly into the air. The 2 narrow chains were constantly vibrating, ready to throw the successor off at any moment. If he fell into the abyss, he would be doomed. Impossible! At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Wang Chang's ear. At some point, Bagushadu had walked up to stand next to Wang Chong, his hair dancing in the wind. But he paid no attention to Wang Chong. His attention was completely focused on the third-generation successor, the golden light drawing away all his attention. These walking corpses only have incomplete souls in their bodies, and they're already dead, so they're not affected by the divine swords. In other words, the third-generation successor doesn't need to worry about anything else in this battle. As long as he can defeat the first-generation successor, he can reach the other side. More importantly, he's a successor of the origin immortal realm, so he'll suffer far fewer attacks than we do. Bagushadu's eyes shone with excitement. He had originally taken Wang Chong hostage as a test, and it was also for the sake of his deal with Osmishkagan. In any case, he wouldn't suffer any losses, but it now appeared that he had made the correct decision. The third-generation successor had already surpassed him and Ishinishadu, the patriarch of the Earth sect. Bagushadu had just seen a sliver of hope, but a moment later, what happened in the fog obliterated that hope. Buzz! As the third-generation successor advanced along the chain, using the golden compass fortress that could nullify all techniques to fend off the rain of swords, the flying swords in the air began to change. As the pair watched, the origin immortal lord's vast origin energy immediately surged into the thousands of flying swords in the air. In a flash of light, one of the flying swords shooting toward the third-generation successor suddenly began to blaze with light. A hazy light rose from the tip of the sword for more than half a foot, exuding a sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through metal. Sword Chi! Wang Chong's heart trembled, and he grimaced. He had the art of god and demon obliteration, so he was extremely familiar with this sort of sword Dao. There were as many flying swords in the air as there were hairs on an ox, and if each one could spit out sword Chi, the power of this sword formation would be unimaginable. As if responding to Wang Chong's foreboding, one sword, two swords, three swords in just a few seconds, the sea of swords, broken swords, and broken swords in the air began to spit out sword Chi and explode toward the third-generation successor, their power on a completely different level. Boom, boom, boom. The flying swords exploded, and the third-generation successor's speed immediately dropped. Not only that, but in the face of the sword Chi attacks, the third-generation king was in unprecedented danger. Not only was he unable to advance, but he was also pushed back, almost falling off his chains. It's about time to test the third generation's power,